Wow, 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 wow. Bună ziua, good morning everyone. First of all, we are streaming live, so kind of get your act together. You're being filmed. Whatever you say will be heard. Thank you for being here this morning, and wow, do we have a full program for you. So our team was working day and night for several months now to put this show on the road and start rolling. We have so many people here. We have about 40 speakers coming from 17 countries. We have startups in the room. Well, from the 170, I'm told, that there are in Moldova, which was very hard to screen. We got 10 interesting ones to share here with you. We have VCs and investors, over 20 of them. That was an assignment to do. So put together, if you look around you right now, you will see tons of smart and very capable people. What we want to do today is to connect you. This is about community building. So we are here at TechWell, and I'm sure that you know where you are, and if not, well, TechWell, as far as I know, is one of the most renowned places, hubs that you have in Moldova. I was here first time in 2019. I was a guest here. Traian, I know, will say maybe something about it. It was an interesting event, first time for me to come to Moldova. But as I said before, we want to connect you. And that would mean one thing. You need to talk. You need to talk between yourselves. You need to be able to introduce yourself. For me, this morning was amazing. Actually, I landed yesterday, kind of late in the morning. And since I started to communicate with people here, I've been hugged, embraced, not kissed enough, but still no complaints about that. But the fact that this morning so many people reached out just to say hello, just to welcome, that speaks volumes. This is how things start. Standing like this and waiting to be asked or called, that would not work for you. Definitely not in these days. You need to engage, you need to reach out, you need to be able to present yourself, and you need to say simply what you're looking for, as well as what are you willing to share, what are you willing to give. Community is what we need here, because it seems that people are very willing to hook up, to engage, to start things going. So you might ask yourself, well, even startups are not new to this country. It's a kind of relatively new country, if you would look at it, 30-something, 30 years. But I can tell you with very capable people. People that need maybe a little, kick in the ass, but once they have things like sights on a target, they will go and get them. We will try to do this today. We are going to talk startup language. We are going to talk VCs. We are going to talk raising of funds. We are going to talk challenges, barriers. We are going to talk a lot about communication. We would like to put Moldova, not just formally, because formally maybe it's on the map already, but just to start going forward faster, to accelerate, as we say so often. One thing I learned myself establishing 20 accelerators in Israel as well as worldwide is that startups are first of all about people. Then comes the technology. It's never the other way around. And if you need to make yourself a good team, well, that by itself is a challenge. And once you have a team, you would need also good mentorship. And if that put together is like to understand that like a baby, like a child, you would need different people around you at different times. It's kind of an evolving process. But startups are a growth engine within every economy worldwide. It starts with this spark of two people having nothing to do with one another. One person with an idea thinks he can fly, another person very much on the ground, be able to program in most cases. Those two have nothing to say to one another on a daily basis. As they go along, the conversation daily would be the CEO, the visionary, saying to the CTO, the programmer, can you give me a little bit of something so I can go to an investor and get some money? CTO answers, can you bring some money so I can put something together? And that's their day-to-day. What we want to talk about here today is much more than that. We want to show a way. We want to show a direction. We brought the money here. We opened the channels, the opportunities right here today, not just on stage, all around you. So say to yourself simply, there is someone here with €1 million check with my name on it. The only problem is I don't know the person and he doesn't know me. You need to talk. So try it. Reach out to people, shake a hand and say, do you have €1 million with my name? Could be. You would be in luck. This is the beginning of a process. This process is led by people. I would like to take this opportunity right now and invite here to the stage next to me, Natalia, which I hope you all know. Round of applause here. Just a second. The heart, the soul, the tailwind behind this event, and much more to come in Moldova, from Startup Moldova. And I will not take more of your time, please, Natalia. So
thank you. Thank you, Tal. Thank you. Honestly, today is getting much bigger than what we've envisioned and what we had, like, really a dream to think of. How can we really start boosting the tech startup ecosystem of Moldova? We do have tech startups in Moldova. We have amazing founders. We have founders raising millions of euros. And I'm not talking a vision. I'm talking statistics. I'm talking facts that have been already happening. We are coming as a Startup Moldova as an organization that wants to boost, wants to encourage, wants to build the trust inside of every single founder that they can make it. The most important word of today and probably of every day at Moldova is community. And I'm honestly not faking this. I honestly believe in the fact that if we come all together, and especially seeing yesterday in the evening, to be honest, when we met for the first time with Tal, but also with most of the investors that came and flew from really around the world. People came to Moldova absolutely open to meet Moldovan startups. They are not here just to listen to some speeches. They are here for the founders. And founders are here because of the investors, because they want to see if their ideas are valuable, if they are investable, and I hope they trust in that. I'm rooting for every single of those 10 startups that will be coming today on stage. We've done tons of rehearsals. We are already kind of feeling like part of their teams. For sure, the team is the one that I will be thinking at the end of the day as well. But for sure, Catalina, just show your hand. Teo, Mihai, Mircea. Oh my God. We have the volunteers here. We are all for you. I hope everyone will have a good time. I want to also say today happy birthday to our Prime Minister. That was an excuse we could accept for him to finally not be able to make it to our event. But otherwise, we have absolutely amazing speakers, absolutely amazing audience, and startups that I hope will boost today your trust in the fact that there is a real tech ecosystem in Moldova, an investable one, and one that will make us proud one day. And I'm sure it will not be tens of years before we see the first unicorn born in Moldova. Thank you, and have a good time.
I don't know if you woke up this morning, really woke up this morning and felt something in the air. I don't know. I hope you did. I want to infect you a little bit with the virus here going on. And just to say, Natalia was again very modest. This woman has seen the world. She's been away from Moldova for about 11 years, traveling in about 15 countries. And then, for some reason, you know, I told you I'm going to ask you, what's your favorite country after 15 countries? Seems to be Moldova. I'm saying we all have opportunities to be elsewhere and do something else. I think it's more difficult to decide to do one thing and put everything that you have in it. I want to tell you, startup life is very difficult. Startups are not for everyone. Startups are for those people who are somewhat half-baked in their mind. They are not normal people. I'm telling you right now, if you have a startup, you are not a normal person. I don't care what you think about it. No one is in his right mind should decide to go into a business that has 96.57% failure rate. You better go fight a lion. Your chances are better than having a startup. It's a lot of hard work. Everyone is smarter than you. Everyone is faster than you. Everyone raises money more than you. And still, you need to wake up in the morning, glue yourself to someone, and start moving forward. And that is never easy. If you live sometimes, you know, you kind of wake up to bad days, sometimes to good days. That's kind of a mania depressia that startups live every hour of the day. It's a good hour and there's a bad hour, sometimes in the same hour. That is a challenge. But you will see there are some crazy guys around here, men and women. And that, I think, is very impressive to begin with, and that will grow. So we want to push forward and start with our first speaker of the day, the butcher guy. Do you know the butcher? If you don't, you're about to meet him. And please, again, take the time to take photos. Please tag us. Please use hashtag Startup Moldova Summit. Is it with the summit? Yes, with the summit. Post, and say to the world, we are going to send a huge call out to all the world to say, Moldova, what's going on there? And then we will invite them over. So, do we have TechCrunch in the room? Yes, we do. Editor-in-chief of TechCrunch is here with us, but I'm told also, are you familiar with SVB? The fiasco going on? So there is a guy here, I think, I'm told, that saved the SVB UK. By the way, you know for how much SVB UK was purchased for? £1. £1 lay, who cares, with a 1. But there is a guy here who's going to tell you a lot more about the whole thing. So please, Mike Butcher, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you.
No, it's not on. Hello? 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, we're on. So honestly, that music sounds like Dancing in the Dark, doesn't it? Bruce Springsteen. I just want to go dancing in the dark. Okay, where are the slides? Let's go slides. Do I press this? What? Hello? Let's go with the slides. Hello, everybody. My name's Mike Butcher. Oh, there they are. We've got them here. I've spelt something wrong in my slides. Look. Butcher. Okay, super professional. By the way, I'm not editor-in-chief, I'm editor-at-large, which is, don't ask me what that means, it's a British thing. And you can find me on all of those things, but I get about 500 emails a day, so good luck! But you can grab me here. I'm here in Moldova. Obviously, TechCrunch, we write about startups, venture capital, and, oh, smile for the photo. And startups. And we love startups, we love founders. That's what we're in, that's the business we're in. So we're all about that. So, you know, I'm here, tip your waiters, so come and see me. Okay, let's get the show on the road. Are we ready? I'm gonna go real fast. If anything goes, if you miss something, or if you feel you're gonna miss something, just take a photograph of the slide and you can ask me about it later. But, here we go. It's like, what is it? Harry Potter. Shazam! This one? Shazam, Shazam. Okay, go on, please. Ah! Oh, it worked when I do that. How to scale startups from Europe. Okay, Well, the problem is we're fragmented. Look at this. In England, we say a dog's breakfast. It's a big mess. Totally fractured, fragmented, countries all over the place. It's like somebody took an omelette and just threw it against the wall. It's everywhere. It's all over the place. Thousands of years of history. In England, you can walk from one village to another village and they'll have a different accent. That's how old this region is. Completely bananas. And it's crazy. And then the problem is the US technology scene is a much, much younger country, much, much younger ecosystem. So everybody said, you know what? Let's go over here. And then they just did it. And the Bay Area became so incredibly powerful. Why? Because they clustered. They just did one big clustering thing. I'm going to get my water because I'm going to run dry here. It's okay. I didn't stay out very late last night, I promise. And so this is a difficult thing for us to face. You know, we're very fragmented, and the United States has had a long period where everything was concentrated in one place. Now, the pandemic changed that because now the US is all over. You know, you've still got San Francisco, Bay Area, Silicon Valley, but now people have moved to other places, Austin, Miami, New York. So it is more spread, but it's still very concentrated. And it's also got a very large single market, and our markets tend to be smaller. But this is an advantage for us, because then we can think globally. Let's think about that later. So we have a lot of issues in Europe. We've got red tape, quite a lot of regulation, no single cluster. London, Paris, Berlin, probably the biggest three, maybe followed by Stockholm, Helsinki. Everyone else is an also-ran. But that's what's going on, and we've got lower investment a little bit, but it's changing, and a lot of US investors now think, actually, if I'm going to spend $1 in the US versus €1 or something in Europe, actually my investments are starting to get on a par because starting to get unicorns out of Europe. And sometimes it's harder to, hire people quickly, move quickly, fire people, try firing someone in France, not so easy, but it is improving. But the solutions are coming. There's usually lots of cooperation between the state and the private sector. We've got fantastic STEM education, science, technology, maths, etc. EU obviously gets involved a lot, especially with the new climate laws, CO2 reduction laws in the EU is really boosting technology. So climate tech is definitely one to watch over the next few years. And there is incentives for founders, investors improving all the time. Digital nomad visas, you name it, incentives to start companies. Lisbon's become better because now you can start a company and not pay tax for 10 years. And also, because of the pandemic, tragically, obviously, the pandemic was a tough time for many people, but it accelerated this switch to remote working and hybrid working, which means that now Europe, even though it is fragmented and quite big and disparate, even though that happens, now everyone is so used to remote working now that it doesn't matter so much. The only thing that matters, time zones. Time zones matter, not where you are. And so what I want to talk about is how do you build your ecosystem? As somebody who's observed ecosystems develop across Europe over the last few years, it's become fascinating. You see certain kinds of trends develop and the way things work, and you see some certain themes kind of floating around. So one of the things that was important is open source information about your cluster. Tell the world what is going on in your country and in your city around startups. Don't hold it, don't sort of put a wall around it. Publish the shit out of it, okay? Get it out there. Hype your successes. If somebody does well, hype the crap out of it. Give more equity away to staff. Lots of European companies, they don't spread the wealth, they don't spread the love nearly as much. Why did Silicon Valley get so big? Because the receptionist in Facebook became a multimillionaire and became an angel investor. So if you give equity away, you give share options away to your staff, it builds the whole thing. The old phrase, a rising tide lifts all boats, is very true. And also, when you want to hype your ecosystem, move around in a pack. The Greeks are pretty good at this. There's a Greek startup ecosystem. They go and do Greek meetups in London, Greek meetups in New York. Same with the Bulgarians, da-da-da. Everybody's doing it. So be proud of who you are and just own it. And the Israeli model, as our wonderful MC is a wonderful representation of, in Israel, they found out that, you know what, time zones suck. So let's put the CEO in New York and raise money, and he or she can still talk to the team back in Israel. And that's what happened with Europe. European founders went to the Valley or to New York, and they put the CEO or a couple of founders into the States, and the team stayed in Europe. And that model worked and is still working today. So how do we do it? We've got to think smart, So who built UiPath? Everybody know? I've got the answer there. Famous Romanian story, but nobody knew that it was from Romania. All they knew that it was floating on the NASDAQ stock exchange. The Americans don't care where it is, where it's from. And this is the thing, it's like when you are talking about what you're doing, it's always better to put in front of the conversation what the product is. Nobody cares where you're from if your product is amazing. So believe in your product. One of the big problems with Britain is that it's a colonial nation, and we wander around going like, oh yes, well, you must have heard of the British Empire. Yes, I'm from London, And yes, I do have an English accent. I'm funny, you should notice. One of the problems with the British is that we tend to, or the English more accurately, is that we tend to talk about that we're from England. And you know what? I saw many times an English entrepreneur walk into Silicon Valley and talk about how he's from London and blah, blah, blah. And the Americans would go, you know what? That's very interesting. What's the product? Right? So talk about the product. And that's your big strength. Nobody cares where you're from. Talk about the product. So get traction. If often entrepreneurs start up with an idea, but you've got to get some traction. You've got to make it work. It's no use talking to investors and partners if you don't have any numbers. You need that graph going up and to the right. So please make sure you work on that. And you can do it in a small market. If you test something in a small country in Europe, like here, and it works, you think, well, if it works here, let's try it out somewhere else. And that will help you. Aim for a niche. Forget about trying to kind of do another social network. It's tough to do. Okay, yes, maybe you've got a great idea, but you're better off aiming for one single niche that you can own. And also, build first on global platforms. Try not to build for local markets. There's a good example here of Poland. Poland, 40 million people. It's like half in, half out. It's the Goldilocks country of Europe. It's big enough to have its own market, but not big enough to have global platforms. So you do have exits in Poland, and people do, sell their companies and float, etc., on the stock exchange, but they're not that big. So it's actually an advantage to come from a small country because you don't have a home market. You don't have a large home market. Immediately you're thinking international. So that's to your advantage, okay? Always communication. You're trying to change the world. If you're going to try and change the world, you've got to learn how to communicate. You've got to tell people what you're doing. And so, time and time again, when I speak to entrepreneurs, I want to know what's the problem they're solving, how they're solving it, have they got traction, and who are they? Have they got a team? Very simple, but just learn those things, get those things down, and remember them, practice them over and over again. Practice your pitch in front of the mirror. Pretend you're reciting Shakespeare. To be or not to be, that is the question. whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles, and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep no more, but that sleep, what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. For who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, when he his own quietus might make with a bare bodkin? Practice, practice, practice your pitch, especially if you're Hamlet. Present yourself. Learn how to pitch. Take a picture of that and go and visit those websites. That will give you a very good, fast rundown of how to deal with the media, like me, and how to network. Oddly enough, networking is a skill, and it's very useful to learn how to do it right. Okay, I'm going too slowly. Let's go. Let's keep going. What is news? Man bites dog. Not dog bites man, because a dog biting a man or a woman happens every day. Have you ever read about a plane that did not crash? No. Think about what is news. Once you understand what news is, now you start to understand how the media works. How to get to know your journalist. Get an introduction to the journalist. If you're going to write an email to a journalist, keep it succinct, be pithy, keep the information short. Do not write War and Peace. What do we want to know? The problem you're solving, your solution, who you are. Not very complicated. And if you have a press release, marvelous. But we also want the images, and we also want context. Who are you competing with? Why are you better than them? Think about those things, and you will get to understand how to deal with journalists. Just existing is not news. We want to know how you're tackling something. Make it interesting. Watch the news. Keep an eye on your news. Fine, you're building something. The whole world becomes fascinated by a new Apple product. You're doing the same thing. 6 months later, you launch to the world. Where were you then when Apple was launching its product? You should have joined that news. And always target the right journalist and always be a good contact. And if you read some of that, my stuff about how to pitch journalists, you'll have a lot more detailed information. What are we interested in right now? Everybody together. ChatGPT 4. Yes, that's what we're fascinated in right now. I'm a bit worried that ChatGPT 4 is going to replace me. But then again, it can't do this. We are interested in venture capital. We're interested in crypto and blockchain because at some point it will take off. It's been taking off. It'll find its way. We're interested in niches like fintech or insurance or regtech, you name it. We're interested in deep tech like drones, EVs, electric vehicles, deep tech, science, life sciences. We're always interested in hot stories. We're not so interested in the fact that you sell socks on the internet. Not so interesting. Marketplaces, e-commerces, no thanks. Silly apps that don't do interesting things, not so interesting. Sorry. Now, how should we accelerate your ecosystem? Keep calm and carry on. English has become, once, ladies and gentlemen, the language of international business. Get as good as you can. And I'm telling you now why. Communication. Why did France suddenly appear on the startup map? Because they started speaking the beautiful English, like the man from London, in the terrible accent that he is now trying to impersonate. Because the French, they started all of their startup conferences in English. Yes, le roast beef is victorious. And you know why? Because it opened up the French ecosystem to the international community. Bang. So that worked. And that's just a very simple thing to do. Well, once you have traction, you can raise money. How are you going to do that? Use all the tools. AngelList, Crunchbase, social media, you name it. Use the tools. Don't sit going, how am I going to raise money? Use the tools, okay? Be persistent. And now, by the way, if somebody says no, don't worry. It's just business, okay? So, what next? You don't need to go to the US to raise money anymore. You can do it in Europe. It's lovely. Find your business model. Find those founders who've done it well. Get the warm intros. Bootstrap as long as you can. Use angels as long as you can. Don't give away too much equity too early, but spread the wealth in your team. Get some grants. What the hell? It's free money. No equity given away. Keep networking. And then once you've got those traction and revenues, then start thinking about institutional investors like venture capital. Because let me just reiterate, in 2023, the free money is kind of over. So get that business model working. Learn how the structure of investment in tech companies work. The valley of death, the break even, the early stage, the later stage. Start reading, get it into your heads. Read about how to raise VC, read all the books, read 0 to 1, read the hard things of the hard things, read all the books and get going. Learn that in the early stage you have 100%. Yes, but you've got 100% of fuck all, darling. Next, you split your equity. You get your uncle or your auntie to give you some money. They get 5%. You've got an option pool, 20% left. You've got 2 founders there. Now you're giving away the option pool. Then you get the angel. You've got the first employees. They're giving away 2%. Your uncle's down to 2%, but he's happy because the company's worth more now. Yes! Who's next? You've got your option pools. Yeah, okay, cool. Now you've got right all the way down to your all the way up to your VCs. Now the VC owns the third of the company. They want a seat on the board. Of course they do. If you're going to pick somebody to be an investor, make sure you can deal with them as if you are married to them, because you will be doing it for a long time. Okay? Pick your girlfriends and boyfriends wisely, because they are your investors. Now, you need VC money, lots of VC in Europe now. This is a tiny, tiny list. So much VC in Europe now that I'll get out of the way. And you can, there's tons. So don't worry about VC. You can do it. Be proud of your cluster. In London, we've had, I can't even list how many things, so many clusters. Warsaw, Gamma Rebels, Paris, Le Campine, Startup Yard Factory. Everybody's got a cluster. So let's start making a cluster. Create some noise from investors. She's now on the map. I keep wanting to say KISS now, because it's so cruel. Silicon Roundabout, tiny little East London. It's like, what the hell is Silicon Roundabout? Silicon Valley, Silicon Roundabout? We came up with a dumb idea. But it worked. The press loved it. The media loved it. Geeks in fashion, look at these guys, so hot. Geeks in fashion magazines. Startups are sexy, tech people are sexy. Sorry, they're all men. But it means you're part of a movement. Suddenly we started to map it. There are more than one. They're not just in East London, they're all over the place. And then the big companies started to think, oh, we're going to go there because that's a cool place, and that's where the startups are, and that's where the talent is. 2 things you need to startups. Which ones? Money, talent. Here's the talent. Same thing happened in Berlin. Silicon Alley in Berlin, largely in East Berlin. Same thing happened in Paris, Gay Paris, Silicon Sentier. The French have taken up the word entrepreneur. In fact, it's very easy to graph. You just need coffee and Wi-Fi and a place. And the good thing about these classes is they create noise and the investors know where to go, and journalists know where to go, and now you're cooking with gas. But the good thing about it is that you can do that, but then also the great thing about remote working is nobody cares where you are, and you can build companies, we all know this, remotely. And also, guess who's on Zoom? Not just you guys, the investors. They don't want to sit in an expensive apartment in Mayfair. They want to sit in Ibiza doing Zoom calls with you. So they're on Zoom as well. They're happy to do this stuff, happy to get pitched. It's happening. It's happened since the pandemic. It happened a little bit before, and now it's totally mainstream. So getting on that, get skilled up, get good at this, and you'll be good. But don't just do that. Get on a plane, because we're back in real life, just as we are here. Get on a plane and do your stuff. Lots of real-world events now. Get good at networking. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, startups are always sexy, just as you are. And the simple answer to get onto TechCrunch is just get a tattoo, like this lady here. It's very easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, am I on? Yes. So, we're about to start the first panel of our day. It's going to be about ecosystem builders. It's going to be about accelerators. So as the one who opened almost formally on Guinness Book of Record the most programs for an individual, like 20 of them, and worldwide, I can tell you that the most asked question that I get is how do I choose my accelerator, how to choose the right one. And my answer is always, tell me who runs the accelerator, and then I will tell you. It's about an individual also there. Remember and keep on telling to yourselves. It's about people. Mike did an impressive job here as a person. You all want to engage with him right now, okay? As I told you, somewhat half-baked, but this is what drives innovation and creativity. Not normal people do that. Go search your history and you will see. Coming on board here will be also kind of creative, out-of-the-box people. So to host this panel, I will call on Natalia, please. Take your seat again. Round of applause. And you will meet all the interesting accelerators now running in Moldova. Natalia, floor is yours.
Thank you. Super. For me, honestly, this is one of the most important panels, and probably I could say about every single one of the 5 panels we will have today, because these are the guys that will come now on stage that really represent what it means to have a community of accelerators in the Republic of Moldova. So I would like to ask on stage Aliona Rotaru, the Executive Director of DreamUps, Traian Chivriga, CEO and founder of XY Partners, Viorica Cerbușca, founder of YEP Moldova, Mary Nemciuk, CEO and founder of Technovator, and Oksana Paladiciuk, manager of FinTech Hub. Honestly, guys, you have no idea what this means to me, because when I joined Startup Moldova, one of the goals that I had set for myself, and I knew that we need to achieve, is exactly that us would become one team, and everyone who is joining the community as accelerators will become part of the team. Because not only the founders need to stick together, not only the investors need to have their own business angels communities or other communities, it is as well important to have the community of community builders. So I would like to actually start with Viorica Cerbușca, because Viorica has been in the activity of the accelerators and the programs for the startups for more than 5-6 years now. You have started YEP Moldova. I would like to ask you to tell us a bit from the historical perspective, has passed more than 5 years that you've been into this. What has changed? What have you been testing? Because I know you've been doing lots of programs, lots of pre-acceleration programs. And yet at the end, you were telling me that the most important thing you think we need to focus on is the talent.
Yes, hi Natalia. First of all, I'd like to say hello to everybody, and the most important is welcome in Moldova. Welcome in Moldova to partners, to speakers, and to investors, but also welcome home to our startups and founders that came especially for this event. This is so important, and this is what has changed in the last 5 years, because my colleagues will agree with me, we had no startups 5 years ago. And now the room is full of people, full of founders, of investors, and this is great. This is what we have done together, all together, last 5 years. Yes, we started with talent because I run an organization that vision is to shape a new generation of entrepreneurs, and of course people are the most important. And we started to invest in schools, in universities, we started to work with teachers, and of course we have pre-acceleration and acceleration programs, and everything was done in order to help people to understand that we have talent, that we have people that can develop startups in Moldova. And I'm very proud of us, and I'm very proud of you.
Amazing, thank you. I have to say that I'm probably kind of lucky because I returned to Moldova just a year ago into the startup ecosystem. And for me, I see it kind of booming, I must say, like to what I can see now. So maybe I'm the lucky one because I'm coming after all the good work that you have done with all of the organizations that's standing behind. Aliona, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question about DreamUps. You have been as well testing very different programs. Can you tell us what is your approach at responding to what our specific ecosystem needs?
Hi, Natalia and everybody on stage. I want to congratulate girls that are representing their teams in here. And and I want to thank my team, DreamUps, which allows me always to stay in front and to retell what we are doing at DreamUps and the story about what we've done through years of development of ecosystem in Moldova. I want to say that DreamUps is the organization which understands very well the market pool. We are very calculated in what we are building, and of course we'd like to stay more niched, as Mike said before. But we actually are in a different ecosystem than others, than one which is developed in US or UK, for example. Well, all the components of a ecosystem and of a business stage are working very well. So in Moldova, for example, we would have to develop each stage of the ecosystem and each part of it. For example, the difference between a startup developed in a fully developed ecosystem and a startup developed in a developing country is that, for example, Argentina, they have to develop as well the delivery side and also the payment side, and not only to develop the product itself. So this is what is DreamUps actually doing in Moldova. At the beginning, when we launched, we understood that that there is no education about startups in Moldova, and we developed a startup school for pupils, and we discovered this opportunity of building products for a global market, starting from bench of schools. So we want to believe that these founders will become in a couple of years those who will build global companies starting from Moldova. And also, I want to say that DreamUps has built all their programs around this philosophy. So we have, for example, programs for pupils and for students, and these programs are run in schools and in universities, and we teach them just how to build a startup like a simulation and like an education, and just like educating them how it is done a startup from zero. And then we of course have acceleration programs, and these programs we have our flagship accelerator, which is Accelerator, which we've done so many times, and we've connected founders from almost, I don't know, more than 10 countries. And these founders build their ideas into, and they launch this MVP, their first MVPs. And we help them with the help, of course, of the experts from all over the world. And we want to thank them and those who are in this room, which help our founders. We help them actually to raise their first money. And then we have our Traction Accelerator, which is a new startup for ourselves as well. We just launched it, and it's called Up Next. And it is, again, it's an issue we understood that we have to work on right now, because we already have startups in the MVP stage, and we need to help them as well to grow to the next level of their development, to raise their teams, to raise their second round of investment, to set up the operations. And then we have a program which is now raised from the problem that Moldovan tech and IT companies do not have this vision of building products. And we are now developing this product school, which is called Pivotal, soon to be launched, where we want to teach our CEOs and founders of tech companies how to build products, scalable products. And also, we have the Mosaic investment community, which is, again, another issue we had identified in our ecosystem. We want to democratize access to the first money for a startup at idea stage. So what I want to say in the end is that if you have a startup, or if you are curious about startup, or if you have a startup at any stage, you can join DreamUps, because we can help you scale. And as well, if you are an expert, if you are an entrepreneur or a donor, or you are an investor, I want to encourage you to support startups from Moldova, either through joining DreamUps experts and DreamUps programs, or joining our colleagues here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Elena. I think you've managed to actually go through a structure of a pitch that usually the startups do. So you told us the problem, you gave us the solutions, and then you gave us a call to action at the end. I want to turn as well to Mary, because we are still going to stay in the field of the talent generation, because at Technovator you've been focusing this on quite a lot. And also what is quite impressive about you is that you have a CV behind that is covering even including Startup Moldova. So you've originally started with TechWheel, the place where we are now. Then you started developing entrepreneurship. Then the program of Startup Moldova has happened, and you were part of it. And then you decided to do Technovator, which is your personal baby. You are the CEO and you are the founder. So tell us why at Technovator the talent generation is your focus.
Thank you very much. So during my progress, I would say, because started with managing events, then starting to grow in communities from the zero, we understand that we have to fill this space with initiatives, with great brains. And in that time, we had no understanding of startups, I would say. And we started to ignite that thing, ignite the interest on the startup area. And coming with explanation, with initiatives that why is important to have and do startups. And then we just go and see what other international players are doing. And I'm so proud and great to see Techstars represented that we started to manage Startup Week, Startup Weekends, all this stuff. And then we grow up and understand that the next thing is accelerators. And again, we didn't have in that time accelerators. And yeah, but who could manage that accelerator? We have to bring at least one to manage that and grow up again. And in the next phase, there is business angels or investors. Again, we have rich people, but they don't have understanding of how to do that. And what I understand that there is no enough already, because now there is something, but it's not enough understanding, and that it's a shortage of talents. And when I mean talent, I mean the talent, even entrepreneurs are talents that have to understand and have a few hard, soft skills that have to manage things. And in that time, I understand that as Startup Moldova, it's ready to move forward. And I am also ready to grow up on a new thing.
Super. Thank you, and thank you for staying with us and growing with us together in the ecosystem. Traian, besides the fact that you are the only man here, so in this case we really should not be complaining about the gender equality because we really have the woman power. And this is, by the way, for those who are foreigners, this is a thing that we have in Moldova because we have many ladies being in charge of IT, ICT, Moldova IT Park, ATIC, Innovate Moldova, a lot of organizations where we have women in power, which is very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Traian, so that was the entrance to you.
I want to congratulate myself for being the only man on stage.
Okay, so tell us what else is different at XY Partners.
Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Traian, I'm the founder of XY Partners. We launched the organization in 2019. We did many accelerator programs together with TechWell, with FTA, UN Women, so we're focusing on helping startups not die. So that's our main aim. So remember Mike's graph, which was here, there was like the startup's life and there was a big jump down, which was the death valley, right? So that's what I see every day. I've seen lots of deaths, I've seen lots of companies dying and lots of ideas dying. And XY became an expert on how to increase your probability of not dying. So actually what we're trying all the time to do is to make the founders not quit. So we help them register the company as soon as possible, because when they feel they have a registered company, they are like less inclined to quit. We published articles about them, so they have a moral thing of not actually failing. We're trying to find co-founders to them, so they have a moral obligation to stay in a team with somebody. So we're trying everything to do to bring the startup from zero to that point when they have money in their bank and they're going to Europe and US. So it's not a very pretty job at all, but as you will notice during the pitches today, 4 out of the 10 companies pitching are beneficiaries and graduates of our programs, and I think it speaks a bit about what we're doing here. I have a message for the startups or startup founders who are right now in the stage. Please look for Click School and Unde, and they are live, and Delhi, and ask them about working with XY. And I think that's the only thing that matters at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Traian. I would like to turn as well to Oksana. Oksana is the last one speaking now, but Oksana is also representing an initiative that is very niched and is very focused. So compared to the other acceleration and other programs, FinTech Hub is strictly focused on the FinTech initiatives, on the FinTech community. You are coming as a project from TechWell. Can you tell us a bit more why FinTech community?
Yes, well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here, and good day, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today and representing the FinTech Hub, which basically is, as you've mentioned, a part of the TechWell family. FinTech Hub aims to support, to encourage and increase the knowledge about the FinTech in the Republic of Moldova. So we believe that financial technologies and technologies for financial sector can bring change in shaping the businesses and shaping the startup ecosystem, because every day companies have to have deal something with financing, with technologies. At the same time, because the FinTech Hub is a quite new initiative, as you've mentioned, in April we're celebrating our first year in Moldova. It's a cooperation between the academia, between the association, IT association, and with the stakeholders, USAID, Sweden, and other partners as well, the commercial banks. And what I would like to say is that as a part of this company, and like to mention here the slide of Mike, we are a type A, where we have the families, we have the partners, we have this feeling of being a part of a greater network. So the TechWell is created other hubs in regions, in Belt, in Comrat, in Traclia, in Cahul, here in Chisinau. And indeed, we believe that through the hubs, through the training, education programs, workshops, through the incubation programs and acceleration programs we are having, we encourage not only the fintech, but edtech and other technological sectors as well. And so far, many people already went through the educational training and programs in schools. It was training and capacity building and workshops and international events for startups, for businesses willing to find out more. If I'll focus on the fintech, then fintech stories. We've managed to gather more than 500 people willing to hear more, to understand better how fintech industry is working in Moldova, and willing to find out more about that. We've initiated a fintech accelerator here to depict the fintech companies and initiatives as well. So, so far, this is what we are doing at fintech right now.
Super. So we have FinTech Hub, and then I want to give you just one more round of questions. And from FinTech, I want to go to Creative Tech. I think everyone in our community, at least in the Republic of Moldova, if you say Creative Tech, then you think about Yep Moldova, you think about Artcore, probably you're thinking about Viorica Cerbușca. Viorica, can you elaborate a bit more on the Creative Tech? What is special about it? I know that your vision is to actually place Moldova or present Moldova as a creative tech nation. How did you get to that? Why did you believe in it?
Back to 2017, I was in Israel. And they were so proud that Israel is a startup nation. And also at that course, we had mentors from Singapore. And they were told to us that Singapore is the next talent nation. Ukraine was the next tech nation. And who is Moldova? So being in Artcore every day, I see how many people we have, how many talents and how many creative people we have, and I'm sure that with the support of our partners, with FTA project, with Doina, that we can become the next creative nation. And in order to do this, we need, of course, to invest in different programs, to invest in different activities, to invest in our startups. And that's why we launched the first creative acceleration program in Artcore and with Yep Moldova. We had more than 100 ideas in our first batch. Now we are working with 50 ideas, and next week we will select probably the best 10, and we will work with them. In June, we will have the demo day, so I'm inviting you to this, to be part of our demo day, to be part and to invest in our creative startups, in our Createch. I really think that we have great potential because Moldova is one of the most talented countries, I can say this for sure. Please come in Artcore and I'll show you tomorrow. I'll show you tomorrow with Ornella and with Tal. We will have a great also workshop. We are the next creative nation.
Super. That's the approach. That's the approach. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, Viorica. Actually, tomorrow we have a range of satellite events that will be happening in different locations in Chisinau, so make sure to check the agenda. It's on the same QR code that you can scan on on your badges. Aliona, you said a bit of things about the Traction program. The traction program that you are launching right now is actually something quite new for our market. Tell us a bit about the fact, why did you decide now as DreamUps to come up with this? Is it because you as an organization are ready for it, or is it because the market already is grown enough, or the ecosystem and the startups are ready for a traction program?
Yes, I remember some founders which graduated from our idea stage accelerators, they were upset with us after a while. They were like, no, we are not actually helping us because we grew until we launched and now we don't have actually your help anymore. We're not mentored by anybody. We don't know how to scale because startups to build is very difficult wherever in the world. In Moldova is also very difficult and we don't have successes, very many successes yet. So we understood that we have to do it. It's what our founders have to need and they ask us to develop. And this is how, yes, we put together and we are working quite a long time on the concept because we want it to be competitive regionally and even globally. And our first pilot is finally launched. We want to gather together 10 most promising and bright startups from Moldova in our first pilot project and accelerator of 6 months. And to tell you a bit more about what we want to do is we want to take 10 startups and we want to offer them 25K euro investment in exchange for a range of 5 to 10K equity. And we want to work with them very closely to set up custom goals, to set up custom sessions. They will have co-working space, they will have incubation space, they will work full time, and they will have also 1 to 3K budget from a grant, from a partner to experiment with marketing strategies. And also they will have one-to-one mentor sessions, and they will have resident mentors who will work with them on different aspects of their business. And 35 plus guests, which are investors, which are experts, which will help them with sharing experience, with sharing knowledge, and help them scale in at least one more country. So if you are a founder from Moldova, or you have a co-founder from Moldova, and you have an MVP, and probably best, you have some sales already, join us because we need you, and we are looking for the best of you.
Super. Another call to action. Thank you. Mary, I want you to touch one more topic. That's the product management. I think very many people heard about the product management conference that you ran a couple of months ago. The buzz was all over the social media, at least my social media, everyone was talking about it. There were huge efforts invested from the local IT organizations. ITIC was working on it a lot to develop the ecosystem of the IT industry in general. Then we have now Moldova IT Park, which is a super force, and we see the IT industry booming. And now what everyone understands is that, okay, we have IT, and we are doing a lot of outsourcing, and now we would like to focus more on developing products and being proud of our own products. So product management, from what I know, is one of the products that you at Technovator have. What is that?
Thank you, Natalia, for such a description. I mean, it's meaning a lot. Yes, even yesterday we had a great meetup, and I see here Gennady. Thank you for yesterday's session, describing what product managers means in Moldova and what is the portrait of product managers. Now, until 1 year from the start, from the developing this community. And of course, why it happens and why we are doing this? Because IT industry is full enough with outsourcing projects, but mainly all the product owners or the people are taking decisions are in London or in US. And we had this vision to change that. So, and speaking of Mike's presentation, when you are talking with startups, there are two questions. What is your product and where is your traction? And I will tell you about these two things as initiatives from our Technovator portfolio. So about product management, and speaking of that type of talent, there is a huge need of understanding the customers, the market size, and all these things that are always very superficial. And we wanted to change that through people, through including our projects. And we are proud to have for now 300 plus people, active enthusiasts in this market, comparing with, I mean, just 20 people that have been at our first initiatives. And yes, conference was as a proof of concept, let's say, that it's an interest. Another thing that I want to mention as a second part about tracking, we also have few people that have been involved in different accelerators, initiatives, local and international. And speaking of positioning of Moldova and growing local talents, that's great, but it's a super minuscule market. It's so small that we even can't grow up here. And now we wanted to take our market as EAP market, meaning countries from Eastern Partnership, Moldova, including Moldova, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia. And we want to move forward with our brains, with our talents, and having our already methodology of working and adapting this methodology to these startups and SMEs, calling business tracking. So if here or there is a startup or accelerator programs that are looking for group mentorship, group coaching, we are ready to help.
Another call to action, amazing. Speaking about the what next, Traian, can you tell us what is next for XY Partners? What you have told us about, from what we know as well, when you are going to the offices of the XY Partners, there are always startups around. It feels like you are basically one family. You are going together with them to open their bank accounts and the company accounts, like to register the company. So it feels like this is a boutique organization and you are really connected to your startups. Is this the vision that you want to make as your identity, or what are your plans for the future?
Great question. What are the plans? The plans is to help Click School raise a round. The plan is to help Unde.io to raise a round. So as well to help VR Live and Delhi.io. So the plan is actually to continue helping the teams and the companies that went through our programs and to be with them as much as they need. Just some statistics. In all our programs, we got 3,000 applications, 3,000 startup ideas. We worked with 254 companies. And out of these 254 companies, only 50 are still operating and active, and out of these 50 who are still operating and active, around 15 who are doing exceptionally well. So that's like the statistics, and that's like the numbers we're playing with. And what's next is helping our bunch of 15 startups get successful, and then try to do as much as possible to not get any more funding from donor organizations and to create a sustainable ecosystem where the startup founders exit, invest back into the community, and so on and so forth. So that's like what we really want. Sorry, donors and dear partners, but on the long term,
I think this is actually the donor organization's wish, is that to see us sustainable. I think usually this is one of the biggest parts that we have to justify when we are applying for a grant, is to say that, you know, like in a year or in 2 or in 3, we will somehow be able to sustain ourselves. And I'll just jump here with one more comment, because this is for me very interesting. I get calls, Zoom calls from accelerators in the US, from Canada, from Luxembourg recently, trying to sell me their programs. So I was thinking, like, what an amazing mindset those accelerators have, because they are no longer thinking, or maybe they are not thinking only in terms of raising the funds from somewhere, from some institutions, but they are thinking in terms of, okay, this is also part of my business. How can I sell? And maybe I can even sell to the country like Moldova. Why not? If they have startups, maybe those startups can join our accelerator. So it was like a bit of eye-opening move that I saw being repeatedly done. Oksana, FinTech Hub, what is next for you? What do you plan after almost a year of activity?
Well, basically, we want to move forward with the complex approach. So we want to give the knowledge, the resources, and the space for the companies to develop, for the FinTech industry companies to develop their cut-end products. And again, Mike, so we have coffee, we have Wi-Fi, we have a space, and we have the people to support them. What we want to do is, we also went through the programs we're already initiated to make sure we bring innovation, we are inclusive, and also we make sure nobody is left behind. And when I say nobody is left behind, I speak about businesses, about innovative businesses, but also about classical businesses. And what we want to do is move forward and merge the financial and technology sectors and make them work together and bring the innovative solutions, technological solutions that can be used not only by the tech companies, but also by classical companies and also by population to assure the principles I've just mentioned before. Also, what's next? So next, we are planning to have a series of training, both for IT specialists and financial specialists to generate their working together and initiatives in FinTech. And also we're planning to have the FinTech Future Conference in April to bring at the same table the stakeholders and the enthusiasts and startups to find more about the innovations, about the changes and about the novelties in this area. And also having the academia joining us to speak more about data science, about artificial intelligence, and how that can be used in the FinTech industry. It's already used, and we have to also use them.
Catch up. We need to catch up, and we need to actually set some great examples.
Exactly.
Thank you very much for being part of this panel. Tal, we are actually 6 minutes ahead, just like you asked me to be on time. But before we move on, actually, you can step down the stage so that the guys can clear the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you. One more thing which I would like to mention, and that's the thing that we intentionally left for a little later, just to take 1 or 2 minutes to speak about it. This event is really happening thanks to the support of a whole village. This is not just Startup Moldova organizing, this is not just the speakers or just the investors or just the founders who made it here. We have in our backs, behind our backs, we have some strong institutions, companies, startups that have chosen to support our event and to make it possible. First of all, this event is organized with the support of the organization Innovate Moldova, behind which we have USAID mission, we have Sweden in Moldova, and we have UK Aid. And I really would like to thank them deeply for the support that they gave us. We also have the support of European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and the program Central European Initiative. We will have their representatives on stage today as well, so we will speak more details about it. But besides this, we also have a range of sponsors that now are really parts of our family, basically. We have Orange Systems, we have XOR, that is one of our startups, one of the startups that will be today on stage and actually sharing their great story with us. So I'm actually super happy that we have startups that can be already on the side of our partners, of our sponsors, and not only participates in the programs and accelerators of our community. And also we have a range of partners that are super important to us. By the way, Startup Moldova was founded by the Association of the ICT Companies in Moldova, and that's the first partner that we also have for this event. We have Moldova IT Park, again, an amazing institution that is supporting the development of the IT ecosystem in Moldova, and they are also our partner. We have Starnet, a company that probably everyone in Moldova knows, and we have Langley, that is another startup from Moldova that is, again, not only a startup, they will be pitching today on stage, by the way, but they are also grown enough to be our partners. So thank you very much for everyone for the attention to the panel of the community. Thanks a lot to our partners, supporters for their support, and we look forward to continue now. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have one more chair to take off. Listen, first of all, I want to thank those of you who tag and take videos, and I'm telling you, we are creating more and more interest. I can tell you from my social network, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, yes, you know, I'm not on Tinder, but everywhere else you can find me. It's really working for us. People are reacting, and as I told you, people are asking, what's going on in Moldova? And this is thanks to you. Please continue doing that. Whomever is here, tag them. Second of all, I want to say to this panel, I met these guys in 2019. They look like a bunch of kids. And I see them now, and I'm sitting here and listening, and I'm saying to myself, oh my God. So first of all, again, a round of applause for this panel, because these guys, all of them, really, we need them so much. You can dance, okay. You can show the slide of our next speaker as well. So continue tagging photos and putting videos. Second of all, know that now I can tell you, you have people here that know how to run the show. What we need is potential, and right after the next speaker, you will see the potential here. So, who doesn't know Techstars? I would say everyone, so I would like to invite here to the floor Ahmed Sufyan Bayram. He's in charge of EMEA, right? Manager of Techstars, with good energy and good vibe. The floor is yours, buddy. Good luck.
Working? Not yet. Is it? Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for joining us, all of you, today. So yeah, as it says, my name is Ahmad. I'm EMEA region manager for Techstars. If you don't know Techstars, it's worldwide networks. We help entrepreneurs succeed. We help entrepreneurs from idea stage, is very, very early on, through programs like Startup Weekend, till we go to the IPO, through pre-accelerator program, Fountain Catalyst, and also an accelerator programs worldwide that we try to help. Throughout our start, 15 years ago, we currently operate in 48 accelerator programs, and then we help hundreds of startups all around the world, and thousands of startups around the world. We currently consider as a #1 early stage investors by investing 800 startups every single year. We're going to talk more how we can get access into Techstars accelerator programs, how you can apply, what our selection criteria, how we can come in and invest in you. But just gives you that's like a little bit grab on what we do and the impact that we're trying to do around the world. We currently operate in 42 different cities. All of those cities come together in terms of building an accelerator programs. It's a model where the startups can apply and go into three months of very intense trainings, also receiving investing, meeting mentors, getting access to network to be able to help and scale their business. This is where the word accelerations come from. Why I'm here to talk to you more about the economic growth. We all here, everybody here is looking for something, if economic growth. More particularly, we look into more how we can improve productivities, how we can increase productivities in our cities and become the creative nations, how we can commercialize innovation and bring those talented people into something useful for our community, something useful for our society that everyone can use, how we can create more jobs, and how we can create more companies through those jobs. And I came here to tell you that one of the answers for that is entrepreneurship. That's why we are here. That's why entrepreneurship has become a buzz, because it's a very important tool to reach this economic growth that we look for. In every cities where we operate in, we lived in, and everyone is looking for unicorns. Unicorns are a very important creature in ecosystem. It's very much important in every ecosystem. Everyone in this room, when we show pictures of unicorn, they think of three things. They either want to create one, and I want to found startups, and I want to found a unicorn. Or either say, I want to invest in one, I want to look and find a unicorn and invest in one. Or either they say, I want to host one. I'm an ecosystem supporter. Where my presentation talked about how you can find one and how you can create your own unicorn. Later in the sessions, we talked about how we can invest in one and how you can find those unicorns and invest in them. I'm here to talk about the third part, how we can create one, how we can make Moldova in the map of creating more unicorns. When we looked into hundreds of ecosystems around the place, we visited so many locations, we found in Texas 5 different ingredients of building a strong ecosystem. There's only 5 things. If we do it very well, we will be able to bring those creatures to us. Which is something very much important for us to learn, that entrepreneurs, they do look into what kind of startup they want to do, what's the problem they want to tackle, who's going to be the talent. But also something very much important for them to decide on from early on, where are we going to do it? Where is going to be our locations? Where is the host of us? Where this is an ecosystem? Because entrepreneurs, they cannot work alone. There are creatures, depends on support, depends on the support of the ecosystem in general. So every city is here, they want to host an ecosystem required to have this healthy ecosystem. And those are what I'm going to here to talk about, those 5 ingredients. Those are the secret sauce of building a startup ecosystem, and we're going to provide some tips, some solutions with the 5 minutes remaining from my time today. Foremost, definitely a talent. For an entrepreneur, talent is very much important. Not just the talent that I have in the ecosystem, but also how easy for me to bring a talent from outside. No startups can start without having this innovation mind that's been there. They can be able to access the new people with the new technologies, understanding. They are creative minds. They have all this accessibility for people. So we start to see an ecosystem create a flexible labor market. We start to see a lot of startup visas that can help us also attract the talents from outside. There's a lot of support in universities in terms of how we can train people to become more educated in high-tech topics like in AI, or teach them about the blockchain, or teach them about new advanced technologies and deep tech. How start to promote co-working spaces, diversity that can help bring those talents, all of them together, and support and work in all these places. Second, density. We heard about a lot today about the cluster. Creativity is just embark when you get great minds linked together. When you have a talented thinker with a talented maker, this is where the magic happens. And those people, they just randomly meet on the street. They need places, they need this density that comes in one place, the cluster where they can meet and then collaborate and start support. And that's exactly where we see a lot of support coming from creating this cluster, the creative house that happening. Places like we are here today is very much important. How we can turn this physical space that all of us together into a cluster that we meet, we network, we talk. How we can build a network with the mentors, with the investors. How we can support all of that. Cities start to look into this as very much important for them in terms of attract people. When entrepreneurs come just on a round trip to visit the city, they know where to go to find all of the network and the support they're looking for. Thirdly, it's culture. Usually a lot of people miss this. There's entrepreneurship, without the culture, entrepreneurship cannot survive. And when we say culture, not just the entrepreneurship culture, the ability to take the risk, but also to accept failures. So there's a number of criteria that we need to look for, how we can highlight entrepreneurs as a role model. Who are the most important entrepreneurs that people can look for and they want to become in the future? Those are the ones that we're creating, and we need to spotlight on and try to understand them and try to work on them. How we can accept failure as a part of the learning process. It's a very hard job to start a business. 90% of startups that fail to a certain extent. So we need to accept that. If we fail often, fail fast, and then create again and do it again in order to reach the success that we're looking for. How we can promote job for the startup. For some early stages ecosystem, working for a startup considered in the society as, oh, you have no job. Where in some other societies, it's considered you have the most important job that is there. So that's kind of understanding and culture that we look for. Fourth, capital. This is a lot of entrepreneurs that look for it. They just focus on, they're looking for it, how we can access the capital. Capital is not just access to the money, which is very much important, but also the most important is access to smart money. How we can access the smart capital in terms of to create an incentive for people to invest in the startups, make it easier for them, make it culturally more accepted from getting individuals as an angel investors to invest more in the startups and reach out to the smart capital in the market. Last but not least, regulatory environmental. What's the policies that there in the cities that can help me easy working on the startups? And we spend a lot of time on that because there's a lot of activities that government and organizations can take to make it easier for the startup to work on and to succeed. Just to mention very quickly, what's the tax policies? How easy for me to do a business? If I want to register a company, is that going to take me a lot of paperwork and visit five, six different government facilities just to register my company? How easy for me to access loans? How is it for flexible to on access to copyright, to protect my startups, to protect my team, be able to bring people in, to support the research and development? Governments and policies play a major role in terms of supporting and boosting all the startups. 5 of them together are the secret sauce for everyone who would like to build a startup ecosystem. You look into the talent, you just make sure those talents are connected with a great density, build a culture of entrepreneurship, try to attract capital, especially the smart capital, and build an environment that can host and bring startups together. And hopefully throughout today, there will be discussions that taps into all those 5 ingredients that coming all together. With time, my time comes to close. I'll thank you so much. Hopefully we'll connect throughout the event. Thank you.
Yeah, probably you look at your moderator. I'm here. Didn't go. Okay, moving on to our startup lineup. You still see me. So what we will do now is we will call several startups, but I need the jury. Do we see them here? The investors are here? Okay, so just to introduce, first of all, our investors sitting here. Well, the format will be like this. Startups will come here one after the other. They will have 3 minutes to pitch, and then they will have additional 3 minutes of an amazing feedback from the investors. So this is how it's going to play, but they need your support. So clapping, whistling, wowing, everything is acceptable in this part of the show. Right after this, we go for lunch. Yes? Or we don't go? Sorry, we have another panel, and then we go. So still, bear with us. We will test the waters with you after the pitching. So, the startups are here, and they're super excited. We have 5 of them to begin with. But as I said, we'll speak about, first of all, to introduce you our investors. So, Dennis is here. Yes. Okay, Dennis is here from Horizon Capital. Adrian, yeah, growth partner at Venture Thrive. Razvan is here. Yes, we have Startup Wise guys in the room. And Dan is not here, I think. No? No, okay. Okay, so I would like to call our first presenter to stage. Okay, that would be Tatiana from Sonar Music. Tatiana, are you here with us? Yes, so Tatiana is coming here. Please take your place on stage. We will run the 3 minutes time for you. Okay, so again, a round of applause. Good luck, Tatiana. Make your best. Sonar Music, please start.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tatiana and I represent Sonar Music. So, yeah, I can see it now. So, our device is a small wearable gadget that allows the swimmers to listen to the songs, audiobooks, and podcasts underwater. So the problem that the swimmers have right now is that they often get bored because of the same swim training routine. They have boring swimming workouts, and because of this, they face lack of motivation and focus, and existing solutions are uncomfortable. So here's our solution. Our device is a small puck that can be placed anywhere on the swimmer's head, usually under the swimming cap, or including the special clip which can be placed on the goggles. It works on bone conduction technology, doesn't have any wires and headphones, is fully waterproof and comfortable to wear. In today's market, we have identified 15 music players designed specifically for swimmers. And as you can see, our design and technical specifications and the price make our device the best option on the market today. Our team is a team with a strong motivation to bring swimming innovations to the world. And the main thing that it's not our first experience, and we already have a successful launch product on the US, American, and Asian market. And it means that we know how to do it. We know how to manufacture, develop, validate, launch, and sell a product worldwide. We have been working with these suppliers and manufacturers for more than 2 years, and it means that we get the best prices. Our manufacturing cost is $30, our sales price is $89, and our retail price is $119. And as you can see, there are 216 million people that swim regularly, and it is our total addressable market. Our go-to-market strategy is simple. We are going to work with usual B2C sales, running ads campaigns, influencer strategy, and B2B sales. And by the way, we already have 35 potential distributors who are ready to work with us. Our main segments are swimmers, triathletes, water sports athletes, and kids. Our distributors will be swim shops worldwide, and we already have some connections, and we are going to work with marketplaces like Swim Outlet, Decathlon, and Amazon, and we already have experience of working with them, and we have already started. Here is our timeline, and we started to work on Sonar Music from 2022. We started from product validation, first sales, distributors, customers interviews. Now we are at the final stage of development, so we plan to finish it by the end of March, and it means that in April we are going to start the manufacturing process. In June we will get the first batch ready in our warehouse, and we'll start shipping in July. By the way, we started a pre-order campaign last week, and we have got 80 pre-orders during only 1 week from 17 different countries. Yeah. And we definitely can do it because we already have launched Sonar Music. We launched it in 2022, and we sold 1,200 pieces during only the first year, and 6,000 pieces were manufactured. Now we are looking for investments, and we need 2,050K, and we are going to spend it on product launch, on marketing platforms test, team growth, and needed certifications to launch the product. Thank you, and help us bring innovation to the swimming world.
Well done. Well done. Thank you, Tatiana. Please, our investors, you want to throw money now or?
Thanks a lot for the presentation. I could say that your product is simply beautiful. And, you know, my small advice for the future pitches would be elaborate more about your market in terms of money, so that we have, you know, some perception on how much revenues you could gain, I don't know, in 2, 3, 5 years. And also maybe your vision beyond this product, so maybe some adjacent categories, because we as investors, we love to invest in companies that think big. So maybe you could, you know, apply your technology to some other adjacent categories. But I could say that it was really, really good, and the product is just beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind you guys it was 3-minute speech. Okay? Please.
I know, there's plenty there, lots to improve, and that's amazing. But congrats for the presentation first. From my side, on the problem slide, try to correlate that with the impact that the problem is having. Bring up some numbers on that, because it's important.
Absolutely.
What else? I noted a couple of things here. Let's see. On some of the slides you had a bit too much text, so when you do a 3-minute presentation, keep it simple, show the passion in the delivery, make eye contact with the people, and just put it out there with courage, bravery is needed. More of it, not that you didn't have it. In the traction angle, I think you touched upon it a couple of times. It felt scattered around the presentation. So I understood that you had a couple of distributors already on board. You had the previous version of the product which you've sold. So try to put that in a cohesive way and make it punchy. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, definitely. Congratulations, Tatiana, on the product. If I was a swimmer, I would pre-order one right now. I would say that I agree absolutely with what they've said so far. And the thing that's missing for me, I think, is your story, or you and your co-founders. Are you swimmers? Aha. Mm-hmm. So something to kind of bring it home to the team and how you personally experienced the problem, or how your co-founder experienced the problem, and what this would mean in terms of metrics to improve his experience, his performance, or so forth. So to really kind of personalize it, because the presentation itself is quite technical in terms of the look and feel, and also how you deliver it. So that would maybe give it a little bit more punch. But overall, I think it's a very exciting product, and congratulations for coming so far.
Well done. Thank you.
Just a bit more, 20 seconds left. Mm-hmm. Be very careful on the certification angle there. When investors will be asking you, hey, what certifications are needed there, come up with a good answer in terms of, hey, this is how much it will cost, this how much time it will take us to get it.
Sorry, last but not least, something a little bit further into the tech would be good to hear.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. So you all heard the startups, but not just a startup. When you go to a job interview, when you go on dating, you need storytelling. You need to connect a good story with whatever you present here. That is super essential. Thank you for the remarks and feedback. Moving on, our next presenter, Sergey from MyID, is going to be online presenting. So we're supposed to see him right about now. You see him? Okay, so look at the screen. Sergey, floor is yours, 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. So let's start with my ID presentation. Digital transformation is a synonym of let's do business online, right? And business online is equal with the challenge to find with whom you're doing the business. And most of the companies solve this issue by investing in old solutions and repeating same mistakes, like, for example, building online complex form and asking client to fill it over and over, or forcing him to make a photocopy of some paper document and then use expensive services, or even hire a specialist which will just validate this image. This is wrong, and all lead to problems such as time, privacy, high cost, and low conversion rates. Solution which we bring today is decentralized self-certain identity platform by MyID, which will allow to users to save a lot of time and frustration during their onboarding process and interaction with the business. And for the business, we provide solution, KYC solution, efficient one, and by connecting multiple companies from different industries in one ecosystem, we will allow them to monetize the client data in a legal way. Well, how we achieve that? We develop a digital wallet where clients will store verifiable data insights, such as, for example, client or bank ID, reusable KYC profile, or even a club membership, and use this data to prove their identity. For the business, we develop tools and services which will allow them to identify and check efficiently and pass efficiently the KYC process to their clients, and the best way even to issue verifiable data to them. And not at least, we expect to offer a white label solution for the governments and other companies which plan to use the full power of verifiable credentials in their business process. In Moldova, we consider that we have indirect competition, but in the rest of the world, there are a couple. And the key point, the difference between them and us is that we focus decentralized, which reduce the cost. And as well, we build the specific business use cases where integration will be just plug and play. European market size is estimated at 85 billion, and with a service accessible market is 3 billion, and which we will target in the beginning at 0.5% of that. This is a couple of our current partners and clients, which generated around 180,000 of processed profiles. Our team is passionate and has a huge experience in building custom solutions in fintech and blockchain sector. For more details, please check our website, and I will be very happy to chat with you and to show how easy can be onboarding and process and data sharing with our solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Please, investors.
Thank you for your presentation. My first advice would be to elaborate more about your business model. So who are your customers and how you're going to earn your revenues. And so I think this, like the main piece of advice would be from my side.
Okay, thank you. The business models related to it was for the SaaS, for the business, and B2B, I mean, but B2C is a freemium model, which I mentioned it in the on the top.
I meant more, you know, about what's like the unit cost, what's your price model, so something like this.
Numbers.
Numbers.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I would say I'd like to hear a little bit more about the cost of the problem or the size of the problem. What exactly is the pain and how does that translate for the businesses that you're going to be selling to? And on a couple of the slides, I would take out some of the text because I know online it's very, very difficult to not read your slides. But we can see you and hear you, and we can also see the slides and fill in the blanks there. So we'd rather hear more coming out of you and let our brains go at the same time. But definitely size the problem a little bit.
Okay, so I understood. Okay, I will focus on that. The problem is that, you know, traditional KYC, make photos, fill the forms. This is the problem. Why we should not use the verifiable data, which is now growing, and interaction, which already client has with the business existing one, so the business can issue some data about him in the wallet. So
what I'm referring to is more about how do your customers express the pain of the current solutions? In other words, does it cost them time? Does it cost them money? And what exactly are those costs? Because that'll quantify the market for me.
Again, numbers.
Hey, thanks, Razvan here from Startup-Wise, guys. Fully agree with what our previous jurors have said. Again, metrics on the problem, the numbers, put numbers on that. Be careful when you pitch online, you need to convey maybe even more energy and get our attention. So try your position, switch it, be standing, find the right way to do it. That's one tip from my end. You had a bit too much text on the slide there. You also, when you explained the business model, you didn't go too much in depth there. At some point, you had a slide which was saying B2G. That one, you will get picked on that because people will want to know when is that happening and what's your primary business model. So on which one you will focus in the first year, let's say, of your business. I think that's critical. So be able to differentiate in between your models and which one is the primary one and which one is the money maker in the first year and a half of your business.
I put them sorry.
Let's see. Yeah, on the traction slide, you didn't even stay for 5 seconds on it. Why? If you don't stay 5 seconds on one slide, don't even bother having it there.
Okay,
yeah,
that's that.
Thank you.
Okay, round of applause here. We're done. Thank you so much. Word of advice to startups. You should have yourself a mindset understanding that when you talk to investors, you need to speak money language. They are not impressed with slides or nice photos and a lot of words. They want to hear the money. So since this is the second presentation, these remarks come, startups, when you present a problem, it must end with money on the table. So the solution that you're offering is taking all this money into the pocket, not of yours, of the investors. Just remember again, it's about talking money, finance, numbers. This is what investors want to hear, and it is not easy to do that. I'm telling you, it's not just a way of practice, it's actually understanding your business to be able to do that. So you end a problem with money. Your solution first is taking the money from the table. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Catalina is in the room? Carolina, sorry. So Carolina, Click School. Floor is yours. Please take center. Yeah, take center. Sergey doesn't want to go. Sergey, okay, done. Stand center.
Don't move.
You'll see your presentation and timer. Please, good luck.
As of 2021, we have 40 million shortage in IT talent, and this will double by 2030. And on top of it, the available education right now doesn't respond to the real needs of the companies. When we were interviewing IT companies from Moldova, we found out that they build their own internship programs to re-educate the candidates. It takes 6 months for a new hire to become profitable and 5,000 euros for a company to get there. And then we have people that want to reconvert to IT. We have this pool of people that want to start a new career, but the available courses right now might be very expensive for them, up to 20,000 euros. And Click School trains people to start an IT career and enables companies to easily locate the desired candidate. Together with the IT companies, we build 4 months part-time courses that are taught live online by senior engineers. We are the first school that simulates an agile working environment, making our candidates profitable in 2 months versus the 6 months average on the market. And we also offer a full cycle career mentorship. Our students pay us 14% after graduation and after they get employed, and company pay annual membership to have availability of a candidate, the pool candidate that we offer. Until now, we had 700 applications, 300 interviews. We chose 45 students and enrolled them in 3 different cohorts. The first group graduated with 12 people and 5 got employed easily. By 2025, we project a revenue of 900,000 euros, 648 paying students, and 60 company agreements. The cost per acquisition today for Moldova and Romania for 1 student is 110 euros, and we have a monthly recurring revenue of 600 euros. We looked at our competitions, if they offer full cycle mentorship of employment and how accessible they are. Click School is not only the most affordable financially and time-wise, but we also develop courses together with the companies, so they are targeted to the specific needs of the companies. But the biggest difference is the team. I'm Carolina. I come with 7-year experience from startups. Together with Oля, who has 10 years experience in project management, we used to develop other companies. The idea didn't validate, but we validated as a team. After this, Andrei joined from UK and developed the curricula together with the companies. Andrei is a senior engineer in Great Britain. And from Romania, Anna joined our team to lead the marketing department. We are looking for 2023 to scale and expand. And we are raising 100,000 euros, and we have a commitment of 45Ks. So let's sum up. Click School trains people to start an IT career with the right company, and then we enable the companies to identify easily the right candidate. We have a market opportunity of 8 million students, or 120 billion euros. We bootstrapped 11 months ago. We opened in Moldova and Romania, and in 2023, you'll see us in Serbia and Armenia. We raised 45,000 euros. Let's connect.
Thank you, Carolina.
Thank you, Tal.
Stand center.
Stay in center.
Thanks, Carolina. Great job. Very exciting to see lots of numbers up there. My question, or the question that came to mind for me, has to do with the model that you use where you're actually teaching online courses with mentors and live people, and how you can scale that process, because once you're operating at scale, obviously the training needs to scale as well. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about your plans, not just to bring in clients, but also to bring in the other partners in your particular ecosystem. Otherwise, great job.
Thank you. I can
Sure.
let you a little bit know. We are developing our own learning management system, and all of the theoretical part is pre-recorded, and the students get it and they teach it themselves. And then when they connect, what they do from the first lesson, they start to write the code, and they do all of the practice, so they simulate a working environment with different roles. So the role of a mentor there is rather being a client who wants a product, so the team develops it together, so it's very interactive on both ways. And we also teach languages that are spoken worldwide as JavaScript. So it's very easy to scale with recordings or like the theoretical part that we already build in our learning management system, and having companies also offer their senior engineers to train the team.
Carolina, big thanks. I think it was a great presentation, especially for 3 minutes. If you would have more time, I would like to elaborate more about your competition and how you gonna sustain your competitive advantage, because you know, in this market, it's very important that you have long-lasting competitive advantage in order to gain a big market share. But only if we would have more time. For 3 minutes was great. Thank you.
Absolutely, thanks.
Thanks so much. We are going to see each other, I think,
yes,
a bit later,
at
so have a
1:30.
meeting, more feedback then. But overall, well done on the problem metrics, you know, your numbers. Well done on the team slide, and well done on the sum up. That was a good bonus to have. What I would like to see a bit more, maybe elaborate or stay more on the business modeling slide. And I think it has been said, elaborate more on how you will operate at scale, because this might lead others to believe that you are an agency, but you want to be a startup. So how do you mitigate that risk? Have a good argument for that. Overall, I think it was a good one. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For those of you who hear over and over the term business model, simply saying this is how, the question is how you're going to make money. That's your business model. For investors, it translates how you're going to give us our money back. Again, speaking money, that is very important. You should stand here and know not just how you're going to make money, who you're going to make money out of. You need to know your users. You are all users of WhatsApp, you don't pay, but you need to know your customers, the one who will pay. When you speak about a market, you should speak about the general market, which is nice, not interesting at this point. Your addressable one is much more interesting. So simply saying investors want to know that you just know the business, but you know also how to execute what you're saying. That is very important, and I think so far the presentations are very nice. We're continuing on, so I would like to call Anton from We Are Live. Okay, stage is yours. Just a second. I see you have a lot of energy, good. We're going to drain it out of you in a second. Guys, when you're ready.
I can dance.
I know, no, I know you don't need a presentation, but we're trying to be nice. Hello, help. Aiuto.
I can use this time as a bonus. I can start.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's not mine, but still, yeah, I can see the other presentation there. I can talk about the guys. Okay, a great project. So I thought you all bought the tickets. This is not my presentation.
I need to tell them Unde is his presentation. Unde is where, to those of you who don't speak Romanian. But
Actually, I can do any. So, because I've been at the rehearsal, so I can speak for other projects as well, but I don't want to steal their words. Oh, this looks like mine.
It looks okay.
The timer is not mine so far.
Don't watch the timer, they will fix it. Go, just start.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Anton from VeriLive, the virtual tours creation tool. So people were lazy even before COVID, but COVID made us even more lazy. And now before going somewhere, we want an online visit first. So, and how can we be attracted there as an online visit? Photos? Well, not that good. Virtual experiences? Great, because you can sit on your chair, enjoy your tea or coffee, and watch the virtual experience, and this increases the probability of your positive decision. So we've created VeriLive, where you can take your photos, create the spheres out of those photos, then create the virtual tours, embed the tours everywhere, link e-commerce, add the floor plans, add info spots, add link spots, like everything there, share it on the PCs, tablets, phones, VR glasses, or social media. Well, our main customers are the property owners who want to showcase their real estate. There are the real estate agencies who has lots of objects, and also the developers who want to showcase their properties, their objects, even before they've been built. So yeah, our serviceable and obtainable market is $60 million in US only. But we're focusing not only on the US market. Well, we want to be there with our subscription plans for different types of users, and they're quite flexible. Currently, we have more than 44,000 users already and have 5,000 active users and more than 1,000 of paying users, main of them being the real estate agents, restaurants, and hotels. So yeah, our yearly recurring revenue is $65,000, but we're growing now. So our main acquisition channels are Wix, the website builder with millions of users, and we have the monopoly in their plugins marketplace. So we're the only there who have the same service. Also, organic search. Our team is proficient both in tech and in business development, which helps us move forward faster in both directions. Currently, we bootstrapped the project with 85,000 euros, and now we are raising 400,000 euros. And also, thanks to Startup Wise guys, thanks to Razvan, thanks to your fund, your fund already committed 100,000 euros for us. And I'm here because our team is in Malaga right now in Startup Wise Guys Accelerator, and they took all the branded t-shirts. So yeah, I have to wear a random one. Sorry for that. Yeah, so with our funding, we want to go in two main directions, which is sales and marketing and developing the new features and having the new acquisition channels, growing our product and growing to the new markets. So thank you very much. You can scan the QR codes if you have a good zoom on your camera. Thank you very much.
Anton, thanks. My feedback would be elaborate more about your competition. So whether there are any other companies that do something in your field, because you address $60 million market, which is not very big, so it's very important to understand whether you're alone in this market or there are other competitors, or whether you have any vision beyond this 60 million market.
Yeah, thank you. As we had 3 minutes, I have to remove some slides. Sorry for that.
So my comment would be that you're prop tech, basically, right? This is set up as a prop tech solution, mostly? Yes. Property? Okay. Yes, right. So in the beginning, you sort of take me down the virtual tour. The word tour is kind of problematic for me because now I think we're conditioned to think about virtual tours after the pandemic, that is, of going to visit Moldova, going to visit Zimbabwe, going to visit someplace through the computer that I can't be a tourist as. So that's kind of where I thought you were going. And then when you sort of slightly pivoted into the prop tech, I understood it. But I would say just ditch that entire first part. We don't need it, and it doesn't tell me anything about the problem. And then again, I want to know what the problem is that these real estate agents have, because I know that there's a million solutions out there and other ways that they're solving it right now, whether it's just, shooting videos and popping them up. And then finally, where you see this service and this technology evolving. That would be something that would make it much more exciting for me in terms of, being able to appreciate, because real estate is very it's kind of a very sleepy market in a way, and definitely not super well known for adapting to technology very quickly. So if you have an idea where you want to take this, maybe it's going to integrate with smart contracts. Maybe there's going to be some kind of an innovation that we don't see right now, but you guys are thinking down the road. I'd love to hear about that.
Sure, I would add this for the next time. Thanks for that. And by the way, just to tell you that we created a project where we digitalized all the picturesque places in Moldova using our technology, and we have the separate website, which is, it's not a business project, but we just has been enthusiastic in this field. So we digitalized, we made the virtual tours over all the Moldovan nice places, and without monetizing this thing. Yeah, maybe we're stupid, I don't know, but still we're focused on the business here, and that was just for fun. Yeah, so, but you can use it in this case, in this field as well.
Anton, hey, congrats, you made it to Startup Wise, guys. First ever Moldovan startup in which we invest in, so woo, there's a sign. Well done. Look, you'll have plenty of training on many things during the accelerator, so just make the most out of it, especially on the pitch and the pitch delivery. You need it. This frankly felt a bit improvised, but I understand, no worries. The context felt a bit too long. Work more on the problem metrics. The business model was okay, you presented that one. Same as I told to the others, the 5-second rule per slide. You just breezed through some of those, like, okay, careful there. Yeah, otherwise, good one. I hope you are an inspiration for everyone here in the room and the startups of Moldova for the future. Thanks.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, as I told, I was not supposed to be on this stage, but the guys, they left me here and they went to Malaga to enjoy great fun.
Thank you. Before we move on, just again a word of advice. This is not a slide competition or a spitting of words competition. The only thing you can get here is just to create somewhat of an attraction between you and an investor or someone else here in the audience to start a discussion. So you need to be very attentive to problem and solution. If you are not presenting those two slides well, the rest is just not interesting. People sitting here, in general, have enough problems of their own. They don't need yours. They came to listen for solution, meaning technology. This is why we're here. Emphasize your technology, emphasize your solution. That's number one. But get the problem right, and I think from here you can push on. We're moving now for the last startup here of this cohort, Unde. Unde, where are you? Okay. Unde.io, Bogdan, floor is yours, your 3 minutes. Begin now. Good luck.
Hi to everyone.
Yeah, working.
Okay, now it's working. Hi to everyone. I hope you all got a smooth experience getting your tickets for the summit. We are Unde.io, and we're changing the game of event promotion. So one of the most important aspects when organizing events is the marketing and promotion process of it. But it's time-consuming and costly. Event organizers spend on average 12 hours a week and 1,000 euros a month for their marketing efforts. This includes creating a marketing plan, creating social media posts, email campaigns, and other tedious activities. We at Unde.io came up with an innovative solution that automates all of this. So in just one click, the organizer has everything he needs to reach his event goals. He can get AI-generated content for text and images for his posts, automate the email campaigns, and also write press releases. Also, the event organizers have access to an integrated dashboard with a CRM, marketing tools, analytics, and a ticket scanning app. So Unde.io streamlines the process of promoting events, saving organizers time and money while increasing their ticket sales. The competition is fierce, but we're the only one that focus on creating content and automating the marketing process. The event market is huge, with 65 billion worth of tickets sold worldwide in 2022. Our target market are event organizers with small and medium teams that focus on creating business and tech events, also recurring ones. In just Romania and Moldova, the revenue in the events ticket segment was 200 million, which means that just from the business and tech events, from the ticket sale commission alone, we can reach up to a revenue of 2 million euros. So our business model consists of two revenue streams, 7% for each ticket sold and a monthly recurring software as a service fee for having extended access to the platform functionalities. We've launched in September, already sold 2,000 tickets with 15 event organizers and also registered recurring revenue. We're preparing for a launch in Romania this summer, and also we're confident that we'll break even until the end of the year. Also, I'm excited to share with you that we've recently won a grant of 25,000 euros from ODA, and also got accepted in one of the leading acceleration programs in the region, Rubik Accelerator. We're an IT team, friends from college and the school, and we have an extensive background in event organizing, marketing, and software development. We're passionate about what we do, and we believe in the power of technology to ease up the job of event organizers. So we're Privesc.Eu, we're event marketing. We're entering Romania this summer. So I'd be happy if you have a network to share with us. So let's have a talk afterwards and connect. Thank you.
Well done. Please, guys, floor is yours.
Bogdan, thanks. I think that it was a great presentation for 3 minutes. Again, if we would have more time, I would like to know more about the customer journey process. So what takes apart you from the competition, and overall your view on how you're going to sustain your competitive advantage, why your competitors will not just recreate your functionality in the future. But overall, it was good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Bogdan. I'd like to hear from an event organizer, I think. Again, kind of personalize the pain just a little bit. Somehow, you had some good stats there, and I definitely understand that, and I've experienced it myself, so I get it. But I think it would maybe punch up the pitch just a little bit if you have the time to do that. And then also, I totally agree about the competition, but then, and how you're going to squeeze some of the market away from the existing competitors. That if there's some kind of killer process that you think you can do, or whatever is going to allow you to really grab a few of those first customers now that you're launching into Romania, that would also make me feel better. But otherwise, great job.
Thank you.
I fully agree with what has been said, especially on the differentiator that you're having, the secret sauce. You need to find a way to showcase that, but also to keep it for long term. Otherwise, make the most out of Rubik Accelerator. It's a great one. You'll have also some fun times there. Actually, I think we will be seeing each other next week there. Nice. Last but not least, when you enter the stage, please do not keep your hand in your pocket. It might be perceived in certain ways. So, thanks. Good one. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we need to prepare the stage as we go for the last panel, just before having the lunch. We will have now a panel, you can show it here. We will have a talk about the institutional part of how we grow an ecosystem. And before we go forward in starting the panel, I would like to call Natalia here. And so Natalia, just one question. I don't know, our audience seemed to be kind of sleepy. I don't know where everyone is running. What do you feel so far? How is it going?
Well, I think, thank you. The news that we have one more startup in our ecosystem that just raised 100,000 euros from Startup Wise guys who were invited to join our event. I mean, what are the odds? This was announced 2 days ago. This is already like an amazing news. This is actually the 4th startup this year that is raising money. We have already more than 1.5 million euros raised already this year in 2023 alone. I'm going to tell you about the numbers of the last year a bit later, but like I'm already like super proud of what is going on. What you don't see here is that we have meeting rooms booked for the startups and for the investors. And when you see them coming and going, it's because they have one-to-ones. We have at least 25 one-to-one meetings arranged for today. So this stage is an important stage, but maybe it's not the most important stage of today. Maybe the meeting rooms where there are just 2 or 3 people, maybe there is the most important thing happening. And maybe the line that we will draw today will not be the line that we will draw at the end of the event, but this is only the start of the relationships that are beginning. And actually, I have goosebumps, honestly, speaking about it. So I'm happy. I'm happy.
Okay, so floor is yours, and you will
Thank
call
you.
the panel, please.
I was saying earlier as well that this event wouldn't be possible about the support of the donors, of the institutions that are helping us in Moldova to bring up the ecosystem of the tech startups. I want to invite on stage Mr. Scott Hochlander, the Mission Director of the USAID Moldova. Scott, please. Karin Borovic, the Head of Development Cooperation from Sweden. And Alexandra Sian, Analyst at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Hello. You are actually representing not only institutions that are supporting the tech startup ecosystem in Moldova, you are also representing countries or the European Union, organizations and countries that are leading in the world in terms of the tech startups. Scott, if you allow me, I will start with you. If you can tell me, what do you think is the role, is the mission, is the goal that donors have in Moldova in terms of the development of the tech startup ecosystem?
Yeah, first of all, just thank you so much for the invitation to be here. You know, I was sitting there and I was actually starting to sweat listening to the intensity up here, and was wondering if I was going to get some critiques at the end of this on my own performance. You know, I was actually thinking about my staff meeting this morning. I think maybe I'll bring everybody out here and they can see, you know, what it's like to get up and try and pitch an idea in 3 minutes. You know, and I definitely get the everybody's got problems. They don't want to hear about your problems. They just want to hear solutions. So I really appreciate that. First of all, it's just amazing to be here today. USAID has been supporting startups and the innovation and the IT sector for some time now. I mean, I think from our perspective, looking at, you know, what's happening in Moldova now, really the need to get the economy going, to create jobs, to really help the country recover, you know, is incredibly important. So, you know, with Putin's horrible invasion of Ukraine, all this impact on the country here, everybody pulling together is so important. Also, really, the need to develop industries that are exciting, you know, that excite the youth of Moldova here, that makes them want to stay, that makes them believe that, you know, this is a place where they can build a future. And so to talk about, you know, startups, I mean, it just brings excitement, it brings energy when I think of, you know, actually what it means to be competitive. I mean, if you're up here on the stage having to pitch in 3 minutes, you know, everything that you've worked on for a year, I mean, that's epitome of competitiveness. So for us to be a part of that, you know, obviously we're excited. I think, you know, from a development perspective, we're about supporting ideas, you know, and we're also conveners. I think when you look at all that it takes to really help startups develop, it's about developing an ecosystem and bringing the right people together. And, you know, we had a conversation yesterday about e-commerce, and that was really the thing, the importance of bringing all these different partners together to really make it happen. I think that development partners can really do that. I think we have a role working with government and helping and looking at the regulations and incentives and other things, you know, that can help startups be more effective, you know, in a given country. I think that we can, you know, work with some of the other innovation incubators and, I mean, events like this, and supporting those and helping to really scale what startups can do. I think that in terms of expertise, and this is what we do so often through our Future Technologies activity, for example, is bring expertise in from abroad. And we, we work with UC Berkeley. It's just one of the examples in terms of really bringing the best and the brightest from the United States and to share their experience, here in Moldova. So, there's a lot more than just the financial aspect of it, which obviously is important and meaningful. But beyond that, I think working together, bringing people together, showing the support, and really just believing in the ideas. And obviously, startups are so important in terms of building and catalyzing economic growth, which is a key priority for us at USAID. So I would say there's lots of reasons.
Thank you. Thank you very much for elaborating on that. Karin, basically every single day I'm listening to Spotify. It's in my car. This is one of the examples of the unicorns born in Sweden. Sweden in the European Union is ranked by Startup Blink, and by the way, we have a Startup Blink representative having a speech a bit later today. They will tell us why we are where we are as Moldova, on the place where we are. But Sweden is #1 in the European Union when it comes to the tech startup ecosystem. Can you share with us maybe a couple of tips? How did you make it? What is special in Sweden that is such a fertile ground for the tech startups?
Thank you, and first of all, congratulations to a very successful event, and thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I look forward to learning more about what's happening in those side meetings and the results of that. In the case of Sweden, of course, we have quite a special system combining different factors that contribute to an enabling environment for startups and for businesses. And of course, creating an enabling environment is also key in our assistance and cooperation here in Moldova, as in other partner countries. What is a bit specific in the Swedish ecosystem, if you like, is the access to very early funding at a very early stage to startups, both coming from public funds, quite small but very accessible, and in combination with private funding coming in. So that is one aspect. The other aspect and the factor that has been enabling in the Swedish environment is the access, great access to free and high education across the country, in all regions, and the linkages between higher education institutions and the private sector, hubs, incubators, business angels, and so on, various factors. And also Sweden invests a lot, quite a substantial part of the GDP, 3%, in research and development, and that has also been key to providing an enabling environment. Also, I would like to say the connections between Swedish investors and equity and venture companies to the global market. We have some examples like North Zone that provided early funding to Spotify, to give one example. And also we have the access to technologies and to financial systems. So one example is also Klarna, that now is expanding worldwide in many countries, that started very early stage with technical solutions to financial services and systems, and they have greatly expanded. And another example I want to mention is Swish, that is a Swedish way to provide digital solutions for financial systems, and it's now used by 92% of the Swedish adult population, and this was very much enabled by Swedish banks. Thank you for listening.
Super. Thank you very much for elaborating on this. I really love the fact that you are also stressing out the importance of the community and of the different actors, of different players. So it's never just one startup, just one accelerator, just one VC. It's always about the community. Alexandra, first of all, thank you for joining us today, and I hope Mrs. Angela Sachs feels well, because she had to cancel because of the health issues. But thank you for coming and for being with us today. Can you please tell us more on the programs that EBRD has to support the tech startups in Moldova?
Well, greetings everyone, and it's indeed a great pleasure to be here. And thank you, Startup Moldova, for allowing us to be part of today's event. I think that those people that start companies are not only crazy, as it was mentioned before, but they're extremely courageous to do that 3-minute pitch And I feel like I now need to pitch the programs that the BRD has, and I'm pretty sure 3 minutes won't work for me. Everybody here probably knows that the BRD is the largest institutional investor in Moldova. And this spreads across various programs, various directions and industries. However, the development of the private sector is at its core. And when we talk about development of private sector, it comes including from those infrastructure projects that are well known. The roads, communication, electricity, the gas we were also worried about just like a couple months ago. So all of those are also directed to strengthening the community, to making sure that the ecosystem of private entrepreneurship development can thrive. If talking about more specific tailored programs, then there is direct financing through commercial banks. I'm talking about the tools that are directed towards small and medium enterprises. There is a vibrant program on business advice promotion and offering business advice and know-how to small and medium enterprises. That's a program I take a special pride in as I'm part of its implementing team. And also there is a program dedicated to startups. Across the bank, it started in 2018. In Moldova, we are now working with a pilot program with 5 star venture, as we call them, startups. One of them is Fagura, and I'm pretty sure that Dumitru is somewhere here in the room. The program is designed to support startups at the very early stage when they need external know-how. And my colleague later on today will talk about the details of that program. And also, a separate direction of the BRD's involvement on the market is the policy dialogue, helping government institutions to develop policies that will foster the entrepreneurial ecosystem development.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexandra, for elaborating on the programs that you run at EBRD. Scott, if I may ask you as well, you've mentioned FTA as one of the programs, one of the initiatives. Maybe not everyone in the room knows, maybe not all the startups know. Can you please tell us or give us the examples of some of the programs and initiatives that you are running currently in Moldova and that you think that the public should know about them?
Yeah, so just in terms of Future Technologies activity, I mean, this is, we call it a competitive project, which, you know, I think outside of USAID, no one necessarily knows what that means. But, you know, basically, you know, we believe that there are sectors, you know, in particular that have incredible promise in Moldova. We've been investing in those sectors. We're trying to make better businesses. Because better businesses obviously hire more workers, they pay higher wages, they increase their revenues, which bring in more taxes. They also export, which not only means ensuring that Moldova products are seen all around the world, but also Moldova as a country, you know, is viewed, you know, for the incredible potential that it has. And, you know, and the products, you know, across many different sectors. We work in IT, have been for years, precision engineering, light industry. We also are very active now in creative, which I think is one of the coolest parts of the portfolio that we work. So it's really supporting those businesses through small grants, through technical assistance. I found that very small amounts of money and maybe a little bit of confidence and a little bit of suggestions and some, you know, world-class advice, you know, goes so far here. We've also, you know, worked to develop centers of excellence, just like TechWell here, like MediaCore. There's so many. We're basically developing communities that bring the right people together at the right time to ensure that these ideas can take off, you know, and they can result in businesses, and they can grow, and they can increase the scale. We also partner with government. We partner with ODA. We've helped develop a project with them that provides equity-free loans with focus on innovations and startups. So many things around that activity I think are very important. But we also do, again, work that helps with the broader ecosystem and community. And I think, education was brought up. That's, something that's very important, and more we've been engaging, at K through 12 and trying to bring IT skills, robotic skills, to Moldovan youth, so that when they get to this point, they're ready, equipped with the expertise and ideas they can to start businesses. I think it's incredibly important that we work together. So with FTA, it's both with Sweden and UKA. We've been partnering on innovation for years. And I mean, it's just amazing now to see the results, to see, these kinds of companies and ideas. And, I've been in country about 4 years now, and I can tell you that the complexity, the nuance, the business acumen of what I'm seeing is at a level that, it's hard to imagine 4 years ago. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much. I also, when I moved last year to Moldova after not being here for 11 years, I could also see an enormous difference. And this is what for me made the transition so easy, because I saw that the improvement is not only possible, it is happening. And yeah, I can be part of it. Karin, you are also part of this improvement. And one of the things that you as Sweden are very much involved in is the gender equality. Can you tell us a bit more about the access to funding and the female-funded, female-run startups? If we are doing so much, why in the world there is still not enough? And if Sweden is better at this, or what can we do to be better at this?
Thank you very much. So first of all, enabling more diversity is a challenge, also in Sweden, I have to say. But here in Moldova, we are supporting, for example, women in business with EBRD, with UN Women. We have a lot of support to female entrepreneurs, and it's really excellent to see that in Moldova, there are so many female entrepreneurs and startups, so I'm very impressed by that. In the case of Sweden, unfortunately still, it's only about 1% of the capital going to startups. It's going to all female founding companies, which is quite low, but it's higher than in other member states, so we still have to work on it. But in Sweden, we have a number of policies and mechanisms that are in place to enhance diversity. For example, on the public policy side, we have policies for equal parenting, access to childcare, and other policies that are actually enabling more to combine family life and a career. Many women are still struggling with this in many families, and still only about 20% of the parental leave is taken by fathers. So we still have some work to do on that. Also, there's some work to be done by the private side, by the companies actually, to making it more enabling. What we can see in the Swedish case is that in the private sector, the higher up you look, the more men you tend to see in the higher positions. At the same time, in the public sector, we have about, almost reaching 50%, not yet, but almost like around 46% or 48% of women in parliament. And also in the public sector, you have actually more women than men in management positions. So in the public sector, there has been some change, but we still have some work to do to work on this diversity also in the private sector. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Alexandra, when I was preparing for this panel, I was discussing with different people, and one of the questions that I got a couple of times when I was saying that EBRD is going to be on the panel was about the Star Venture program. You've elaborated a bit on it, but I've got the question repeatedly. When is Star Venture coming to Moldova? And I know that you've been already testing it, but we want more of it. We want the next round. What is going on? What is happening? When are you launching?
I'll tell you more. We're ready for a new one too.
Amazing.
Yes. Well, Star Venture is in Moldova as of last year. As I mentioned, we started the pilot program. The program is for 18 months. And as Mike mentioned in his presentation, WIN grants. Well, the Star Venture is a grants program. It's a program that gives startups money to get a business diagnostics workshop. Well, it's a series of 5, but it's a process delivered by the Cambridge Institute of Manufacturing, and also a mentoring program that has an outreach to thousands of top-notch expertise around the world in the industry where the startup wants to develop with specific expertise. And also, additionally, there is money up to 40,000 euro to attract external advice. Advice ranging anywhere from very specific technical aspects to marketing, to customer profiling, to anything a startup might need during that specific time. As mentioned, it's an 18-month program. It's a program where, during which a team dedicated from the bank holds hands with a startup, leading them through this process. As I mentioned, it's a donor-funded grant program. We work with Sweden, with the European Union, and we'll soon start working with the Central European Initiative as donors for these programs. It's also very important for the bank as such and for the program in particular to have to be an inclusive program. Out of the 5 startups currently on the program, 2 are women-led companies, and we take great pride in that because we do see, and just as Karen mentioned, there is so much effort and there is so much work from women of all ages in Moldova, and we see that tide rising. And the bank is willing to support it and to contribute in any way possible to keep this trend for as long as it's needed until we as a society are ready to embrace it.
Thank you, Alexandra, for telling us more details about it. Super excited. I am super excited. Thank you very much for being part of our community, for supporting the development of our community. And actually, I want to also thank you for the respectful approach you have in partnering with the organizations and with the companies here in Moldova. I think this is very empowering, actually, when organizations and when companies and when institutions from countries that are much bigger and much stronger than ours are coming and are actually empowering us and showing us that we are speaking and we can learn from you, but at the same time feel that we are partners in this journey. So thank you. This support is super important, and I hope that we will be collecting the fruits of this all together and just be proud of what is going on now. Thank you very much. Tal, we will give the floors to you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are ending the first part, and I want to say from my part about USAID. I meet USAID in many important crossroads. I want to say that I see USAID as well as the Sweden and others, not less than governments actually. When you get involved in some cases, there is no other way. And you are very much needed. I think you should definitely be proud of the role that you do in countries like Moldova and others. I have met USAID, I think, also in Lithuania. I met them in other places in the Balkans as well. New things are coming with a lot of help coming from USAID. And I'm telling you, what you see on the news is the one thing what goes behind the scenes. And I don't want to say more words even, but you will be amazed in how many activities USAID personally that I know about is involved. So, first of all, I want to thank you all for bearing with us. This last part was a little bit more difficult because you all feel this biological clock calling you. So we are breaking now. We will take 1 hour break. We want to see you here at 2 p.m. And I want to say, when I say 2 p.m., that's military style. That's sharp. I don't want to hunt you in the corridors. Be here at 2 p.m. We have even more things coming towards you. And you will have also some surprises under your chairs. Not really, relax. Please enjoy your lunch, enjoy your break, mingle as much as you can. Don't be sitting with your friends that you know from childhood. Walk around, meet new people, and engage. Thank you so much this far. Round of applause, and go to eat. Thank you. let's wake up. It's after lunch. The body is so-and-so, but we are picking up speed. So moving on with our program, the next speaker, well, I know Startup Blink. I don't know how many of you heard about Startup Blink, but Startup Blink is an Israeli startup that actually reached out to me in 2015 and said to doing something like, how about we map accelerators worldwide? I thought it was a great idea. Back at the time, I think I already managed about 10 of them, and I said, let's move on. Then everything went quiet, very typical to Israeli startups. They come up with an idea, they go stealth mode, and they kind of reappear when the technology has been validated, working, and they're ready to go. Startup Blink today covers 100 ecosystems, more than 1,000 cities worldwide. It's an index that doesn't just show startups or accelerators, it shows the strength of the ecosystem. Very interesting to look at. You will hear the numbers of Moldova very soon. So, without further ado, I would like to call Nomi Costa, please, the marketing manager of Startup Blink, to share this with you. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a great honor and privilege to be here. I'm very happy to be a part of this summit. And Moldova is a very close country to my heart, so it's very nice to see the innovation that is going on. Today I'm here to talk about how can Moldova learn from global startup ecosystems around the world. First, a little bit about who we are. We are a global startup ecosystem map and a research center. As you've heard, we map around 100 countries and 1,000 cities around the globe. And we try to look at the innovation as from the macro perspective to see how well these countries do in terms of startup ecosystems. So on our map that can be freely accessed on our website, you can see a sample database of startups, co-working spaces, and accelerators, also leaders and great startup events. And this helps people make informed decisions about where to relocate, where to invest, and also it helps policymakers decide how to improve their ecosystem. So for data sources, it comes from three different places. One is crowdsourcing, so anyone here can add your startup to the map or your co-working accelerators and so on. We are also proud to be partnering with ecosystem governments around the world. We have about 100 governments and ecosystem stakeholders. And this year we are very proud to welcome Startup Moldova among them. And we also have a network of, yes, a network of global data partners such as Crunchbase, SEMrush, and Meetup, among others, who help us tell the story from a data perspective. Every year we launch this Global Startup Ecosystem Index, where we go into more detail about on the innovation that's happening in each country. And this index is based on an algorithm of 40 components that ranks the quality, the quantity, and the business environment of each region. And these are actually some of the key factors that determine the success of a startup ecosystem. You might have heard some of them mentioned today. When we say quantity, we look at how many startups, co-working spaces, how many meetups or accelerators you have in your ecosystem. When we say quality, we look at how many unicorns you have, how many pantheons, exits, how many R&D centers are there among others. And when we say business environment, we look at the policies that enable a business-friendly culture in your ecosystem. We look at the English level fluency. We also look at the internet accessibility and internet freedom, among others. If you're a data geek, I can go into more detail maybe after if you want to hear more about the parameters and our data sources. But I want to talk more about Moldova and its potential and what we see when we look at Moldova. Moldova, actually, we see an ecosystem that only recently started coming together, and in the past year, we see it bloom. Even on the promotional side, we've seen a lot of activity. Despite the position being quite low last year in the ranking, we're very excited to see how the ecosystem will develop this year. We are mapping Chișinău, which is the only ecosystem we are currently seeing in Moldova. And Chișinău actually grew by 3 points in Eastern Europe, so it has the potential to establish itself as a regional, a more strong regional ecosystem. And when we look at Moldova, maybe more of you would see this as a drawback, as a small country. But out of the top 20 countries that we have in our rankings, 9 of them are actually under 10 million people. And we see a great potential in smaller countries. Because usually they are faster to adapt to new policies, they are faster to implement and think creatively about how they can grow. And also startups in smaller countries are forced from the get-go to have a global mindset because they have a smaller market size, and they are faster to build unicorns. So some of our recommendations when we look at Moldova, there's also no scenario that can fit all. Only about 10 ecosystems, usually the top 10, are good at everything. So what we recommend is picking a vertical that you can focus on, a vertical that you can choose, that is something that you do very well. And I was very happy to hear today someone say Moldova is a creative nation. It's a great vertical to choose. For the policymakers in the room, we say that the less developed an ecosystem is, the more it needs public sector's involvement to create policies that are relevant for entrepreneurs. And a way to do this is to actually look at where your ecosystem developers are going, where your entrepreneurs are going, and to try to figure out why they choose to leave and what did they find in other ecosystems that they couldn't find in your ecosystem. Also, if people come to your ecosystem, what are the advantages that they saw in order to choose your ecosystem? And also, we recommend that you focus on macro levels, so you focus on policies, on promotion, on your strategy, rather than cherry-picking several policies that you want to implement. And you also heard this today. The mindset of a country is very important. In all of the case studies that I will later share, we see countries that know how to celebrate entrepreneurship. These are countries that think about their entrepreneurs as heroes and that have an environment in which it's okay to fail and in which it's okay to take risks. And finally, startup ecosystem stakeholders need to think about their ecosystem as an entrepreneur would think about their product, and a product always needs marketing. So we recommend, as you've heard many pitches here today, that's the way startup ecosystem stakeholders also need to pitch their ecosystem. So we recommend you go to as many events as possible and talk about what's happening in Moldova. And also have enough assets that people can access and see why is it okay to relocate to Moldova? Why should you come here? What is there for entrepreneurs? Of course, I will start with Israel when it comes to great practices being applied. Israel is ranked 3rd in our global index. And I'm not saying this just because we're an Israeli company. In Israel, it's a great case where a country managed to make the best out of a complicated security environment. And the culture there is a culture that celebrates entrepreneurship, and they have a branding of a startup nation. Moving forward with Singapore. Singapore managed to produce great unicorns. It's ranked 7 in our global index. And here we see how people manage to attract to attract investors and to attract talent through favorable tax regime and also through a favorable government involvement. And finally, coming closer to home, it's Estonia's case, a country with less than 2 million people population. It's a major success story when it comes to marketing and when it comes to promotion. And here we see a country that knows how to attract talent, a country that branded itself as a digital nation. And many of you know the great success stories that came out of this country, the Skype story, and maybe you know the serious entrepreneurship that came out of this. They are so-called the Skype mafia. And so what can we learn from global? First is identify what makes your ecosystem unique, create relevant policies, ask your ecosystem stakeholders what would they want to see implemented, develop a hero mindset, promote your ecosystem very well, and capitalize on the strengths of a small country. Thank you.
You ready? Thank you, Nomi. You know, it's always great to be Israeli in startup events. You kind of stand like this and no one kind of picks on you. It builds character. I think Moldova, I mean, it's really up to you. We have a saying in startup world. We say, fake it until you make it. So start faking it. People will buy it. If at the same time you can show skin in the game, that you are committed, that you are on the page of doing something, that is good enough. Just think for a second. Investors invest in dreams. All the startups you've seen here, as amazing they are, between them and some of the companies and businesses that you know, there's a huge gap. But you see the motivation, determination, resilience. You see their focus. You see their doers. Many of us, at point, speak. We intend, in real life or in business, well, intentions are nice, not relevant. Action is what counts. I'm delighted again to invite Natalia here to tell you what are the startups that you did not see today but are all around her in Moldova and soon to be much more. Natalia, floor is yours.
Hello again. Hello. This time around, I'm not going to moderate. I'm going to talk to you about our ecosystem, about the startups that probably some of you don't know, probably some of you know, but maybe don't know all of the details. To be honest, when I was preparing the presentation, it didn't click up until yesterday, actually today, 1:20 in the morning. I was looking at my presentation and something was not coming together. I was like, okay, these are my messages, but something there is just not fitting the message that I want to say. And the message that I realized that I want to come, or the mistakes that I was doing, the mistake I was doing when I was thinking about the presentation was that I was thinking about so many international people coming today to Moldova for this event that I was thinking that that's my main audience. And even though I met some amazing people that flew here today for today's event, investors, community builders, I actually realized that the community and the audience I want to address today is the community from Moldova. Because actually everyone who flew in today to Moldova is here for the community from Moldova. And I also remembered what is the general mission that we have at Startup Moldova, because I haven't spoken about Startup Moldova yet today to you. At Startup Moldova, our mission is to make the life of Moldovan people in Moldova better. And for that, we are using the instrument of technological startups, of the technological ecosystem. So everything what I'm going to talk to you about today, the event that we are organizing today, the investors that we are bringing here for you, and the matchmaking, and the presentations, and the pitching, everything is for the end goal for us in Moldova to have better lives because of better companies, because of better turnover, because of more investments. And as we are teaching the startups to start their presentations with the problems, I'm going to start with the problems, and I don't like doing this. Honestly, I really don't like complaining, but I'll have to do that because that's what I'm saying that is right to do. How I got to these 4 points is not only through my logical and my own decision, even though I completely agree with this. I asked ChatGPT actually, what are the 4 biggest problems that we have in the Moldovan technological ecosystem? Why is it struggling or why is it not developing enough? And I'm actually absolutely 100% subscribing for everything. Talent. I actually had no idea. I knew that we have a lot of people that are not in Moldova, but I didn't know it's 45% of our population that is abroad. Funding. Many of you didn't know, and many of the investors who flew in didn't know that we have no VC in Moldova. Not yet. Mentors. We have no unicorn in Moldova, and many have spoken about Estonian case, about Skype, that in the moment when Skype made it, Skype's founders became the first investors, the first mentors, because they were speaking out of the experience, not out of the theory. Fourth is the market. Of course, Moldova is a small market. I'm not going to argue about that for sure. I need to move to the next slide, please. I need some help here, please. Yeah, because this is the part that I actually like to talk about. Talent. What I want to tell you is that 100% of the people that work at Startup Moldova are people that worked or studied abroad. All of us have returned to Moldova after being abroad. Let's stop making it a huge problem that people are leaving. Some people are returning, and this is actually the funny thing when people are telling to me that, you know, like everyone is leaving, and I'm like, you know what, I returned. Catalina returned, Mihai returned, like our team has returned. Maybe we have to create better conditions here in order for the people to return back home. Funding. Last year alone, Mosaic Only, which is a business angel community from the Republic of Moldova, invested 555k euros into Moldovan startups. Maybe it's not a huge number for everyone, but I think actually it's a very, very decent number. Now was anyone clapping? It's €500,000 euros. Now we have the crowdfunding law that is moving quite quickly to be approved in the government. Mentors. Yes, we don't have unicorns, but honestly, at this moment, we have a waiting list of people that have contacted us. We haven't advertised anywhere at Startup Moldova that we are looking for the mentors. We have people, Moldovan people that live and work abroad, at Google, at Meta. They are reaching up to us, and they are saying, if there is a startup that needs mentorship, we are here. Market. Yes, the market is small, but even an American startup will never tell you that their goal is to conquer United States. The goal is global. So even if you are from Moldova, don't think that you need to conquer Moldova. You can test here, you can validate here. But if you really want to become a startup that we are really proud of and a successful startup, you have to aim much higher regardless of the country where you are. And this is one of the things, that we are stuck thinking that location matters. The reality is that hardly anyone cares where you are. I was having a phone call with an investor from the Silicon Valley some 3 weeks ago, and I was kind of complaining to him about the fact that, you know, what can we do in Moldova to have the startups incorporated here and raising here in Moldova? And he was telling me, like, why do you care about that? Why is that even an issue? Because we have exactly the same problem in the US. And I was like, wait a second. I'm complaining to you that all of our startups are incorporated in US or in UK, and you are telling me that you have the same problem? But the reality is that even in the US, regardless of where you are, most probably the investors will ask you to incorporate in Delaware because they will not like the legal infrastructure that there is in the other states. They will prefer one of them. But this doesn't stop the startups neither to raise nor to reach for the stars that they want to reach. But there is another side of this story, of the location, that matters a lot. Because you can be incorporated anywhere, but there is still a free spot for the first unicorn from Moldova. And it's up for the Moldovan startups to decide if they want to become the 739th unicorn in the US, for example, or the first unicorn from Moldova. So from the beginning, even in the name of the presentation, I promised you some numbers. Are there any tech startups in Moldova? Yes, there are. Currently, at Startup Moldova Foundation, we are actually tracking the database. We're having a database where we are tracking the startups that we have in the country. At this moment, we have 175 startups. 65 of them are ready to pitch, and they are investable, or even they have been already invested into. At least 29 of them have raised funds, and 11 out of them raised funds last year alone, in 2022. And if you are reading our website, you might actually tell me that, Natalia, you wrote an article 2 or 3 weeks ago when you said it was 10 startups. Well, meantime, we found out that we didn't know about one of the startups that raised another 2 million euros that we have to update now the analysis. So last year in Moldova, 11 startups raised 11 million euros. I didn't fake the number, so it's 11, really. Those are the real numbers. And just also give the right impression, it's not like one of them raised 10 million and the other, like all the other raised just peanuts. The largest investment was raised by XOR, $2.7 million. Yes, yes. In just an hour or so, no, even less than an hour, actually. Following my presentation, there is going to be a panel that will be moderated by XOR's founder, Nick Manolov, and you will see 5 other startups, successful startups, startups from Moldova that we are proud of, and we want you to know about them as well. Also, about these startups, it's not only that we are proud of the startups, we are also proud of the fact that they managed to raise investments from very reputable VCs from around the world. These are Moldovan startups that are raising from U Ventures, Gertin Ventures, S16, Innovo, Credo, Fuel Ventures, Garage Syndicate. This was done by Moldovan startups. So let's again stop thinking that there are any limits to what we can do. As long as your idea is good, we can do anything. Another thing that I would like to send out as a message is that we need to learn, or maybe I'll start differently. What we've been taught in Moldova since very little is to be modest and to kind of not speak loud about ourselves. And this is the point where I would like to say that we need to unlearn this thing. We need to learn how to brag about the achievements of our ecosystems, of our companies, of our startups, of our founders. This is not just bragging. These are success stories that are showing that it really doesn't matter where you are from, and even people from Moldova, just like anywhere else, they can make it. Let's be proud of it. Let's sell ourselves, because this is actually part of the process. And if I would have to sum up of the things that we really need, one is the community. This is what is happening even today, that we are coming all together in the panels together, in all of the events, in the networking. And the second is the communication, is the part that I was saying, that we need to learn how to talk about ourselves, how to position, how to market ourselves. What we need to do, if I would want to ask you for some call to action that maybe is not super immediate, but something that you could do as probably we are setting today the example and the case that we do have startups in Moldova. We do have organizations in Moldova that you can trust. What do we need? We need investors. And here I'm not talking only about huge investors, not only about investors that can invest more than 2 million and they are not interested in less. We are interested as well in business angels. We have business angel communities in Moldova, again, such as Mosaic or such as Business Angels Moldova, that are ready to facilitate the process of connecting business angels to the startups. We need mentors. If you are a Moldovan, non-Moldovan, doesn't matter, but you are a person who has experience in building unicorns or successful startups, and you want to give back to the community in Moldova and you have some spare 2 or 3 hours per month that you are ready to spend with Moldovan startups, reach out to us and we will be very happy to connect you with the startups. And then the startups, of course. Startups, like, we are starting with them and we are ending to them. We want to set straight the message that it is possible to build successful startups in Moldova. What I want to end my part of the presentation with is actually a very nice announcement that we've been waiting for quite some time to have the approval to do. In the process of supporting the startups to raise investments, there are also different other instruments, what we can do to help the startups not only grow, but make a local impact, a regional impact, a community impact. We have received in the last 2 days, the approval, like just 2 days ago, the confirmation from the EU delegation and then our partners from Sweden in a project implemented with the support of ATIC, the project Startup City Cahul, that our project Digital Impact Program for Cahul region, so this is a region in the south of Moldova, for those who do not know, we have a budget at Startup Moldova of 200,000 euros that we will be running a call for the Moldovan startups that want to apply for a grant of up to 40,000 euros under the condition that they are going to contribute 20% of that amount by themselves, and with another very important condition, that they have to have an impact that they can show in the region for Cahul, either by employing, training people, testing and validating the idea there. We're very excited to do this and very excited to find different alternative resources and channels. How can we support the startups in Moldova? And I hope that we'll have some very nice cases following this, this program. For sure, we will do the best with our team. And to end it even more nicely, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Boris Filipov. Mr. Filipov, yes, please. Who is representing the EU delegation. And Boris, I'm very happy to have the chance to give you a couple of minutes to tell us about the initiatives run at the EU delegation in Moldova to support the startups and the entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy to be today with you, young people with innovative ideas, which want to contribute to the development, to the economic development of their country. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the delegation to the Republic of Moldova. EU is one of the, I would say, between the development partners, one of the big supporters of digital transformation. Under the Economic and Investment Plan, which was launched some time ago, 1.5 billion euro are envisaged to support digital transformation in the Eastern Partnership countries. Of course, this is a huge undertaking, and it cannot happen really without having a vibrant population of startups. That's why 100 million out of this funding are envisaged to support startups in the coming years. Actually, I must say that this is not something new. I mean, support to startup is not something new for us. We have been doing this through different projects. For instance, maybe some of you know about the EU for Digital facility. And this is a project under the EU for Digital initiative. The phase 1, which ended last year, did an assessment of the existing startup systems in the Eastern Partnership countries, including in Moldova, and they did certain recommendations for additional policy measures in order to strengthen these ecosystems. In general, the conclusions about Moldova were that there is such an ecosystem. There are important elements in place, but still more efforts are needed to improve the situation. Also, this project supported the establishment of a platform maybe some of you are participating in this platform, startups in the Eastern Partnership, which provides information, network opportunities, etc. The phase 2 of this project has been launched recently, and it will continue the support to startups through support to creation of incubators. Natalia already mentioned about the project Startup City Cahul. She talked about its third component, which aims at creating a scheme, a grant scheme to support startups in the region. But there is another component which is also very important. The project is supposed to create an innovation center in the city of Cahul, and I believe that this center in the future may become really one of the pillars, especially in the southern region, of the startup ecosystem. Of course, there is a lot of work ahead, but I'm optimistic that in several years this center will be fully operational. And because we are today trying to bring you some good news, as Natalia did right now, I am happy to announce the preparation of a new regional program which will target especially the startups ecosystems in the Eastern Partnership countries. It's in the make. It has quite relevant funding, 20 million euro, and it is expected to start towards the end of the year or in the beginning of next year. The main directions of the work are, of course, the support to the existing startups ecosystem and their strengthening, contribute to the convergence of these systems with the European ones, and also there is one dedicated to Ukraine component on startups support and digitalization. So as you see, also my colleagues from the other development partners, they talked about different programs. There are a lot of opportunities. And that's why to finish my intervention, I would like to invite you to be innovative, to be brave, and I'm sure that your efforts and the risks you are taking will pay back. Wish you success in your business undertakings. Thank you.
Boris, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. EU delegation for sure has been a long-term partner for Startup Moldova. So we are very grateful for all of your support. I'm super excited now to invite to stage the next panel is the one that I promised to you just like 10 minutes earlier, is the panel of the startups that have nice results in the Moldovan ecosystem. I will invite Nicolae Manolov, who is the co-founder and of XOR company, and I'll let him take it from here. Nick?
Hi, everybody. Hello, yeah! Îmi place Moldova foarte mult. Eu trăiesc 10 ani aici și eu iubesc Moldova. A voi? Okay, so I want to invite everybody from this panel to the stage. You know who you are, right? Kalin, Andrew, just come in. Yeah, let's take a seat. So we don't have much time actually, and I really want to focus more on discussion. Maybe some of you already saw me on the stage and you know that I can speak for quite a while, but this time it's going to be different. I'm just going to keep quiet most of the time and listen to the people, because this is how we learn. Okay? So let's introduce ourselves real quick and just let the audience know who we are and why we have some good ideas about what's going on investment side of things. And we will maybe not answer your question precisely because it's kind of more of an art, less of a science of growing startups, but at least we want to show that we know something about it. So let's start here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Emil. I am CEO and co-founder of Bloom Coding. Bloom Coding is a digital coding school for kids, and we've just recently closed 1 million euros to further our goals and continue pushing our idea of changing as many children's lives around the world.
Yeah. Woo! That's great.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? No? I think I'll have to use my... No. Can I? Yeah? Hi, everyone. I'm Ksenia, the CEO and co-founder of Planable. We're a collaboration and workflow tool for content marketing teams. We serve more than 4,000 brands and agencies and basically power creative collaboration for the world. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Super excited to have you here.
Hello, my name is Kalin. I am CEO and co-founder of Enabled. We are a technology provider. Our main customers are telco service providers. We have more than 35 customers all over the world. And last year we closed the first raise of investment of $1.4 million. Thank you.
Hi, it's working, right? Okay, I'm Andy. I think I had a nicer haircut there. I'm a partner with Index. I'm in charge of the strategy and products. Index is a tech recruitment platform. It's born in Moldova, but is default global. We are connecting talent from developing countries with product companies from developed countries. We have around 8,000 vetted engineers on our platform and more than 250 customers that we have worked over the last 4 years. We haven't raised any money, and we are bootstrapped. We are going towards 10 million in annual revenue. Yeah, and we might look to raise some money end of this year when we are expanding more to the United States, and we can talk afterwards. Kudos. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dumitru Cioric, Chief Business Director at Fagura, the first crowd lending platform in Moldova. We have just closed successfully an equity crowdfunding round on Seeders of 750,000 euro. Thank you.
Yeah, congrats. All right, so the first question for this discussion from my side, it's more of insight into minds of founders and how we actually perceive the world. Because from the outside, most of the things you hear, it's valuations like that startup raised at that much, this startup became unicorn. And the first question to everybody here is, as a founder, how you perceive your valuation? What is it for you? Is it your main goal, or is it just some vanity metric, or how you would describe your attitude and your relationship with the valuation of your company? Because in my case, my answer is very simple. It's nothing to me, and it's the whole world to me at the same time. This is how I perceive this thing. So let's hear you.
That's very interesting because I kind of reflect myself in the last part of your message that it's at the same time it's a vanity metric, but at the same time it's a critical metric. And I'd like to give you two ideas around this. One is valuation is just a byproduct, a consequence of this relentless focus on delivering value. And I think it's two-sided. It's one is what kind of innovation are you driving through? And that drives the revenue, which is the actual metric that captures the value you bring into society. So valuation is a byproduct of that. And at Bloom Coding, we optimize for revenue rather than valuation. And then at the same time, valuation is not a vanity metric when you consider your long-term perspectives, in the sense that as a founder, you're constantly asking yourselves, and together with your investors and the partners you bring into the picture, what's the end game here? And based on that answer, valuation is a critical component. Based on your exit strategy, valuation matters. And optimizing for valuation from the perspective of the exit strategies is also important. That's how I see it.
Yeah, cool.
Testing. Okay, perfect. So I think it's definitely an important metric to basically shine a little bit of light on the value that you are creating, but especially in the very early stages of the company, I think it's a bit pointless to over-optimize for valuation or for incredibly high or unrealistic valuations. A lot of people are talking right now that it is a bad time to raise because valuations have gone down, you know, a lot of talk about that. But I think, you know, as a founder, a lot of founders optimize for the highest valuation possible, and I think that can sometimes be a little bit unhealthy. It puts a lot of unrealistic pressures on the founder and can sometimes be extremely unhelpful in the next fundraising rounds. Nobody wants a down round, right? So I think it's important to hit a healthy, realistic sweet spot. But I do agree that you need to think about the long term, and it needs to reflect the value that you're creating. But as a founder, you need to be thinking first of all about the value for the customers, the team, the revenue that you are creating, the value first of all, and then the valuation is just a metric to showcase that. Having a very high valuation and just optimizing for that is a little bit like having a flashy car. It's not going to take you too far if the engine is just broken.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, I think evaluation is important, but for the young startup in the beginning, it's more important the growth of the business. It's more important the fit of the product with the market, how you construct your strategy, how you manage your expenses. So I think this is more to be focused on for the young startups rather than the evaluation. So evaluation, I think it's important metrics in the next stages.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, for me it's difficult to answer this question because I come from an audit background. And I was very, very skeptical when I was looking at evaluations, and especially valuations of startups or technology companies. At Index, we don't thought about our valuation. When we judge every decision that we take, we look at three things. We look at the profit that we make, we look at the potential, and the purpose, because something we give back to the society, sometimes we can take a decision that is not so profitable. Anyway, and now we look on building network effects, and that's a topic which also in my research I'm trying to understand, okay, how you value a company that has high network effects and doesn't have any profit yet. How you value a community when a founder doesn't know how to monetize that community, or how you value a company that has a profit but is still building a community and doesn't know how the company will look like after the community is built around. And or the product is still, for us, young. We are launching the MVP, the second version of the MVP, end of March. And we don't know how things will look. We are bringing all the community to giving them some technology, some tools, and we need to see, okay, how this can shine afterwards. So, yeah, valuation for us, it's an enigma now. We will know at the end of the year when we are going to have an investment, because it's when the money meets, the supply and the demand meets. So there is the value, how much you want to sell from your equity to get money for. So, yeah, it's kind of theoretical, but I'm skeptical. My 16 years experience as an auditor.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It depends how you look at the valuation. In which perspective do you put it? I've been part of a team that have managed more than 4 business exits. And now I was thinking, when did we think about the valuation? Actually, we thought never about this. And in our case, the valuation was part of the marketing strategy. Like, okay, there is a business that evaluated our company at first at 1 million lei. Okay, nice. That's cool for the team. that's actually somehow motivating for the team. In case someone in the future is going to buy our business, so my share is 20%, so I'll have 200,000 lei. And we used the valuation as a marketing purpose, not as a core engine. And this has showed us that it works for us. It's good for the initial phase of, especially of startups. And in the end, when you have a developed startup, of course you must put a bigger accent on valuation, because this attracts investors, this attracts attention, advertising, and of course you benefit in the end. Thanks.
That's cool too. Thanks so much, everybody. See, there are like so many ideas behind how we actually relate to valuation itself. I mean, and I believe for all of you, everything we just said is meaningful to some degree. It just depends on what is like on the first place, what on the second. So yeah, it's much deeper topic, and sometimes it's like marketing, sometimes it's more of a vanity thing, sometimes you even don't know and you don't care. So it depends a great deal on the situation we're going through. And again, of course, the only point that actually matters is when we sell at this valuation, because everything else is just like idea of price. It's not a price really. Okay, so actually next question is following to this one, is based on your experience of negotiating with investors. Of course, when we do fundraise, nevertheless, we always fight to high valuation because it's our like bargaining part. So in your experience, in real life experience, I mean, or experience of your friend, what actually affected perception of valuation for investors? What are like top 2 or 3 key points, and why when you go and you discuss at what value investors gonna get in? So maybe this time let's start from the other side, like to do some kind of rotations. Sorry about this, Emil, we just need to keep it funny, so every time is different, huh?
Another complicated topic, because again, it depends on the startups. It depends of the market you address, either it's Moldovan, European, or global. In our case at Fagura, we were very carefully evaluating and advertising the figures. Why? Because we have closed already two rounds, and it was important for us to be able to get this stake higher and higher from round to round. Investors are very interesting people, and when they see that you have managed to close an investment, but you don't manage to close the second, or you don't manage to get more money in the second round, then this is like a negative ticker on your startup. So we were carefully evaluating the startup when we entered our crowdfunding equity, and because this is not the end point for us, we are planning for another rounds, and we want to be sure that we will fulfill investor expectations, and in the end, boost our motivation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I will tell you the theory.
That's important
because
too, you know.
We are bootstrapping. So anyway, what we are going to put on the table is 3 things. First of all, and coming from a base, we don't have yet a product, and we have almost 10 million in revenue. So clearly we are solving a problem. The second and the 3 things that we are going to come are what is the product utility? So what is the technology that we are deploying into our product? And it's very interesting. We have collaborated with a lot of universities like Oxford, Stanford, Aston, in order to develop certain things on the artificial intelligence that will be our multi-object recommender behind the index. So it's the product utility that will do these recommendations and connections. Then is the product community. So we have by the end of the year, I think we are going to have 15,000 closing on the community side. And the product economics. So what are the economics that are coming out of this product, of these interactions, how we are monetizing them. So these are the three things that we will try to present ourselves to a potential investor. And yeah, let's see how this will work. So this is the theory that I believe can work.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, in our case, from our experience, what investors are waiting, it's to see the revenue stream, growing revenue stream, and this is based on the readiness of the product for the market. So actually these 2 points are very important now, and we are focused to provide more very stable product to cover what is necessary for the market. And the third point, I think, it's innovation. So they want to see how we can differ from our competitors, what we can bring new, and how we can achieve higher market share. And of course, this will be what will be happy for them, let's say, to invest more money.
So in our seed round, it was really a lot about the product, the fact that it was solving a very clear pain and a very, very big pain. The fact that the product was global from day one, and we were serving customers in the US and in Western Europe. And it was very, very much about the team as well. The fact that we got into Techstars, the fact that we had, really good credentials, we were very resilient. For the seed round, I think that's, the biggest thing. The team and impressing the investors through the power of your founder team. But also about the product, the market, quite a lot about the pain point and the solution that you're solving, because you don't have that much traction, right? Now for our next round, I think it is a lot about proving how we can scale, how can we get to that desired 10 million in ARR journey, and then to the 30 million and beyond that, right? So painting, it's a lot about the commercial. And I think the power that we have at Planable to make a really attractive case for investors is that it's really just an upside game from here on. The company is profitable, really, really growing. So it's a lot about the rule of 40, showing that we're super strong on that part, that the metrics are, really, really great. So it's a lot about that commercial side, and showcasing basically how we're going to win, our go-to-market. It's a lot about that, because basically all of the traction that we've acquired so far, that shows that the product is strong and that there is a big market. So it's all about that growth plan. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So I'm going to share a very personal story around us raising our round and how it affected downwards. The pressure on the valuation, the downwards pressure that we experienced is the market. In which market is your startup operating? So the story goes as follows. We have a competitor in Germany that is smaller than us, does less revenue, has a less big, the team is not that big, and they're even older than us, but they managed to raise more. And the reason for that is particularly the fact that they're in the German market whilst we were in the Romanian market. We had more revenue, we had more people, we grew faster, but the fact that they were in the German market put a lot more additional upside value on their company, even though we could just spawn a company in Germany if we wanted to within 6 months. However, this is the advice that I'm going to give out here to you. Think about the core markets you're going to operate in and try to get there as fast as possible, because it's going to be crucial during your valuation conversation to have market presence in one of these core markets. And here at Bloom Coding, it was our experience that by not being in one of those core markets, we did not manage to justify as our lesser competitors managed to. So, yeah.
Wow, thank you, Mil. Can I also share a few thoughts about this, if you don't mind? Nobody minds? You guys all like super serious, much more serious than I am, I suppose. Because my answer to this question is kind of different. Because first of all, region matters a lot. So if you want to have like 2 or 3x bigger valuation, you just go to Silicon Valley. It's just generally have big valuation. I know it like on my own skin. I talk to investors in Europe and investors in Austin, Texas, and any other places. Generally, Silicon Valley always going to have like at least 2x valuation to what you have. And this brings me to another even more important point for me, that you really need to find your investor who actually going to believe in your dream. Again, metrics are important, product is crazy important, your delivery is super important here. But at the end of the day, if we're talking about companies which are going to become like $10 billion industries sometime later, it's much more about a dream than about doing something at this present moment. Because the vision here, and it's again based on my experience of talking to people, and some people not going to believe you, and some people will believe you like for real. And for me, this is also something that we should never forget if we want to like grow and become more and more valuable, that at the end of the day, we're trying to find people with preferably lots of money, who are actually going to put this money behind not just product and not just business and not just successful financial model. Again, I'm not saying that it's not important, but much more about the dream and how it's going to grow and how it's going to be dominating force in a certain niche on a global market one day. And this is what happened to all companies which we know now as a unicorn. And this is something I always trying to do when we go fundraise again. Yeah.
I think if you talk about the region also, we should focus not only on Silicon Valley, but Dubai, it's also a good place. There are a lot of money. So I think it's a good point for startups to get some investment there.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. My friends asked me to come to Dubai for almost 10 years. And I was like, oh, it's kind of like not a place I want to go. And last year I came and I understood it's almost like a New York in the Arab world. It's just like so international, so much money. And yeah, there are lots of things can be done there. And again, going back to my idea that people are willing to believe in dreams there because Dubai itself is a dream. Like 30 years ago, it was totally unreal to even comprehend what may happen there. It was like desert with just one 16-floor skyscraper, so to speak. Yeah, Dubai is cool. All right. So that brings me to next question. It's more of close to idea of this whole discussion. So what's your plans of becoming a unicorns? And even if you don't want to, you can just tell it's not our plan. So this time starting from you.
Here at Bloom Coding, we would have not attracted the investors that we have if we would have not shown a credible path to reach 100 million ARR. So the point is, at Bloom Coding, we have the dream and vision of becoming a unicorn. And that is a key driver behind the team. And as you can see, we proudly wear unicorns around when we go to events. The thing is, again, and coming back to the point I said at the beginning, revenue matters more because that is the closest capture of value we bring into society. And then its valuation is a byproduct of that. And then yeah, Bloom Coding wants to hit 100 million ARR within the next 5 to 7 years, and I believe becoming a unicorn is a byproduct of doing it.
Yes, that's right. Good luck. Zane, what do you think?
I agree with Emil. It's very much about the customers and all about that ARR, right? So, you know, triple, triple, double, 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 all of that game. And it's a lot about the product as well, being in a huge market, essential, of course, and being able to create a category for yourself, which is, I think, what we're doing at Planable, creating a category of our own and putting a flag in it. That's the game.
Yeah, sounds cool.
Well, becoming unicorn, yeah, it's a dream, but we should be realistic. So what we do, we just work hard. Also, we have amazing team which can bring more efficiency and to increase our product line. And also, of course, it's about the revenue stream. So we want to achieve this break-even as soon as possible.
Sounds cool.
Us, we will continue to do what we are doing. So that's the way. We have a plan to call ourselves a unicorn in 2025 and on 2025. what is our secret sauce is the team that we are having. So we have a great team behind. We have a great product that is coming out, and we are solving actually the problem that we plan to solve. And yeah, customer focus. That's another ingredient.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
I'm thinking, what should I say new to the audience? I believe the team is all. The team, and then the traction, and after that, the figures, like the revenue. The idea can be good. If the team is bad, or no, I don't know, it doesn't have the right abilities, it does not work. You can have a lot of money. If the team does not know how to manage this money, it does not work. And otherwise, you can have a bad idea, but if the team is really good, it can make it a cherry. You can have, you could have a team without money, but if it's focused, professional, it can raise money, it can develop the idea and bring it in the end. It's my experience. I've been through very many situations, and the team was the one that was solving all. Not money, not traction, not figures. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. So, my last question for this discussion would be quite simple. It's what do you need to go through this path faster? Like, what you ask? Because we have a great audience here, right? And maybe you need somebody for your team. Maybe you need like some advice on investment strategy or whatever. Like, what comes to your mind first? Like top 1 or 2, 3 points which you actually ask from the universe to get to the $1 billion valuation at some point. What do you need? And we start with Kalin this time and go like, I don't know which way, but...
First what came to my mind, it's time. We need time.
That's one is difficult to give.
Okay, yeah.
And you can buy it. You can buy it.
I mean, funding, of course, and more on that soon from Planable. But yeah, more money helps.
Okay.
Everything they said, but what drives me personally on this quest of conquering Mount Everest is talking to the people that have already done that. And I'm particularly interested in reaching out and connecting to these unicorn founders and asking them what their path looked like, how they achieved it, and just getting those formulas and handbooks and getting all that experience and knowledge and putting it back into our journey.
Yeah, thank you. And what do you think, guys?
Some money to buy our largest competitor that is already a unicorn. And 1,000 customers.
I will refer to a metric which is very often called by investors, moving faster. Hiring faster, expanding faster, scaling faster. This is the world we're living in. Thank you.
All right, and yeah, thanks so much. It's very interesting, huh? And the last question for today, we just have a couple minutes, and please just do it. Let's do it quick. Do you think that $1 billion aim is enough nowadays, or you need to aim higher? Because in my experience, it's like more of a decacorn type of world, and now we have recession and stuff, but the recession gonna end. So, is it enough to aim for a unicorn, or you need to do something bigger already in your mind?
Because of the inflation, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I am particularly inspired being around you and your dreams and visions, and this question puts me feeling as if I'm in Silicon Valley, and here we are actually in Chisinau talking about building decacorns. How awesome is that? Thank you for the question. I think it's enough to think of $1 billion company, but having a vision of building such a disruptive technology and changing the world to build a decacorn is beautiful. And if there is someone out here that feels as if they're doing that, then dream. Going to space is possible, and everyone can achieve that. But I think $1 billion is enough.
I mean, it's a good first step, yeah.
Okay, guys.
In dollars or bitcoins?
I prefer dollars.
1 billion bitcoins can work as well, so I don't know.
I always had a different thinking, and my friends did not understand that. I always thought how to change the world, not about how to win $1 billion. So for me, it's about changing the environment, improving, and after that, the money. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Hello.
Well, yeah, it's a good dream. But I hope that sometime the dream will become true.
Yeah, thanks so much, everybody. I try to make this panel more of a kind of deep dive into our minds, how we actually perceive the world, what's important for us. And I hope, first of all of you enjoyed this conversation, because I did. And I think it's always very important to understand each other. And as better we do, as efficient and more strong community we can build, as better we can help each other at the end of the day. That's why I'm asking this kind of questions, because again, maybe in the audience somebody know how to help you. So if you know, please help. So thanks so much, everybody, and let's have a good day, and let's work further to build a great community of startups here in Moldova, because we love it. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for this panel. Moving on. So you know Unicorn, and you heard about DECA. Okay, we are changing from the 1 billion to 10 billion, very relevant to Moldova right now. Thank you for that conversation, very inspiring. I want to tell you about my personal experience. Over 1,000 startups graduated my programs over the years, and if I learned something, is that startups rush to raise funds too early. And it's sometimes funny to find that when they actually raise the money, they're kind of shocked. So I actually have the money, what do we do now? I think that when you raise money too early, you are giving up a lot of your company, but that is even not the worst. The worst is really you are just not ready. So what I see now that is happening more worldwide is investment readiness. It's you need to be taught how to get ready to be invested. First, when is the right time to look for the money, and second, what to do once you receive it. You will find not too many worldwide companies that actually grew up without raising funds. I know it sounds to you science fiction, but it can actually be achieved. If the team is fully committed, when you have the right people on board, you can develop in stealth mode without giving equity to anyone. When you're starting giving 0.5% to a graphic designer and a 2% for the UI and UX, you're not in a good spot. The first thing any investor will come and tell you is to go and collect all this equity back before you see a cent from him. So it's really a big headache. You should be able to reach the market without raising funds. And since the competition is so big, then you don't have any other reason. So if you were to sit back and wait for the money to pour, if you have maybe something near an MVP, you are just wasting time. So since there are only 24 hours a day, and you are awake in about, let's say, 18 of them, I would recommend what Arnold Schwarzenegger said, just sleep faster. That's the only thing you can keep up and maybe handle what's going on around you. So I would like to invite to the stage Mircea Vadan. I came to know your company through a report that was sent out, which I really liked, that was just mentioning the events to come. And by the way, I have shared it in several WhatsApp groups, so just for you to know. And as said here, we would like to hear more to learn about the Romanian tech startup ecosystem experience that you can share with us. Floor is yours. Thank you.
And hello, everyone. It's amazing to be here in Chisinau. I come every several months, and I remember Startup Weekend in 2017, I think, which was a tech wheel. It was kind of among the first startup events, and it was thrilling and amazing. And like 7 years later, almost, there's so many things happening, and such a big conference. You might be a little bit ahead, even if those smaller in volume, ahead than the Romanian ecosystem in terms of self-organizing yourself. And I'll show a few things about all these topics in my next presentation. What can you learn from the Romanian tech startup ecosystem? And thank you very much, Tal, for mentioning the reports. I love, together with my team, because we're more people, monitoring the ecosystem, playing with data, trying to see what the next trends are, what the next startups are coming up, what are the events and so. And I'm happy to help with a lot of information on this. Yeah. So, I'm involved in more organizations, as you can see here, and we focus on acceleration programs, fundraising support, angel investing, startup scouting, various workshops, and startup ecosystem overview. And oftentimes I compile things which take 2 hours in 10 minutes presentation on various areas and domains. And I want to show you here the overview of the Romanian ecosystem. We don't have space for all the players because there are many more, but the most important ones in terms of program and support organizations and conferences and competitions. Many of them are offering support programs for startups that not that much funding, and it's a big issue in the Romanian ecosystem. And then we have the angel networks and angel-based funds, which blew up in the past 3 years, 4 years, so we're pretty happy to see so much ecosystem activity. And then we have the crowd investing platforms, which you maybe heard about it, and the venture capital funds growing, and as well some corporates. So it's pretty much a lot of activity, but I still feel we have a bottleneck in the funding. This is the venture capital rounds, like on each year, starting with 2018, going to 19, 20, 21. So you see quite a good upscale. And this is compared with what happened in 2021 on quarters and then in 2022. As you can see, there was a peak, but then past year was not that, going down, but was not scaling as expected in terms of funding. So this year we'll see probably something similar because of the ecosystem challenges in Eastern Europe. And this will be a slowdown to some extent, definitely not too much growth. But on the ecosystem side, what we're doing now is to create Raw Startup, the Romanian startup ecosystem strategy, which wants to get, we had a conference similar like this a year ago, and the next conference will be on 9th of June in Cluj, close to Techsylvania conference as well, just after one after the other, so we invite you all to be there if you want to join. There will be an official invitation like in a week or 2. So basically we're trying to create the Raw Startup organization, which is gathering many organizations from the ecosystem with the point to make an impact and to be in synergy when it comes to working with government bodies to represent us to some extent internationally and to facilitate the communication. And I think Startup Moldova did this already faster than us, so congrats for that. You have the advantage in Moldova to be a smaller ecosystem which can move much faster and get things clearer and done much faster, which in Romania is a little bit more difficult. What we also do, and maybe you're doing, or I'm advising you to do, is mapping the ecosystem. So be playing with information, because in the startup ecosystem, if you play with information, if you share it and provide it through reports, through maps, through various newsletters, the information flows, people meet more, they get acquainted with new projects, and then partnerships, new startups are popping up. So I think this is a key element that helped us. We did mapping ecosystems in Cluj on the local level for startups to know where exactly to go. So I have a startup idea. Okay, you have these events that you go, these hackathons, these programs. I need investment. Okay, you can go to these players. And I think for Moldova, it's easier to do a map with all these things. And of course, there will be competition. Overlapping is okay. in the end, this is a thriving ecosystem where more players fight a little bit on the resources, but as well they work together when the case. Then we also do domain vertical communities and reports, because being the larger ecosystem in Romania, now we have a couple of verticals on which we can build. FinTech, health tech, we're trying now to scale up the urban mobility and the green tech area. Agri-food as well, in the past several years grew a lot. So all these maps are showing to the world, to the people interested, to the doctors in this case on health tech, to the investors on health tech, the startups. And then once they have access to a map like this and to the startups showcase, then it's very easy to create more connection. And we just had an event this week with 80 people in the room, medical doctors who are trying to help startups, investors and startup founders. So this developing a vertical one by one, I think this also makes sense. And also keep in mind the wave that is coming, in the sense that health tech now is on the rise in Europe. It started before the pandemic kind of accelerated, especially the telemedicine. FinTech was like growing maybe 7-10 years ago. Now we have the green tech wave, and basically you use all these energies on the European level in order to speed up a local ecosystem and provide with funding, grants and events. It's just about creating awareness, and then people think in their minds and they come up with ideas. If you do a hackathon on green tech, there will be people thinking about it, and you'll see in 3 years, starting from that hackathon, kind of a green tech ecosystem popping up. And I also advise the smaller ecosystems to focus on a vertical or two. So for example, in Cluj, we focus on health tech, because this is also part of the European funding strategy, also because the municipality is focused on health tech, and this kind of creates a pool which is not yet visible, but in a couple of years will be visible, that there will be more startups of health tech, there will be more impact, more funding. And focusing on one industry attracts people from Europe who are interested in that industry. So think what are the potential domains where you can actually leverage in Chișinău. Yeah, 8 minutes, 26. What we also do, and I think this happens as well here to some extent, we have tons of WhatsApp groups for sharing information. So oftentimes we spread the words about various things, programs and news, and this is helping us leverage the opportunities together. And the funding in Europe is such way created that we need to form consortiums of more organizations working together. And this is a good opportunity to actually create relationships in a project and then scale up on other projects as well. We also have an example. The municipality of Cluj is offering grants, small grants of a couple of thousand euros to people under 26 years old, to teams thinking to try a startup. So this kind of gathered in one call 160 applications. And out of those, 40 were selected. Out of those, 10 got a bigger grant and was one winner. So all these things together having impact on the local level. So now we're going to probably reap the results in 2-3 years. But this was a wise investment from the municipality grants. And we hope to see this model replicated in other cities in Romania. And also an amazing impact in the past 5 years was with EIT organizations. In Eastern Europe, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, because through this kind of channel and organization, there was funding going of like 20,000, 50,000 euros to various startups as grants in health, in food, in climate, in a couple of other industries, because this is the mandate of EIT to push some kind of some domains which are actually not having interest from the venture capital world yet, but they will have soon. So in this way we managed to create overall like more organizations in Romania, like 6 or 7 programs in the past couple of years, and they were like popping up the startups on one side, people interested in the domain on the other side, accelerating, and some of them receiving funding and grants, and one of them also accessed more than 1 million euro just a couple of months ago, starting from a program like this. And EIT also offers a lot of access to network and companies on various domains. At least on health tech, they have a huge network of hospitals and medical companies that startups can work with. And as well, a program called EIT Jumpstarter, which is collecting applications from all over Europe, idea level, actually. Yes, another measure which came from as a law in universities was to implement technology transfer offices and also entrepreneurial student societies. This was a couple of years back, and some universities were shy, but others saw the opportunity to create these organizations and to give some small grants to students. And now we see many universities having entrepreneurial centers, to some extent trying to do hackathons, programs of entrepreneurial education, and all this together kind of is fueling the startup ecosystem. So we had to start early from the startup ecosystem, from the student level, in order to go further on, to have people who are interested, educated, that when they graduate, they can focus on startups. And as well, in the past 2 years, there's a lot of talk about the tech transfer industry and research valorization. So many research programs are focused on base research, not necessarily research which can become a business. So from this perspective, we're trying to change this ecosystem. And of course, it's going to take some time, but we believe that this in 5-10 years can pay off. Focusing on research that can be transformed into businesses and startups. And of course, here we have Israel as an amazing example, with many professors in universities having equity in startups based on their research. Yeah. Couple of other notes. The ecosystem organizations are heavily relying on corporate sponsorships and grants. To be honest, this is not a good business model. I mean, it's a basic business model, but we still need to form a set of services as organizations in order to use those sponsorship and grants in order to have more programs. A lot of organizations are struggling with the financing, and we don't have so many corporates willing to sponsor the startup ecosystem in such a way to be more thriving. And now with Raw Startup, we hope to have some funding for programs, for events, for hackathons, conferences, and so on in order to increase the ecosystem activity. People are not too eager to participate anymore in events after the pandemic. We saw that a lot of meetups which were very active in the past, now they're not revived to some extent. And I think it's, on one side, people are conserving the effort. On the other side, we're missing out in terms of connecting with each other face to face. And then I believe ecosystem is thriving in the moment when there are a lot of connections happening in the ecosystem. When people talk in events like this, big or small, it doesn't matter in any way, because there is a correlation between the number of meetups or events and people interacting and the startup ecosystem growth in terms of number of startups and funding as well, and recommendations. So I believe an ecosystem always goes on the relationships that are formed between the people in the ecosystem. So if there will be strained relationship, the ecosystem will not grow, and this will not create in terms of kind of a snowball effect. That's why I think it's amazing that you guys are organized well and you communicate, even if you might have overlaps with each other in various programs you do. That's amazing that you can actually stay together at one table and communicate. We have a big pre-seed funding gap in Romania, and I love to say that the funnel is something like this, but I feel it's kind of something like this, because we need more acceleration funding. Many programs are not offering funding of 20,000, 50,000 euros, maybe just some prizes from time to time. And the angels in the past year and a bit are a little bit more reluctant about investing in startup. We're also having 400 million euro funding mechanism, which now it was promised last year, but we haven't seen yet results, and now things might change because of some news related to the government and ministries. So we hope to keep this amount just for startups and venture capital. And on the long run, Romania or the big cities will focus on the tech transfer and sales valorization. Also, I'm a big believer in verticalization of the programs and communities, in the sense that when you have mentors from one industry and investors in one industry, that makes much, much more sense to grow, and it's much more attractive for a startup if you have industry experience. And in this way, yeah, you can speed up the growth, and you can do a lot of things if you're focused on one vertical. It's very easy in the startup ecosystem to get lost in all the opportunities and things that we need to deal with. Yeah, so closing up, if you want to join some newsletters, here you have them. We drop almost weekly or bi-weekly emails with opportunities for investors, with news for startup ecosystem, with accelerators, with events that are happening and things that you can join. And also for startups, we collect opportunities for startups from all over Europe, and we push them 10 each week. Accelerators, grants, and other things as well. And yeah, one more thing, you have a Moldavian advantage being small, and you can be agile. Keep that in mind and focus on a couple of industries and rock on. I think you can attract talent. And an advice for me that I keep myself saying and also transmitting to others, keep the energy and focus and your inner drive on things that matter. It's very easy to get lost in so many things that happen in the ecosystem. Focus where you can have impact. Thank you very much. Just in time.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you. Did I mention I'm from Israel? I'm not sure. Let's share numbers. No competition here. Israeli startups in the year 2021, very much affected by COVID, raised over $25 billion. That starts with a B. And exited over 82-point-something billion. That's more than your national budget. That is a one country. The fact that Israel is near 10 million, not interesting, because the entire high-tech and startup ecosystem numbers 350,000 people. This is 350,000 people that annually exit in bigger numbers than budgets of some countries in the world. Did I emphasize it's all about people? Yes, it's all about people. By the way, 2022 was not as good. Our fundraising dropped almost by half, which for us signaled already the recession coming. Probably, as we said, SVB suffered a blow, the bank. Many of the companies in that bank were Israelis. Would you be amazed that only a very small portion of the companies there actually left their money? Most took the money before, being very, very attentive to what's going on. The recession is here, and many VCs close shop. Money is more difficult to find. This is a fact. Would I surprise you again that if you have a good team and if you have a viable product, then you will raise the money. Money did not disappear, was not deleted. No one burned the money. It did not disappear overnight. Money is there. Fear is also there. Doubt is also there. So if you know how to do the job, if you know how to present like some of the startups and some of the speakers that were standing here, then you are definitely still in business. I'm calling Mike Butcher again to the stage to discuss how to reach money in general, or for specifically for numbers. I can tell you that in the last years, VC bend also for lower amounts if the startup is good and interesting. Mike, I would like to invite you to take the stage. And please take it from here. Guys, you can run with your chairs. Sorry, I was supposed to do it from here. Do you have the mic? Mike, do you have the mic? Is it working? Is it? Yeah, no, they will bring you the nice sofa. Where's the moderator sofa, please? No? Okay, let's take care of that.
Where are the speakers? Let's get this. If your name is there we go. Thank you. Okay. What? This is the weirdest arrangement, guys. Come on. It's a very weird arrangement. Is it because we're having virtual? Aha! That's why. Right. Guys, I think we're getting a little, down. Everybody stand up. Come on. Stand up. Right. Put your hands in the air like you just don't care. Come on. And now down low, down low. Do a squat. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Feel the burn. Okay, that's better. Right. Feel better? Stamp your feet. Okay, good. Right. These guys did it as well. Great. Right. Can you hear me, people in the internet? Amazing. Amazing. In the internet, lovely. By the way, the beautiful thing is we can do this. This is just a fold back thing. We can do this hybrid thing. Goodbye having to be in the room. Now you don't have to get on a plane. How exciting. Great. Let me introduce our panel if I can. Do we have more people than I know about? I don't know. Sasha from Atomico, wave your hand. There he is. It's like a satellite delay from America. Dennis from Horizon, there he is. Carolina from Credo, there she is. Razvan from Startup Wise Guys. And Carol from Innovo. We've got everybody. Cool. The class is present and correct. Okay, if you have, if by the way, the people on Zoom, can you, if somebody can turn down their speaker a bit, because we're getting a bit of feedback. So just do it so that you can hear us, but that we can't hear your feedback. Thank you. Great. Right, the conversation now is going to, how do VCs hunt startups? So I think what we'll do is we'll start basic, and then we'll get a little bit more complex as we go. We've got about, we're running over time. So we're running, we've got about 20 minutes or something? 30 minutes, so I think that's probably a bit more realistic. Let's go with the people let's first of all start off with the people who have invested in the ecosystem. And I think that's, stop me if I'm wrong, Dennis, Carolina, and Razvan. Is that correct? Right. Starting with Dennis. Tell us which companies you've invested in, how much, why Moldova. Go. Sound man and audio man, if a microphone doesn't work, I want to see you run up here faster than a speeding bullet to put new batteries in our microphones or something.
Okay, now it's okay. First of all, a bit of background. I work at Horizon Capital, and Horizon Capital is a private equity firm which focuses on growth investments. But we also have the venture pocket, which is called U Ventures. And historically, U Ventures was mostly invested in Ukraine, but last year we had a first investment in a Moldovan startup, Bloom Coding. And we expect more investments to come because the geographical focus of our fund is Ukraine and Moldova. So all the startups that fit our criteria, we are looking for you.
Right, fantastic. By the way, you don't need to clap all the time. I'll tell you when you can clap. Okay. I'm like a school teacher. I'm joking. What's the minimum ticket size for
100K.
Huh?
100,000.
100,000.
Up to 500. It's for venture fund, and for the Horizon Capital, it's 20-30 million.
And is that seed or pre-seed or what?
U Ventures, it's seed. Horizon Capital is a growth investments.
Okay, and what sectors are you mostly interested in? Is that
technology?
Yeah, sure. Okay, technology. Goodness me. Technology. Do you mean SaaS? Do you mean enterprise? Do you mean AI? Do you mean drones? What do you mean?
I could say that we sector agnostic.
Okay, thank you. That's the answer I was looking for. Next up, Carolina from Credo, coming in from outer space. Where are you, by the way?
I'm currently in Istanbul, actually.
Istanbul, how exotic.
I know.
Tell us about, I won't ask you how the weather is, it's probably better. Tell us a little bit about Credo's involvement in Moldova. When did it begin? What kinds of companies and which companies have you invested in? All of the good stuff.
Sure. So just for a quick background, we're a Prague-based fund with focus on investing in the CE region. Our focus is pre-seed and seed primarily, and our latest fund is 75 million, also sector agnostic. And we've been looking into Moldova for a while, and we actually made a first investment this year, also in Bloom Coding.
Fantastic. And you joined that round as a follow-on or as a lead or what?
No, we actually with Innovo, we co-led the round.
Okay, cool, awesome. And just remind me, what was the how much did they raise? 1 mil. Well, 1 mil, cool, awesome.
It was yeah. Sorry, there's a delay.
Oh yeah, sorry, we went too fast. So tell us about, do you have any views about the Moldovan ecosystem right now? Any kind of top-level thoughts, Carolina?
I mean, we obviously, sorry, there's a little bit of an echo. Anyways, yes, it's obviously on the rise, and we've been seeing more and more companies coming out of Moldova. We've obviously had a long focus in Romania before that, so that's where we've made more investments. But what we're starting to see is really interesting. There's obviously the Bloom Coding in education, which is one of the sectors. We've seen some companies in software and some fintech. So we're definitely watching it. I mean, the number is increasing steadily, which is great to see. And we're excited to see what's ahead.
Okay, great. And would you say it's still early days, and you're excited to see more?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still early days. As we've seen on the presentation before, there's still considerably less funding compared to other ecosystems that we focus on in the CEE. But it needs some time, right? I mean, we need to see successes that usually breed other successes.
Yeah.
And the more funding comes into the ecosystem, the more of this we will see. It's sort of a typical flywheel that we see in ecosystems that are still in the sort of early stages of development. And Moldova is definitely on one of the ones that we see accelerating this.
Fantastic. So obviously there's still lots of exciting growth to come. Thank you very much, Carolina. Turning to Razvan from Startup Wise, guys. You also have become an investor. Tell us a little bit more about why you invested, what you are investing in now, what you expect to invest in the future. It should... Yeah. Whoever's working that audio desk needs to turn it up. Like, just keep up the levels. Keep the levels all high. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's take those one by one. Thanks, Mike. I think the one word is talent. Talent, and another one is passion. We see that. So our first investment in Moldova is VR Live. It was announced today on stage. I was supposed to keep it as well done, VR Live. We invested 100K euros, and at the moment, part of the team VR Live is actually in our Malaga accelerator, or the launch part of it. and they are having some good time there bonding with the other teams that are in the batch there. So one of the sectors in which we are investing is XR, extended reality, which includes VR, AR, metaverse, these kind of solutions. It was not easy to get in our program. I think we scouted about 350 startups, and only 10 of them made it in the program.
Right.
It was a long one. It was also a painful process, but we got the best.
Fantastic. That's really interesting that you got, what was it, 10 out of 350?
Yes.
What? Okay. I mean, that ratio is not dissimilar to
I would add there maybe for the XR vertical, which is quite particular, that's a high number of applicants.
Would you say that Moldova has a potential in XR more than, I mean, a sort of the marriage of the liberal arts and technology, perhaps?
I would not be able to give you a straight answer.
Yeah, maybe it's too early to tell.
I think it's too early. I think there is potential definitely in the SaaS and enterprise.
Yeah.
But at the moment, XR, we don't have enough data.
Yeah, sure. It's still early. Fair enough. Interesting to tease out whether or not we think there are particular strengths coming out of the tech ecosystem here that people could double down on. Hold that in the back of your mind for a minute. Carol from Innovo. So I think you famously made the recent, is this the recent development, is that right? Exactly. Tell us about that.
Can I study on mic? Yeah. Great. So a little bit background story about Innovo, just for... Hello? Oh, whoa. I wanted to be a singer back then, so you know. Okay, so a little bit about Innovo. We're an early stage VC fund. We're based in Warsaw, and actually we invest up to 4 million euros. And as my colleagues, we are industry agnostic, but actually we have 5 main verticals we are particularly interested in. So obviously things, B2B SaaS, marketplaces, and more specific ones, dev tools, all things around data and healthcare. And we invest in founders from Central Eastern Europe. So in the end, we can invest everywhere, US, UK, whatever. But we want to invest in people that were born in our region. And yeah, we started about 8 years ago. We just raised our third fund, 100 million euros. And we invested in over 35 startups from Poland, Ukraine, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania. And recently we invested in Bloom Coding. So a little bit background story about it. Just to be fully honest with you, if you would ask me 1 year ago, would you like to invest in Moldova? Probably I said I wouldn't. But I met Emil in September last year at How to Web in Bucharest, amazing event, just for you to know. And his passion, his drive to change things, to push things forward was amazing. And what I see here right now, especially when I heard the previous panels, from Ksenia, from Planable, Emil, and other great founders from Moldova, I see the same drive and passion to change things, to build big businesses from our region, which is still quite underdeveloped, but we have amazing tech talent here. And we still have this hunger to make things, to prove the world that we can build something great. So, and Emil also proved that in numbers, so what can I say? What could I do?
Brilliant. I don't know if this is working. Is this working? Hello? Aha, it's good. Thank you, guys. Okay, great. Now, finally, Sasha from Atomico. Thank you so much for coming. Atomico, for those of you who don't know, is one of the largest venture capital funds in Europe. Started many years ago, co-founded by Nicholas Zenstrom, who was a co-founder of Skype. So enormous hinterland of history and experience in Atomico. Sasha is from Moldova, I gather. Fantastic.
Yes, proudly born and raised in Moldova.
Brilliant. Well, you must have you been watching the ecosystem from afar, popping in? Obviously, you must have. I presume you have family still here, etc. So you're keeping an eye on things.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we, as you mentioned, Mike, we are a generalist investor. You know, have been investing for the last 17 years, and we invest anything from $5 to $50 million checks, primarily Series A plus. And for us, there is no particular region that we have doubled down on, but we obviously, as an investor in Europe, focused on anything that comes from Europe because we are built on the belief that great companies come from anywhere. And as a person who grew up and was born in Moldova, I always had passion for the tech that is being built in Moldova. Not that many people realize, but one of the most innovative products were built in Moldova back in the early days of the internet, like the BAT, which was the first email exchange agent that got widely adopted outside of Moldova and obviously everywhere in the world. But at the same time, appreciating that Moldova is quite a small country, so internal market is not that large, and you need to build for scaling outside of Moldova from pretty much day zero, maybe day one at best. We've been following closely what is happening there. Have not done an investment there yet, but we recently announced an investment in Iași, which is 20 kilometers away from Moldova, in a company called Digital. So at least we keep a close eye on the region rather than a specific country. But I have everyone in Moldova, and things that are coming out from the region are definitely very close to my heart in the first instance.
Fantastic. Brilliant. So Sasha, you and Carolina, your funds are of a very decent size for European funds. You're going to come in at a relatively higher level than some of the very early stage companies that are available in the market at the moment. What kinds of things, Carolina, first of all, and then Sasha, turning back to you, what kinds of things are you looking for? What partners are you looking for? You're looking to partner with smaller funds on the ground. Tell us the kinds of things, what's your ideal from in the next year that you would like to see happen for you to really double down and get involved in the ecosystem? Carolina first.
Sure. So obviously, it's as it was said before, it's all about the people, right? We invest in early stages, pre-seed, seed, and so we really want to see great founders, people with global ambitions, right? Obviously, CEE region is very fragmented in general, with smaller closed ecosystems, and it's really important for us and for the size of our fund to see founders who have ambition outside, right? To go outside of the local ecosystem. So that's one thing. With that, obviously, goes the sort of team around the founders and their pull on the talent. Having the right composition, knowing how to hire, and really sort of having the people focus. So that's important. And having a scalable model and understanding what are the different levers of a scalable model, right? Where understanding some constraints of certain business models. So those are the things that we're looking for. Again, we're vertical agnostic, so it's not necessarily about finding a company in a specific space, but also understanding the question of what and why now, right? And having a global perspective and understanding what's happening outside of your ecosystem. Sometimes what we see from founders who start something locally and maybe scale the product from 0 to 1, right? From like nothing to a couple 100,000 in revenue. They gain a lot of traction locally, and they think, that sort of the product, they can just take that and replicate it outside, which is not always the case, right? You're facing competition, you're facing all kinds of different barriers, and we always like to speak to founders who understand that and are aware of that.
Thank you very much for confirming something I said earlier on stage, which you were not privy to, which is about the fact that startups from smaller countries should just think globally, internationally with their ideas. Don't worry about the local market. Sure, you might be able to test something locally, but you can definitely jump immediately into international thinking. Sasha, I presume you would concur with a lot of what Carolina said, But are you seeing any particular strengths? And also, are you seeing any sort of weaknesses that people should work on as founders coming out of Moldova?
Yeah, thank you. And Carolina nailed it. So not that much to add, but maybe to extend what you, Mike, asked about. I think a couple of elements. So one thing that people underappreciate, and I have obviously experienced, after living in multiple different countries, the level of innovation that is within the governmental agencies. The fact that you can get like an ID within a day, it's remarkable, and you cannot do that in pretty much any other country, US, UK, and so on and so forth. So there is definitely a very strong technical backbone for what is happening in Moldova specifically. I think just to maybe highlight one thing that would love to see being worked through, and one thing that I think is a particular strength. So on one side, you have people who are resource constrained, and therefore they're grinding through that, right? So because they don't have access to funds, or that many funds, and they don't have access to many other resources that are needed, it makes them very creative, which in the grand scheme of things is critical, because it's not about taking 10 million and burning that 10 million on fire. It's more about taking very little and turning that very little into a lot of insights that are helpful for companies to scale. So I think for Moldova specifically, and for the region in general, one of the things that are a part of our thesis is the founder's ability to go beyond what is expected at their stage is something quite remarkable. And Carolina can share more about UiPath's story, but that's a great example of a company that for a long time had not taken VC money because they were just building great products, addressing the real pain point in the world, and therefore, at the end of the day, when they raised capital, it was for scaling, not for figuring out where your product market fit is. That's on the benefit side. The flip side of that is because you don't have that much resources and you don't have that many lighthouse examples, it's much harder to dream big. And therefore, when you think about the level of ambition and what people are set up to do from day zero, sometimes we need to spend more time with founders just getting through what eventually they want to build. And there is quite a huge discrepancy between what they want to build, what they're building, and what they're telling they want to build. So getting through that and helping them understand what is the opportunity in front of them and how can they go and actually become these household names, the same way as Skype is known pretty much to everyone. How can they become the names that, when you tell it, everyone knows what you're talking about? I think that takes a bit of education, and therefore, I think everyone who's in the ecosystem does a huge, huge job, but just helping people be connected to the people that, help them dream big, that can help them understand what is the path towards that, and they can help them with resources, right? Because without any of those elements, it's pretty much impossible.
Yeah, so it's a lot of it's about thinking big and helping the founder think big. Carolina, just briefly, very briefly, if you could just give us just remind us how interesting that UiPath sort of path, was. It was, and what's so interesting, I think, because it's almost like a perfect example of how to build a tech company from this region in some ways, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a great example, and it is an example that I'm super happy for, and Frito and I think the whole ecosystem, because it really brought the whole CE region on the map of international investors, right, that are outside of the region. And this is important because we've been talking about the capital constraint that countries in Central and Eastern Europe have, and having these. And obviously, if you don't have outcomes for US investors or Western European investors, sometimes that means like there can be a little bit of a bias, right? If you don't have former examples of success in the region, there can be a perception of lower liquidity, lower ambition, fewer resources and whatnot. And so I think that was obviously super important. And again, to this, to Sasha's point, actually, companies being scrappy, UiPath was an example of that, right? They weren't funded before we actually did the seed round with Early Bird at that point. And the company's been around for now I might not be super accurate, but it was 7 to 10 years or so before they actually got their first funding. They were actually an agency, right? A lot of, and we see these examples quite often, companies bootstrapping, having more of a service model while they're building the product. And we really like that. We like the mentality of being scrappy.
That's actually a fantastic reminder. Thank you, Carolina, for that, because you're absolutely right. Many CE companies have a service model, and then they realize that there's a product inside the service that they're offering that they can spin out as a product, as its own startup, and go, wait a second, we can scratch our own itch, we can solve our own problem, let's build this platform, and then suddenly the product, the platform takes on a life of its own and takes off and becomes really bigger, much, much bigger. And I think that's a brilliant example. Right, we have about 15 minutes left, and what I think would be instructive for everybody, given that we're still, it's still early days, let's talk about how the best way to engage with investors at your level, and whether or not, if you're a scrappy startup, you've just got something launched, maybe you're pre-revenue, or almost maybe you've got a very early stage company. Let's talk about the best way to engage with investors, because I think sometimes founders can get this wrong. It comes off the phrase in England we have called half-cocked, as in when you have a musket and you pull back the thing and it's not quite ready to go. And my analogies are terrible, so obscure, I'm so sorry. But anyway, it's not quite ready, but how do you engage with investors? What are the best ways of doing it? So let's start with my investors who I have here in the real world here, and then we'll move back to our virtual world, starting from right at the end there. What is the best way to engage with you? Just a cold email, a pitch, buying you coffee? Sometimes startups go to me in the toilet, which I think is kind of a mistake, maybe. So let's not do that. Go for it.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I think a lot of the times startups meet us in events such as this. So don't shy away from going to conferences. Check out the people who are always wearing red. So that's us, Startup Wise guys. We have a lot of companies that we are actually meeting in conferences, and then we have plenty of them who are just emailing us or just checking our website. Hey, what's the next thing after I get out of an incubator? Oh, guess what? There's an acceleration program coming up. Okay, where is that one? Then you check your region. Maybe you don't want to be there. Maybe you want to check something outside. And that's how the people are finding us. Some are actually coming to us via recommendations. So we are in touch with the community builders, Startup Moldova, and a couple of the other pre-accelerators that are here. We are always in touch with them, and they are endorsing startups our way. So that's how we get our pipeline, and we are always open to discuss with all of them.
Okay, so you're pretty open, and you'll talk to pretty much anyone, I guess, at that level.
I think the startups that we are in touch with are falling into B2B SaaS, extended reality, fintech, cybersecurity, and also sustainability. These are our 5 core verticals in which we invest in early stage startups. And I would assume our colleagues here know it. We are having joint investments with Atomic, also with Credo, a couple of good companies there. But these are the way for us.
And what about you, Dennis? You're telling me earlier that you're more interested in growth companies, aren't you? But will you take a pitch from anybody?
Yes, of course. I could say that we are really open, and we identify startups through associations, through events like this, through cold emails. It doesn't matter. But I have a useful piece of advice for all startups, that we, as venture capitalists, love to invest in movies and not in static pictures. What does it mean? It means that we like to see how your story evolves over time. So after your first pitch, Please keep your investors informed about any changes in your metrics, whether there are any changes in your strategic directions. You can do this quarterly or semi-annually, but it's really important to build this investment momentum. And despite that, this is kind of common truth, and that is everybody knows about it. I could say that only 5% of the companies really do this. So I think it's really useful when you keep your investors updated.
Okay, great. And you, sir, carry
on. Actually, we can look at it from two standpoints. So first thing, of course, we're also very open. You have my email on in the first line of my LinkedIn, but just to be fully honest with you, from the conversion perspective, let's assume that my colleague, who I perceive who is very strong in, I don't know, data infrastructure, he would tell me that, okay, you have to meet this guy, he's amazing, he's starting his new company, you have to invest in that. For me, that's a clear sign, okay, that's a probably great thing to do, to invest in such person. And
So you're looking for a warm intro, are you?
No, I don't look for warm intro, but it definitely helps with the conversion to a real deal. But inbound, actually, our meeting at event is also very helpful. But I would recreate the situation, because I believe the market is changing right now, and there are more and more great founders. And in the end, we see, as Sasha, actually the entire panel mentioned, we're looking for people. We're looking for the best people. Also, VCs are looking for great products and market, but let's focus on people. So if you started, for example, previously you worked at fast-growing startup, for example, at UiPath in Romania, and you're starting something of your own, probably top VCs will approach you soon. If you graduated top universities all over the world and you're from the region, probably VCs from the region will approach you soon, because the market is changing right now. So, so let's think about also this way. And if you're starting business and maybe you don't have such background like ex-UiPath or top uni or something, but you created great product, even MVP, prototype, whatsoever. Let's think about, for example, acceleration programs. Startup-wise guys are great. Or, for example, you can launch your product on Product Hunt, because that's an amazing tool to get initial feedback, to show the world your product, and also actually to start to be on the radar of VCs all over the world. So that's my piece of advice.
So do you think Product Hunt still has cachet, still has weight, influence?
Definitely.
Right, okay.
In our second fund, 2 of our, 10% of our investments, we found them on Product Hunt.
Interesting, okay. Okay, now to moving to our virtual crew. Sasha, what are some of the common best ways to approach you at your level? Let's be honest, Atomico is at a slightly more rarefied level. A lot of the time you're dealing with other investors, a little bit more than directly with early stage startups, but I'm sure you obviously have a funnel all the way up as well. What are some of the best way to approach you guys, and also some common mistakes that entrepreneurs might make approaching Atomico?
Yeah, thanks, Mike, and very kind description of Atomico. I think a couple of elements here. So maybe to Dennis's point, we tend to build relationship with entrepreneurs very early as 2 people in a napkin with an idea, because that helps us understand how those people develop as founders and as human beings. That's very critical, because we are going to be engaged with companies for the next 10, 15 years, and it's really important for us to make sure that we fully understand who those people are and they understand who we are as well. I think, similar to many people, our emails are quite easy to find and or guess. Therefore, we get emails. I think the conversion for that is quite small, just because with many companies that we partner with, there are other earlier stage funds like Innovo, like Credo, and like many others, and Startup-Wise guys and many others that we partner with, and we maintain regular connections, and therefore those are the funds that flag us something interesting. And therefore for us, because we invest at a bit later stage, maintaining a relationship with other earlier stage funds is critical, and it's actually becoming much more frequent right now to see companies that are not seen by earlier stage funds, similar to what Carolina mentioned. Bootstrap companies, you can't find them through maintaining a relationship with seed funds, because those are not the companies that raise seed funds, right? And those might be the most interesting opportunities. But one thing that I would definitely say is somewhat a tendency in Eastern Europe is to fall into the trap of building a startup as a lifestyle, and therefore doing things for the sake of doing things. And even to challenge maybe the question, like, do you really need to meet VCs? Because at a certain point, it becomes, oh, I had 10 conversations with VCs this week or that week or this month and so on. And you can turn that question around and ask yourself, like, what value does it bring? Because at the end of the day, what attracts VCs, what is very aligned with value creation, is going and speaking to customers, building great products, releasing those products to customers, and hopefully growing the business. And if that happens, VCs will come. That's out of question. Therefore, my biggest advice to the ecosystem, and I've experienced it in different countries and different ecosystems, is going to meet someone or to events or doing something for the sake of doing is probably a good way to make you feel good or to make you feel busy, but is not necessarily aligned with the end goal of building a great company and therefore creating value. So from that perspective, I don't want to be the VC that brings generative AI and AI in general into the discussion, but there are so many tools right now that help you build products, that help you get initial traction without money, that I would definitely encourage people first to think about what are the problems that I can uniquely address, what is the insight that I have that no one else has or very few people have, and how can I build a quick MVP, a quick product, bootstrap the traction, and then the conversation with VCs would be much easier and much more productive, because there will be a ground for a collaboration rather than oh, let's have a discussion for the sake of discussion. Yeah. Don't want to sound too out there, but I think from the perspective of what I think is kind of a wake-up call, I think that's definitely something that I would encourage people to keep in mind.
Thank you. That's actually very good advice, excellent advice, and I want to echo that from the journalist side, which is that your best press release is an amazing product. You don't have to do a press release about something that's kind of barely exists. It's better to actually build that awesome product first, and then in a way it's much more fun, certainly as a journalist, to find a fantastic product and a fantastic founder and then write about them, rather than somebody spamming you with a press release about something that's not really ready for market. Carolina, what are the mistakes that make people you encounter that in dealing with entrepreneurs that they make?
Yeah, sure. I think that obviously a lot of the ways of reaching out to VCs have already been mentioned by all of you guys. So there's obviously either inbound or a warm introduction we get a lot through VCs, obviously, other VCs, as well as our founders. So feel free to ask ML for an introduction to us. But we look at everything. I mean, this is our job, right? So we're very early, and we realize that not often do founders have the network, and we encourage them to reach out to us. It's easy to find our emails. And we consider everything the same. I think it really depends on the quality of the reach out, right? And there's some very common, and I'm now getting to the sort of pitfalls that we see, is not doing your homework of who you're actually reaching out to and who you're trying to talk to, right? Very often we get pitches that are completely outside of our focus, outside of our geo, outside of our stage. So really, make that work ahead of reaching out to VCs. Also, in terms of the stage, a institutional VC fund doesn't have to be your first money in, right? Sometimes very often we invest in startups that already, and we talked about this, like already having a product that costs something. And so maybe you go get some capital from your friends, some angels, some individuals in the ecosystem. So try to find those as well before maybe you are ready to raise the first couple hundred, let's say 500 to $1 million from an institutional seed fund. And prepare your pitch, right? I mean, just a quick sort of insight into a day of a VC, right? We look at tens of companies a day. It needs to be digestible. Train the pitch. Before you send out the email, if you're reaching out cold, have some of your friends review it. Pitch it to your grandma to make sure she understands it, right? So that it's clear and concise. People that are not in the industry understand it. Like, those are very important things. Sometimes, something lands on our desk that is like all over the place. There's no focus, no real sort of way for you to really take it and digest it in the first 5 minutes of looking at it. First minute, really.
What's the maximum number of slides you can take on a slide deck pitch? 10, 20, 15,
yeah, I mean,
5?
I think for
10.
Honestly, like 10 to 15. 10 to 15 is enough to really convey what you're trying to say, right? And usually, actually, a very good practice is to have 2 decks where you have the sort of quick, we're shooting it to you, this is the quick intro, and an extended deck if you're interested to learn a little bit more.
So the sort of 7 and then the 15 or something?
I would say like the 10 and then the 15.
10 and 15. That's actually really useful because I think...
Like 25, let's say.
Yeah, that's actually really useful because I think a lot of people don't know that. Sometimes entrepreneurs have said, I don't know why they send me slide decks, I don't care. But they send me, it's like 46 pages, oh my God. Right, finally, this is the end of this panel, and basically, thank you so much. And I want to say quickly to Sasha, say goodbye in Moldovan, and goodbye, good luck, and anything else you want to say in your own language.
Well, my Romanian is quite rusty, so I'll say la revedere, which is the only thing that I probably can say without, screwing up things and being embarrassed.
Well done. Thank you. Well, please, everybody, please thank our panel, and thank you for joining us virtually from Istanbul and London. Thank you. Over to you. Over to our MC. Thanks, everybody, and I'll see you later on.
So if you wanted to learn a lesson, is that maybe you don't need to reach out to investors, and if you do, make every word count. You need to understand, investors are people just like you. They have good days and bad days. When they see 45 or 20 pages of anything, they don't want to open it. When they see a mess, they don't have the energy to start correcting. If you have spelling mistakes, you are out of the game. It's that simple. Probably, and this is kind of a culture that grew up with VCs, now VCs actually time the response to you. So they will say thank you for the deck, and they will tell you when about they will write you back. This is a changing culture for VCs now. So you should consider it, and you should make your best to make sense in what you write. What I see sometimes is the opposite. You just send us a deck with 4 bullets, and you think, who can understand what's going on? I didn't want to share the info, so what did you call me? You want a non-disclosure? Sign a non-disclosure. Otherwise, make sense in what you do. Today, the usage of video is something that you should consider as well. Sometimes pitching half a minute or a minute in video helps a lot, more than your deck will ever do. So consider that. That is not thinking out of the box. Relax, you're very much inside the box. Just try and look, and yes, the grandmother test is very relevant as always. And last emphasis, as I said before, you're talking to people with money. Speak money language. Give them those names, those letters, those numbers that they want to hear. Then they will understand that you have onboarded the right train. We're taking a break. It's supposed to be half hour. I'm not sure that you have earned this, so I'm still thinking, should it be a little bit shorter? I want to say that we have more very interesting and relevant international speakers that will speak here, and Dumitru Alaiba will join us at about 6 p.m. and he will come to kind of absorb a little bit of the energy in the room, and then will give the closing remarks. I think to honor him and respect him and just make sense in what I'm saying, if the person that might be the major key player in your ecosystem is coming here to say something, I think you ought to be here, okay? So we are taking now a break. We say in Israel, for everything you need to, you're accepting 7 minutes to do everything, aside from cutting the chicken, that you divide to 12. So I know you didn't understand the joke. We'll take half hour or 25. Let's do it 25 minutes, please. Take 25 minutes, and I will call you back. You don't have to remember, don't look at you, but listen. So take a break. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we are starting the last part of our amazing summit. What I want to share with you are kind of a repetitive question I get from startups here, and I mean those who are in early stage towards the MVP. What I recommend startups is not really to wait until you have a full working product or even your MVP. My advice to you, go manual, which means that if you have in your mind what is the process that needs to happen once your product is ready, and you can in a way simulate it manually, start marketing your product. Reach out to customers, get the information that you want from them, and just manually, behind the scene, as if you have the app working, do the work and give them the result. It will push you much faster. It will build confidence in your customers once the app or your product is out. So don't wait, don't linger behind. Every second that you're sitting down thinking about an idea and you're not out in the market, someone else is. It's not a phrase, it's not a myth, it's reality. Pushing on, moving on. So now we will have our next presenter to talk about marketing startups for international growth. I would like to invite to the floor Ornela Ramashauskaitė from Lithuania. Round of applause. The floor is yours. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you hear me. Hello, beautiful people. Hello, smart people. Hello, beautiful and smart people. Yes. My presentation is dedicated for startuppers or wannabe startuppers, but for others, I hope you can just relax and still enjoy the time. First of all, there is a mistake here. Can you guess? Can you find the mistake? Come on, international. How can startup be local? It's only international, it should be scalable, yeah? So actually, we will talk about, in general, helping startups to grow, to scale. But when, I've been sitting here and I was thinking that, oh my God, fuck, I will repeat all the ideas you have already heard. What to do? Actually, I thought, on the other hand, it's a very good sign because it shows that same insights are in the air. So it means that everybody who follows statistics, like Natalia, everybody who follows their gut feeling, their experience, meet same insights. And it's not ideas, it's insights which really show that people understand problems and solutions the same. So I think it's a very good sign. A few words about myself. I stand on two pillars. One is marketing, and another is art world, art tech, great tech. So it seems that I'm a very good match for Moldova. I'm very happy for that. I have experience with startup. I had my own startup. It failed. Also, I had quite an impressive career in corporation. Also, I had experience with, for example, advising Prime Minister of Lithuania for creative industries and creative politics. What else? I am PhD candidate and teach marketing at universities. What else? Whatever. But what I want to say that I always speak about marketing from those different angles. It means theory, also practice in corporate world, practice in public administration even, and it becomes a bit boring. So I decided this time to discuss a bit with the smartest person in the room about tips and tricks I'm gonna share now. And guess who is the smartest person in the room? Huh? Not Tal. Another guess? Natalia, another guess? I would agree, actually, yeah. No? So I decided to discuss with ChatGPT, as Natalia did, so she's really the smartest person here in the room. And let's all together discuss with ChatGPT and see if he or she, don't know how to call it, her, she, he, let's see if he or she is right. First point, conduct market research. For sure, can it be more clear? Yes, but at the same time, it's very important to do that, not just, you know, to write down on paper and that's all. It means that you really need to dig deeper into that, and you need to follow different statistics of different countries you want to enter. You need to, if it's possible, even to make your own research, I mean, to do some qualitative, quantitative research, because without that, you will not succeed unless you are just very, very successful. And here, I need to emphasize that different cultures are very, very different. So if you don't travel every week, it seems that you don't have the real understanding of different mindsets. And please keep in mind that. And even doing the market research could help your startup to make a better business plan, to make a better business model, and in general find other points you can improve. Second thing, develop an international marketing plan, very clear again. Doing all those exercises like persona, like consumer journey, thinking about different channels, your message is crucial. So I guess everybody agrees with that. So ChatGPT is good in second point too, also. Going to the third point, be online. And it's funny that sometimes startups, which are usually a lot about IT, a lot about technology, don't have a proper website, or they are not on social media, or they are not active in social media. Think about personal branding a lot. You need to follow all the most important persons in the ecosystem. Do you follow already Mike? Do you follow already Tal? Do you follow all other people who are here? I mean, the most important ones. You should follow them. You should have written them already a message inviting them for a Zoom call. Please be brave enough. And before that, of course, it's better even if you have a very good profile by yourself. You should be present on LinkedIn. You should be present on all other, like even TikTok, you know? It really makes you more visible. And not only you as a person, but also as a startupper, as your company. So you must have your presence online. And what also I need to say that think about different cultures, because when you are doing your website, even colors, even the way how people perceive information from different nations can be very different. So also think about that when you do your website and online strategy. Going to number 4. It was said that collaborate with local influencers. And yes, I would agree with that. Of course, it depends on your startup's product service you sell. But here, people, I noticed that sometimes skip that point just because I guess, at least me and lots of people I know, just don't like influencers. Because, you know, it's not fair that some kind of, you know, young lady presenting herself as a coach of something, you know, doing some kind of funny reels, has so many followers and gets so much money for such a silly 15 seconds reel. But let's follow ChatGPT. Let's follow good experience from even corporations and small businesses that collaborating with influencers is important. And in this case, even if I don't want, I still need to agree with ChatGPT. Yeah. Number 5, leverage international events and conferences. And what I also need to add here, networking, an amazing word and amazing skill that was already said is networking. So I'm very happy that you are here, and I expect you to follow other events here in Moldova, but also abroad, because this is a crucial thing, and especially for startups, sometimes the best way to meet investors, business angels, mentors, colleagues for their teams. So always keep in mind that you need to leave your room and go to speak with people, even though you are introverts or modest, shy people. You need to forget that. You need to somehow stand out and speak with everyone around. Number 6, utilize paid advertising. You know, sometimes people think that answer how to do great marketing is very complicated. No, usually it is just simple as that, you know. Of course, we are going in tactics, not in strategy. Just paid advertising. Find good people in performance marketing, and you might be impressed by results. Nothing to add more here. And 7, which comes from number 6, monitor and measure success. You need to have KPIs. And those KPIs shouldn't be, you know, graved in a stone. You need to all the time to rethink and check again if you are still on the right vision. Of course, it is very, very good and very important to have a very concrete long-term goal, but life changes so fast that all the time you need to rethink again, do you follow right KPIs? And it's very, very normal to rewrite your marketing plan every logical period because we all see that changes are just too fast to be stuck on the paper, and reality is more important than paper. And now going back to that theory, I believe everybody knows that there were 4 Ps, later there were 7 Ps, and now there are 8 Ps, and lots of other theories. Those are like the basis of marketing. And let's check theory. Product, price, place, promo, packaging, positioning, people, performance. It's kind of the same. Some parts like, you know, product, of course, startup should be about good people, good team, technology, and good product. Price was not mentioned by ChatGPT, but I believe it is like, you know, basics what you need to do before thinking about growth in general. Place, promo, packaging was also not mentioned, but it depends on your product you sell. Sometimes it can be even without packaging. Positioning for sure, people all the time, both, like not even both, all people, all stakeholders, your team, all the investors, your clients, everyone is really very important, and we heard lots of good suggestions during the event, like keeping in touch with your investors, also, you know, finding mentors, everything what is about people counts here. Performance, of course, ChatGPT told us that, and we all, I hope so, know that without that, we will go to different directions and we will not achieve anything. But actually, here, what I want to emphasize the most is the reality. In reality, when I came to Moldova a few days ago, and especially yesterday, I met an amazing audience in Moldova IT Park. What I noticed that you guys are a bit shy about your small country. I'm coming also from the very small country, and we saw in Naomi's presentation that, we have seen in Naomi's presentation that Estonia is even smaller, but somehow they managed to be really on the tops of all the rankings. So please understand that your weakness or your thing you are, I don't know, like a bit ashamed for can be your unique selling proposition. So my marketing message here is to understand that your unique selling proposition can be being exotic, being authentic. And you need to have that fire in your eyes. You need to have that passion in your eyes, which can be, in which your investors, your clients should fall in love. So if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't believe in your country, you can't go far. So my homework for you today is to have a short paragraph, to prepare a short paragraph about yourself. Build a story about you. You can even, invent some gaps you have in your biography. Fake it till you make it. We also heard that. And also you need to have a very good story of your startup. You need to be very fluent in that. You need to be fluent not only English, but fluent business. So please do that homework. It will help for you for sure. Have even different presentation. One for investor, another for client, third for your future colleague. But please prepare that and practice, 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 and emphasize your authenticity. Because when I was going to Moldova, I had no expectations, absolutely no expectations. And actually, it was really a very exotic place for me to go. And every one of you is an ambassador of your country. So the way you present yourself, the way you present your country, really leaves the biggest impact for everyone who comes here. So now you can see lots of international people in the room, in the audience. So they're gonna leave the place and they're gonna tell their friends about Moldova, and they will not invent things. Yes, they will share the experience of the event and so on, but also they will share your stories, your passion, your fire in the eyes. So please do that homework. It really would help for you. And here you can see my contacts if you want to connect. I'm very open for that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ačiū labai. Learn Lithuanian. Not easy. You know, that's the oldest language in the world, Lithuanian. It's so difficult, only 2.7 million can talk it. This is why they're so small. And as you know, Lithuania was an empire back at the time. Who can remember? Anyways, moving on. Well, you all know Natalia, and I'm glad to invite her to join with you here and do the presentation. Can you open the presentation, please? Natalia, I would like to invite you here to talk about, well, I was personally very much impressed. As you know, Natalia is an administrator, right, of the IT park, and I was amazed to learn that this park hosts more than 1,300 companies. I think this is a great accomplishment, and I think you will hear more how people from here actually grow people from here in way of companies and businesses. The floor is yours. Good luck.
Thank you, Tal. Hi, everyone. I accepted Natalia's invitation to come to this event for two reasons. The first one is to encourage our local startups and to make them proud of themselves. Each of the startups that was today on stage, almost each of the startups is part of MIT Peace community, and we are very proud of them. And the second reason was to also showcase one of our success stories as a country to the investors and international speakers and guests that came today to this event. So I'll be talking about how we made it in a way that the IT sector is actually today the fastest growing industry in Moldova, and it became also a government top priority. The park itself that I'm representing today is one of the cause, I would say maybe the main cause for which the IT industry is the fastest growing industry. And it is due to the fact that it's been created by the government, which understood very clearly that we are in a region in which all the countries actually offer some incentives or proposals, development programs for their IT communities. And while talking about IT, we understand, each of us, that it's kind of thing that you can do wherever in the world you are. So each country is actually interested to keep its talent and business in the country, but at the same time to see how we can attract more investments, how we can attract more people, how can we grow this sector. I would give a few numbers just to sustain my idea that it's the fastest growing industry. And we would see that in the last 5 years, since we have the IT park in Moldova, our IT sector grew by 3 times, and now it generates 4.2% of our GDP. Maybe it will not seem to be a very big number, but if we think that this number is generated only by 20,000 people, I think it's really an amazing achievement. Also, it's specific of our IT industry, as for all the countries in the region, that it's mainly focused on exports, and we are exporting our services mainly to US and the EU market. And here we also see that the exports even grew faster than the sales, because they grew 5 times in the last 5 years. And while talking about exports, it is very nice to see that actually IT services represent 11% of our country's GDP, of our country's exports. And I refer here not only of our country's services exports, but total exports of goods and services. And we can see how fast was actually the evolution. While talking about people working in this sector, although we see that it's not that a big increase, because 5 years ago we were like 15,000 people in the IT, and now the increase is only by 50%, meaning that we have only 22,000 people working on IT. But here I would like to underline one important thing. While having only 50% increase in the people working in this sector, we succeeded to have 3 times higher sales in this sector, which means that these people are that talented that they can actually create more value. And at MITP, actually, our vision is to lead Moldova to become a regional top destination, while we are talking about high added value services and products. And we've seen today, and we will see even later on, some startups which I see really very clearly in already embedded in this vision. What is actually our proposal at the IT Park? First of all, for startups, I heard today a lot about how difficult it is to run a startup, because you should focus on your product, because you should build a manager team, because you should be looking for investors. And then I'm absolutely convinced that not many startups have time or maybe even knowledge to run also the tax, accounting, legal matters, and so on. And here is where we also come, because if you have an IT startup and it becomes a resident of the IT park, you pay only 7% on your sales and you forget about the tax matters. And when I'm saying this, I'm not talking only about the profit tax, yes, because here, of course, we will say that there are other countries that have 0 corporate income tax or 5% corporate income tax and so on. I'm talking about the entire tax burden, meaning you don't pay any other profit tax, neither payroll taxes, that while talking about the IT sector would be very high, because the salaries are also very competitive compared to other sectors. So here I think we have a country advantage, an advantage that is very important for you guys to use and to stay competitive. But this advantage is not only very appealing, but the good thing it is also that it's predictable. So now we have this regime guaranteed until 2025, but we already have in progress a draft law which says that it will be prolonged until 2037. And these days, our Prime Minister confirmed that until 1st of July this year, we will have this law sure for everyone. So it's just another advantage that you can use in discussion with your investors, but it's also very important because any investor would need to see some predictability, not only in your business, but also in the environment in which you operate. And also, of course, very important, the virtual presence. It's about freedom. We don't require companies to be in a specific place. You just should be registered in Moldova, having residency in the park, and then you can also enjoy this special tax regime. Another facility that we have for our residents is the IT visa program. It allows any company residing in the park to obtain easily a work permit for a manager or a specialist. I'm talking about expatriates, and it will get them very easy, like within a month for 4 years or 2 years. It's an amazing incentive in the sense of attracting new talents to work for your startups or companies overall. As Tal mentioned, we are now more than 1,300 companies. If we will relate MITP to the entire IT sector, we would be talking about 80–85% of the entire Moldovan IT industry. Here, and as of today, I would even see the biggest advantage of the park, not the 7% tax itself, although it is a very good incentive, a very appealing incentive and so on, but the fact that we can say that in Moldova we have a platform on which every startup can find a community, because all the companies are in there, but also for the investors, which can see the park as a platform where they can actually access those startups they're looking for. A few numbers just to show the size of the companies, and we see that we have more than 1,000 companies which have less than $1 million in revenues. And then we have around 1,000 companies which would have up to 10 employees. And why I'm showing these numbers actually is to see that here is actually a great potential for small startup companies. I would not say that a startup is a company up to X employees, but it's in this pipeline that we are growing the startups in Moldova. And last but not least, which is very important, and in the previous presentations today was mentioned a lot about the importance of regulatory framework, government support, and so on. The good thing for Moldova and for Moldovan companies is the fact that the 7% single tax is to be approved valid until 2037. So it's like an amazing opportunity, the best in Central Eastern Europe if we are talking about tax regimes, which is also backed up by the government with a state guarantee. And not only this, we will have these days approved in the parliament the possibility to operate remotely a business, but also to have employees wherever in the world. I think it's a great opportunity for companies not only to access local talents, but also to hire people that are wherever in the world and to build those mixed international teams that would generate new products. This is what I wanted to tell you. I invite you to explore more on our platform, mitp.md. But as a last word, I would like to thank every startup that dedicated time, effort, a lot of work, passion, and which also serves as an inspiration for other startups in Moldova. And also to have a call to action to investors, which can find at MITP a reliable partner in getting in touch to the startups that we have in the ecosystem. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I don't know how can you handle so much good. You're being handed and handed so many trophies, and you know, sometimes maybe we don't value enough what we get for free. Think about it, how it is to operate in an ecosystem of 150 or 70 startups opposing 8,500. I'm telling you, you're getting it very easy. This is an opportunity calling. The one thing that we cannot do is, after bringing you to the water, is to make you drink. This is totally up to you. I'm saying to you, this window of opportunity will close at some time. Stand up, reach out, at least put your name in the list. Same was for here. We had dozens of startups wanted to be on stage, and we had to screen. That was not easy. But be sure that the ones who are not here at least already are in our database for the next time. This is how it works. So make the effort. We want to continue and bring you some more good. Where is Olga? Olga is here. Investity.md, which is your angel network platform. And I need to stand here. And she will share with you what more goodies you have under your nose here in Moldova. So, Olga, I invite you to take the stage and invite your speakers. You will be handed everything. Guys, the microphones, please. Here? Okay, floor is yours.
Should I? Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Tal. Yeah, let's start. Finally, it's the most interesting panel, by the way. Let's start with the honorable speakers, and then we will speak today about the financing and money that are available local. Okay, so we'll start with Marin Genchu, who is the Vice Director of the ODA, Organization for Entrepreneurship Development, which is a public institution within the Ministry of Economy. And then Dmitry Namashko, who is CEO of Mosaic. Mosaic is a business angel group. Anya Pshish. Anya Pshish is also executive manager of another business angel group, Business Angels Moldova. Okay, great. And Maria Terentiev, where are you? Yes, Maria is representing EBRD today, and we will speak. Okay, great. So let's start. And I will start by, first of all, thank you very much for joining the panel, and thank you very much for wanting to share your experience, but also to kind of debate a bit about, do we really have money in Moldova available for startups? Because up till now, we've heard like 11 millions for 11 startups, oh my God. But really, what happens at the local level? Let's discuss a bit about the layers of this problem of access to finance, because every company, but especially every startup in Moldova would say, oh my God, I cannot develop myself, I cannot develop a startup because I don't have access to finance. And then to get to that VCs, I need a kind of this bridge financing, this gap financing, which actually lacks or maybe insufficient, or maybe we have it. Let's talk about that. So, but first of all, let's talk about the real problems and challenges, the layers of this one. Dmitry, I would like to start with you. So you are managing the biggest angel investor group. and the idea of or the mission of this group is to democratize the access to find the investment for the startups, right? You managed to invest more than 700,000 euro in just 2 years in 8 startups, right? What are the actual challenges that you've seen that the startup face while trying to access this money?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here. Indeed, Olga, the startup perspective in Moldova and Eastern Europe is not an easy one. And there are some challenges that the region and Eastern Europe, especially Moldova, are facing. So we as Mosaic, we try to respond to a couple of very important problems. And the biggest one is the lack of the venture capital. And we are here referring with the alternative financing where the traditional financial institutions are not ready to finance initial ideas or early stage companies. So here's where angel investing is very important. And actually the statistics says that according to the Atomic Core report where Sasha works in, we described the ecosystem, technological ecosystem from Eastern Europe. The founders consider that 82% of the founders consider that to raise a venture capital is much more difficult than it was 1 year ago. And it's true, so the venture capital is the biggest problem for the founder. And another one that we observe, especially in Moldova, that founders not owning the company. And what we mean by that, that traditionally an investor will take in the early stage a big ownership of the company, more than 50% majority. And it's okay in traditional world, but when they take this shift to the technological one, it's a bit different because we intentionally take a small portion of the ownership, not to make the founders be motivated to work for the startup and to not break the cap table. This is one of the challenges. Another one would be that there is a lack of smart capital. It means at the early stage it's very important not to have just money, but it's very important to have the experienced entrepreneur as investor who will help you with the expertise and with some introduction to another client, to another staff, who can be operational, be involved. And the last is not least is also lack of some examples in Moldova, because we still don't have this unicorn that will generate this boom of the new founders who know how to create a big company and then to translate this to another startups. So pretty much it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, this thing about unicorn, I always say that we need a role model, but I'm sure that after this summit, we've seen so many Moldovan startups that managed to get up to 1 million. Maybe we don't really need to wait for the unicorn. Maybe we already have these examples and we can proceed with them. But this was on the startup side. I would like to switch to Anya. And Anya, you're also representing Business Angel Group, which is the first business angel community in Moldova, created more than 5 years ago. You invested already in 7 startups so far. And what do you think on the side of the investors? What would be their challenges to invest in startups?
Hello, everyone. I would say that there are 3 main challenges when it comes to potential investors, either being part first of an angel network, as BAM or Mosaic, for instance. The first one will be lack of knowledge on what an angel investing is and how it works, what are the resources needed, and if the country is actually even open to such investments. So they're usually doubtful on how this works, and they're not very sure as well on how they can scout startups and how they can invest on them and make a whole due diligence for that. The second point will be maybe if they're not part of the community of startups, they are not really aware of the ecosystem and if there are any startup that they can invest on them. So the fact that they could be part of angel networks, this would help them to remove this challenge and to see that they are, as you said, today we show that there are a lot of startups that actually raise investment or even have good results. The last point would be maybe the lower tax regulations of the country. we know that maybe Moldova is not yet to the level of making it as easy or attractive for investors to invest as an angel investor. However, these are the topics that we are still discussing, or even other organizations are working on that, such as Startup Moldova, that are trying to create or discuss these topics to have incentives when it comes to tax regulations or other laws. So I would say these are the main challenges that investors would have.
Yeah, thank you a lot. I'm sure we will have some of these issues addressed when Minister Alaiba will be speaking later. But speaking about the challenges and the public institution, Marina, I'm so glad you joined this event, because you know ODA was always a bit resilient towards this very innovative, very unknown startups. And actually, you managed to break this barrier and to initiate a program dedicated for startups, which we'll be talking a little bit later. But tell me a bit about this resilience that you had as an organization. Why do you think it's so hard, or if it is, for a publicly funded program to support startups? Are there any challenges?
Yes. First of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting the Organization for Entrepreneurship Development at this event. For us, it's quite important to say our opinion about this new program. I remember very well 1 year ago when we discussed with at the Ministry of Economy about these topics, what should be the next program that we should launch. And we understand that at that moment, there are a lot of requests for the innovative sector to launch a new program dedicated for the innovative sector, not only digital, but also technological, creative, and so on. And we understand that the main challenging that we have at that moment is to find the money, because that is always a problem, yeah, in our country. And we know that last year, everybody knows how tough it was for all our country, and we understand that we, in a situation when we have three crises, we have war in Ukraine, we have energy price crisis, and also we have inflation rate crisis. It's hard to convince someone to invest in something that maybe it's too risky at that moment. And this was challenging, and for us, like organization, we was very proud at the beginning of the September when the government, under the government decision, was launched this new program, technological startups and digital innovation program, where we consider that it's very good and very friendly to the potential investors, potential beneficiaries, just because we have the most easy way to access a lot of money, we consider, because it's a $500,000 the grant from the state budget, and under very good scheme, 20% own contribution and 80% contribution from the state budget. That's why we consider that in a situation when we understand that this sector is very risky, in a situation when we had a lot of crisis, and that at that moment we consider we are proud, for example, and we thankful for Ministry of Economy that they'll find finally necessary resources to finance this program.
You know, a year ago that would be impossible. I mean, no one even wanted to discuss that. But now, considering all this crisis, I think that's, I mean, you know, that's the opportunity within the crisis. I'm sure you have already some lessons learned from this first batch of startups funded. We'll talk about it as well. Yeah, and I will go to Maria, another very provocative sector. You work for the bank. And as a financial institution, I know the banks are like quite inflexible, especially when it comes to financing the startups who are like risky, they don't have much, and like I'm sure banks would not do it. But EBRD is supporting that through various things. And we will speak a bit later about that, but my first question would be, what do you think are the challenges for EBRD, and why would the EBRD do that?
Sure. It is working, yeah. Let me just mention that EBRD strategic priorities are being green, inclusive, and digital. Digital is about innovation. A big portion of new launched startups represent for EBRD and for our national economy real innovation labs. It is very important to support these innovative and high potential startups. And I will not repeat to what was already mentioned here, but I will just mention that regardless of challenges, EBRD is keen to support innovative and high potential startups, this being a part of the bank commitment to invest in changing lives.
Today, Alexandra mentioned about the Star Ventures program, which seems like amazing opportunities for the startups. I will ask about that a bit later. And as we managed to speak about the challenges in the sector, I would like us to proceed with presenting and talking about what each of your organizations is offering to the startups that would be looking for this bridge financing before getting to VCs. Marine, I would like to come back to you and speak a little bit about this program that you managed to launch. How was it for startups, and what would be the lessons learned from that program?
Yeah, first of all, after we launched this in September 2022, at 1st December we already have 71 applications. So this is a huge number in related with how much amount we have to finance these companies. So for us it was a little bit difficult to understand the criteria, because there are a lot from different sectors. There are a lot of innovative business plans and ideas. So that's why we considered that we managed very well that situation, and we launched a very qualified jury. We took a jury from all necessary area to cover all necessary requests that was at this program. So we have a specialist in the innovative sector, we have the specialist in the IT sector, we have the specialist in technological, and also in finance and in legal sector. And we at final we launched this program, and we have the pitch session with 34 potential beneficiary, and we select 40 the best ideas which we consider was the best at that moment. It's clear that with 6 million lei we will not cover all the requests that were at that moment. It was clear from the start. But we understand also that this program, it's about to help our people to develop their creativity. And also, if the lesson that we learn after that program of first call, I will say that we learned that there are a lot of work to do and a lot of things to change in that program, because, for example, there are a lot of requests to finance only the salary in the whole programs. And
the biggest cost of the startup.
Yes, and we understand that this is a request, but also we do not cover only the IT or digital sector with this program. We also have some technological. We also have another domain to cover with this program. That's why I consider we have to work a lot to fit this program to the request of potential beneficiary, and I hope at the next call we will manage that.
Yeah, I will ask you later about the plans and the next call, but I think the most amazing thing of the program that it managed to do is to kind of send the message that these startups, they have a place within the state program, and they can be supported, and they have access to 25,000 euro. So it like with only 20% co-financing, which was amazing. Dmitry, coming back to you, I would like to ask you, so you are financing startups as angels. You create syndicates, and then you select startups, you create syndicates, and your investors are mainly local investors. But can you kind of a bit more tell us how do you do it? What are the tickets? What is the criteria that you are looking for? So that the local startups can understand better what exactly you're financing.
Yeah, indeed, it's working, right. There is a big room of improvement when it comes to find these competitive advantages from the startups in order to make the investor to be interested to invest in these respective startups. However, we consider that there are several that we promote, and we do believe this is a strong part from being a startup founder in Moldova and in Eastern Europe. And one of them is the fact that there is low cost of operation in Moldova. For example, it takes, according to statistics from the Atomico, it takes less money for the Eastern Europe founder to become unicorn. So the founders, they manage the funds more sustainable, having the administrative cost much lower than in West Europe or in the UK. And it means that the runway for the startup is much more longer for the investment raised in Europe, rather that it will be or in the West one or in East one. Another part that is very important to mention, that we have, especially in Moldova, we have the pro-European government. It takes and it opens a lot of doors from the institutional VCs from another countries to come here in Moldova. And today is the example. We have a lot of VC present here, and I don't know whether it was in the past in Moldova. So this is a very good sign that Moldova is becoming much more interesting for the investors, not only for Moldovan ones, but from the other countries to come here to find out what's happening in Moldova, what kind of startups is here, and we have already some examples of investments. As well, the good part of being the startup founder in Eastern Europe is that your valuation of the startup will be lower than in UK on the West one. So for investors, it will be much more competitive to tap in more ownership with the investment that you are doing here in Moldova rather in UK. And yeah, I think that this is the main competitive advantage, and also the IT park, the Moldova IT park and fiscal system, which is much more friendly for the startup to have this staff and operational office open here. I think that it really should be presented to investors and for the startups to be included in the pitch deck. I don't think that there are any in the other regions, but as well, there's a lot of room for improvement to make Moldova even more attractive, but this one that we try to present to the investors.
And coming back to my second part of the question about the criteria that how do you select the startups, what are you looking for?
As it was mentioned, the team is the most important when it comes to the early stage investing. When you don't have even the MVP, you have the pitch deck, maybe you have MVP and some paying customers, but it's very important the team that is staying behind of this idea, and we really want to understand the passion why you are doing this, and if you have the possibility to be successful in solving this problem. Also, we are taking into consideration the market. If the market is not ready to pay for it, or the market is small for this startup idea, it's also we take this into consideration. The innovation, the technology which is staying in the back for solving this problem, this is more secondary one, but eventually the team is everything.
Yeah, thank you. And Anya would have the same question about BAM. How do you select your startups? What do you offer for the startups? And tell us a bit more about the offer for this community.
So from our side, the applications are open the whole year, so we don't have like specific days where the startups can apply. However, we would expect from them to have at least a team of 1 or 2 people, preferably starting from 2 people on the team. And then the second point would be as well that they are trying to raise, let's say, no more than 25,000, because we discussed with our investors that this is the amount that is maybe at the moment, how to say, safe for them to invest in a start. And then the last point would be for them to attend the pitch events that we organize. We organize on a monthly basis, pitch events online, but we have as well offline deal dinner events that are also pitching events where between 10 to 20 startups come to pitch their ideas, and at the same time they have a networking event with the investors. So this is the way for us to help them get connected with the investors and at the same time to understand if they are ready for investment.
And Annie, do you have any success story that you would like to share, like how the process went and how the startup was financed?
I would say that the deal dinner event is one of the most successful achievements when it comes to investment, because we noticed that this is an event where usually startups have the opportunity to meet directly with investors beside pitching for 3 minutes. But we all know 3 minutes is not enough for a startup to say all what they are doing. But the fact that they have the opportunity later on to meet them and to discuss with them, it's a great opportunity for them. So we indeed have a couple of startups. For instance, the one that pitched today, Unde or Click School or Teleport Travel as well, that got investment later on from angel investors, or even some of them got grants from ODA programs as well, which is great. It shows that these events are actually bringing value to the community.
Thank you. Maria, turning to you. I promised to ask you about Star Ventures, but I know that Star Ventures is not the only support you're giving for this community. Can you tell how EBRD is supporting startups?
Yes, sure. Our team is implementing Advice for Small Business program. This is a program dedicated in general to local SMEs in need of relevant business expertise. Within the program, there is available financial support for consultancy project implementation. There are available certain opportunities to attend trainings or workshops oriented to business skills development, as well as opportunities to attend networking events or other relevant events dedicated to communities development. And we are here as an example. The program is implemented with our donors' generous contribution, Sweden, EU, and Central European Initiative. And let me use this opportunity to express our gratitude to a Central European Initiative for supporting the Startup Moldova Summit. Yes, there are certain eligibility criteria, but if you have an innovative idea or an innovative business model and you think that you are not meeting all of the criteria, please contact us. We can discuss your idea, and maybe after requesting an exceptional approval from our management from London, you can get the support. When it comes to high potential startups, because mainly these startups the bank is supporting, the program consists of support in order to help the company to get ready for investment. And Tal was mentioning that the investment readiness is very important. Within the Star Venture program, we have a budget of up to 50,000 euros per beneficiary, which could be used in form of consultancy services implementation. They are available of a lot of other tools to help startups to develop and to scale up. Like, for example, individual mentorship sessions, business diagnostic sessions. Within the program, we support the selected enterprises to access new markets, to access finance, and of course we can organize business matching events depending on every enterprise needs. This is very well-tailored program.
And earlier it was mentioned that you already have few startups from Moldova, which is Fagura and...
Sure. I was not dealing with this last year, but I recall Fagura, Global Database, Fitness Mama brand. I'm not sure about the... Anyway, it is open information. You can check on ebrd.com. There is a list of countries where the program is active, as well as the list of companies which are benefiting from the program.
Okay, thank you very much. As we have 5 minutes left, I would like to start from Marin, asking you the same question, everyone. What are your plans for the next year, the next period, in regards to supporting startup development?
Okay, we are in the hurry with time, so I will try to be... First of all, I would like to say that we, like country, we understand that we have 2 ingredients necessary to succeed in that area. First of all, it's to have research and development hubs to support this innovative area. But also, second part, it's very important to have energetic, talented, and ambitious people, young people that are ready to create something new. And if the first ingredient, it seems to be, okay, let's be honest, Moldova, it's not the best place, we do not spend a lot of money in the research and development hubs. But what I really believe that we have the future, and we have the future with that young and creative people that are ready to invest, to create something new and to succeed in that area. And our goals is to help and to give the message, an example that government and public institutions like ours support this initiative and give and create and give the opportunity, maybe not this year, maybe next period, maybe not from our money, maybe from another source of finance, but we try now to create this ecosystem and try to create the people should hope and dream that their idea finally will be financed.
Marina, what about the new program batch?
So we try to find the solution and finance this year also second call on this program, but also we have a lot of other programs which good ideas, good startups can be financed but in our programs.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Maria?
Yes, sure. We are really looking forward to announce the next call of applications for Start Venture program by the end of the year. And let me just very briefly to share with you more details about the application process, if I may. The program beneficiaries are selected directly by the EBRD on competitive basis, and there are certain eligibility criteria to be met, like, for example, the company should demonstrate a technology-based innovative solution or represent an innovative business model. The company should have a competitive advantage and a large market opportunity to demonstrate to the committee which will select the beneficiaries. The program is implemented, or the enterprise is benefiting from the program tools for a period of 18 months. Anyway, I would like to invite you to follow our local social media pages in order to be aware when the next cohort will be.
But you
selected.
didn't mention anything about the revenues, so it's not a criteria, of course.
It's not a mandatory criteria. Everything depends on your innovative business idea or innovative business model.
Well, I hope you'll have
yes,
a lot
sure.
of startups to select from for this next batch.
Yes, it's very important we are here and the community is building, so it will not be so complicated as past year.
Sure, thank you. Dmitry, what about Mosaic?
We actually have a very great opportunity for the startups right now. So in 2023, Mosaic investors will invest in the most promising tech startups from Republic, from Moldova, who will be part of the Traction Accelerator, which is called UpNext, powered by GMAPS. Look, this is a very qualitative program of 6 months when you have the access to 7 resident operational mentors. You'll have access to the more than 30 experts as the founders, as the investors or speakers. Also, you'll have the co-working space for the team. You'll have the grant for the marketing cost to test your go-to-market strategies. And moreover, you'll have the cash investment from our investors. So the applications are open right now. Check it out on the upnext.md. In the case if you overqualified or underqualified for this acceleration program, it's okay. We are more than happy to find out more about your brilliant idea, because in the end, our ultimate ambition is to be the greatest investor that you have ever had. So yeah, thank you.
Super. Thank you, Dmitry. And Anya, what would be the plans of BAM for startups?
All right, so as you mentioned, for us, BAM, we are basically a bridge between startups and investors. So we don't work only with startups, but we also work on the investors. But let's talk more on the startup side. So as I was mentioning, we have monthly pitch events where people can apply. You can just go on our website, businessangels.md, where you can find a form. You can just fill a couple of information there, and then we're going to contact you so you can decide if you'll be able to attend. And then we as well have the dinner event. That next one will be in May. We'll share more information about it as well on our social media, so you'll be able to know more about it. But as you mentioned, for us as well, we don't have any, let's say, red flags when it comes to startups, joining or applying. We're open for everyone that have a potential, and we're even able to help them and give them a push with investors so they can get investment. So feel free to reach out to us.
Yeah, amazing. I would like to thank each of you for a wonderful discussion and for the amazing job you're doing for startups in Moldova. And Natalia, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You did an amazing job, Olga. Thank you for moderating this panel. So we are nearing the end. We have 3 more slots in our agenda, 3 important things that we have to do. We already have the Deputy Prime Minister in the house. He will be joining us a bit later in a couple of moments. But before that, we have one last speech for tonight, but one very important speech, because that's the speech that is basically part of the general puzzle of the ecosystem. What do tech startups need? Tech startups need as well support for corporations. Why are corporations important in supporting the startups? And to do that, we have an absolutely amazing speaker. He is part of the board of ATIC, and he is also the CEO of the corporation actually in Moldova called Simples. I was actually looking up today in the signature in the email of Roman. He has there 16 companies, so basically one after another, and there are at least a couple of projects or companies that I know that weren't there. So it's really basically an embassy of tech companies that they are developing together, and I'm looking forward to listen to Roman tell us why are the corporations important in supporting the tech startups. Roman, can you hear us? Let's do a sound check.
Foarte bine.
Super.
Da. Bună seara. Mersi mult. Așteptând și eu cu un delay de 30 de minute, m-am amintit de regulile noastre din timpurile când eram mici în școală. Dacă profesorul întârzie cu 15 minute, noi toți ne sculam și plecăm. Așa că vă mulțumesc mult că ați așteptat delay-ul ăsta de 30 de minute. Da, și totuși astăzi seara voi povesti și eu despre rolul corporațiilor. Da? Ok, corporațiile sună prea cu mult pafos, da? Noi vorbim despre companii și companii, startup-urile, da? De regulă când citesc despre startup-uri scriu corporații versus startup. Da? Astăzi ceea ce voi încerca să aduc și să discutăm împreună, corporațiile și startup-urile deja se intersectează și deja între startup-urile în corporații. Asta la ceea ce noi am ajuns. Astăzi speech-ul meu, cred că voi dilua un pic din engleză cu română. De-aia voi povesti mai mult în română, evident, dar slide-urile sunt în engleză, tot cei care au nevoie, nu știu, să citească partea asta de cifre care sunt prezente. Dacă vorbim noi de Simple și statutul nostru, da, adică, da, noi suntem Simple, suntem peste 20 de ani pe piață, suntem priviți ca o companie mare, dar în suflet noi suntem totuși startup-uri. Dacă 20 de ani în urmă tot eram SEO, dar eram mai mult la o companie unde noi eram în jur la 3-5 oameni, acum sunt peste 250 la noi, tot ocupând aceeași funcție, da, de SEO, dar pur și simplu alte sunt procesele. Dar, iarăși, dacă revenim la partea istorică, atunci era, dacă, din perspectiva flotilei, da, dacă o flotilă noi privim, Simple, noi aveam atunci o corăbioară sau două, acum avem 10 de corăbioare, da, sau corăbii, în dependență de proiect. De-aia, în suflet, noi suntem startup-uri, toate că sunt anumite chestii corporatiste, dar cred că cei care încep un startup rămân veșnic startup-uri. Așa că voi povesti și din perspectiva dată, da, care este un pic mai departe de corporatistă, da, și pentru mine mai mult cultura startup-urilor este mai aproape decât cea a corporațiilor. Dacă să facem o paralelă, da, și să vorbim despre investițiile internaționale la nivel de segmentul enterprise, da, și cum sunt investițiile în sine, iarăși ne uităm pe multe piețe care sunt acum prezente. Până acum și cea mai, cred că cu hype era piața americană. Evident, s-a format și foarte mult și pe bază la fondurile de pensii, din cauza că acolo fiecare își face și fondurile lor de pensii. De exemplu, noi fiind în IT Park cu un aport minim la impozitare, noi tot cumva singur trebuie să facem fondul nostru de pensii. De-aia pentru noi cumva este chestia asta actuală, da? Pentru a investi în ceva, pentru ca cumva la pensie, nu știu, să nu trăiești cu o pensie de 5.000 de lei. Pe de altă parte, noi vorbim despre piețele care sunt în dezvoltare, da? Și pe de o parte este SUA care s-a dezvoltat și nu știu cum, la nivel de stereotipuri a rămas că e cea mai mare, dar deja, văzând deja care sunt mișcările și pe piață, noi vorbim de punct de vedere și politic, și părere de rău a atras foarte multe țări, inclusiv și pe noi. Schimbarea de poluri de influență și respectiv foarte vertiginos dezvoltă partea de Asia, asiatică. Noi tot cu proiectele noastre, gen Sonar, care și-au făcut pitching, da, sau Lobster, suntem prezenți foarte bine în partea asiatică. Și înțelegem foarte bine și ne vedem cât de rapid se dezvoltă, respectiv și țările cum sunt Indonezia, Thailand, care tot așa sunt milioane. De-aia partea asiatică pentru noi este destul de interesantă, da, partea crește foarte rapid, apropo și India în ultimii ani. De-aia, privind și noi totuși când am început partea asta de startup-uri, ne uitam mai mult SUA, ca un fel de trendsetter, dar mai sunt și alte oportunități, așa cumva încercați să priviți și în alte părți, da, nu doar într-o parte, cum o diversificare, ca să fie pentru voi. Dacă noi să vorbim tot de partea asta de investiții antreprenoriale, da, analizând chiar și piața internațională, apar multe, sunt companii pentru care mulți nici nu au auzit, de exemplu BlackRock, da, tot așa este un multinațional americană, da, ca să înțelegem aproximativ care este aportul mondial în gestionare de investiții, da, BlackRock-ul în 2021, dacă ne amintesc cifrele, avea un fond de investiții pe care îl gestiona, da, de 10 trilioane. Da, asta aproximativ 10% din PIB-ul global. Da, o dați seama, într-o corporație, da, gestionarea este la 10% din PIB-ul global, da, și asta e un locomotiv foarte puternic pentru a investi, care investește și dezvoltă multe alte companii și noi nici nu știm că ei fac parte din ele. Da, adică nu este așa cunoscut cum acolo Elon Musk, Tesla și cu multe alte companii care își fac și foarte mult PR pe baza asta. De ce vorbesc astăzi tot și de corporații și de companii, da, de ce le sunt importante, anume din considerentul că toți cumva privesc ecosistemul de startup-uri, ecosistemul antreprenorial, mai mult ca o legătură între fonduri de investiții, da, și antreprenori. Dar recent am avut și o postare despre o analiză destul de interesantă. Poate tot ar fi bine ca să fie luat în considerație pentru incluziune, pentru alte companii. Cele mai de succes startup-uri sunt fondate de către fondatori care au 45 de ani. Da? Și noi iarăși vorbim despre stereotipuri că startup-ii, astea sunt doar tineri. Eu sunt de acord, este și una și alta, dar, de exemplu, deja ce se face o combinare între specialiști care sunt deja cu experiență și tinerii care deja vreau să facă ceva nou. Și aici experiența deja din industrie a celor care deja au, nu știu, cu 40-45 de ani, da? Și tinerilor poate fi combinată și atunci să fie rată de succes mai mare a startup-ului. Luați ca un life hack pentru când formați startup-ul, pentru ca să aveți și o incluziune de punct de vedere și a vârstei și experienței. Dacă noi vorbim despre ecosistemă, da, și noi, ca și companiile, facem parte din veriga dată și noi anume îl construim din cauza că noi avem cea mai mare expertiză în asta, dar de regulă în tot lucrul și de partea de investiții cumva este uitată sau nu știu cum este privit la o parte, da, de către, nu știu, și de către guvern și, cred că, nu știu, și fondurile de investiții. Ar fi bine cumva piramida asta să fie completă și să nu fie lacul ăsta între nivele. Cam asta ce am vrut eu să vorbesc la nivel de builderi. Dacă noi vorbim despre situația în Moldova, a fost destul de greu să colectăm ceva cifre, da? La nivel de transparență, ca să nu supăr ceva din colegi, poate au avut anumite raporturi, dar noi vedem și la nivel de infrastructură IT, la nivel de investiții care sunt atrase și harta care noi vorbim la nivel de investiții, noi cumva suntem pe gri, da? Și respectiv asta lasă de dorit. Iarăși din ce cauză? Din cauza că noi vorbim despre accesul la investiții pe de o parte, pe de altă parte, cum startup-urii sau cum ei sunt crescuți pentru a fi, ca să accedeze la investițiile care se fac de către fondurile de investiții. Cea mai mare problemă, da, care este în industria startup-urilor este partea asta de calificare a echipei, da, pentru a ajunge la product market fit. Da? Dacă noi vorbim, este ideea care apare și trece printr-un proces, da? Și noi vorbim pentru business modelul care trebuie de ajuns. Păi ia că unul din stereotipuri care sunt la noi formate în industrie și țin de startup-uri este că tu ca startup-uri trebuie să scoți un MVP. Asta e cel mai principal. Părerea de rău este foarte scump. De regulă, mulți sau eu banii de la Angels Investors, care nu sunt așa de mulți la pe piața noastră, sau de la Friends, Family and Fools. Și iarăși, după aia, cumva, rămân fără bani. De aia, una din life hack-uri care sunt tot pentru startup-uri este, înainte ca să începi un startup, ar fi bine cumva, totuși, nu știu, de citit și ține de industrie de product management, de creare de produs. Foarte bine că noi tot am contribuit și s-a lansat comunitatea de product managers în care se poate de făcut parte. Ca urmare la asta, rata de succes va fi cu mult mai mare din cauza că pune principiile de Lean Startup. Da? Recomand foarte mult la toți, nu știu, să citească cărțile lui Eric Ries. Și ține de Lean Startup-uri și tot ce ține de lansări cu bugete minimale și validarea ideilor. Asta și ține de parte de startup-uri, da, evident că business knowledge, de aici am vedere mai mult parte de creare de produs, validare de ipoteză, tipuri de cercetări calitative, cantitative, da, cu cât mai mult, nu știu, sunt băieți în echipă care pot face aceasta, cu atât probabilitatea că proiectul sau produsul dat va ajunge la succes sau măcar la product market fit sau măcar îl va găsi. Statistica 9 din 10 startup-uri nu ajung la sfârșit. Ea se respectă. Va fi dar cumva mai rapid sau puteți să faceți un pivot la nivel de produs. Da? De exemplu, în jos am făcut și un produsul Somer. Da? Dacă era să lucrăm în segmentul doar de anotători, noi cred că noi răsgăsim product market fit-ul, dar l-am găsit în alt segment și asta a fost așa, un pivot în produs. Asta și ține de startup-uri, dar la nivel de corporație, cum ai spus, cu toate că noi suntem companii mari, dar noi am încercat întotdeauna partea antreprenorială să creștem înăuntru. Și aici ar fi iarăși binevenit pentru acei care încearcă cumva transformări digitale să facă în companie. Mai în primul rând la ei sunt de inovații. Dilema inovatorului, da, este o carte foarte bună care explică, adică modalitatea prin care se fac inovații în cadrul companiilor. Pe scurt, dacă te rezumat tot ce se dă la nivel de companii, dacă tu nu ești o companie unde tu din start a priori tu ai produse multe și permanent generezi produse noi, dar ai un business model curent, trebuie de făcut o altă echipă care să fie, nu știu, cineva cu decision maker sau co-founder sau co-founder, să fie prezenți în echipa dată, ei trebuie să fie separate de business procesele curente și atunci voi să puteți lansa produsele noi. Asta este life-hack-ul pentru companii mari. Dacă vreți să încercați, iarăși puteți să-mi scrieți și mie, da, eu pot să ajut și în privința asta. Câteodată e foarte greu, nu știu cu cine discuți în momentele astea, dar cum eu să fac transformări digitale în cadrul companiei. Eu, deja noi pe bază la experiența noastră, da, pot să vă dau, nu știu, căile mai scurte care sunt. Iarăși, dacă noi vorbim despre startup-uri, da, și corporații sau companii, de pe ambele colaborări și cu alte startup-uri, asta noi vorbim pentru companii, asta diversificarea gamei de produse care sunt, mulți se limitează, da, și au nevoie cumva și o diversificare și pe plan internațional. Plus, noi avem un avantaj, nu știu, tot să-l socot un dezavantaj a Moldovei, dar eu, ca urmare, că am discutat și cu alți colegi din industrie, având și colegi din alte țări, nu știu cum așa s-a uitat la o vorbă și povestea despre Israel, da, acolo, nu știu, locuiesc, 9 milioane sau 10 milioane, da, comparativ cu noi 2 milioane jumate. El spunea, și știți de ce la noi sunt foarte multe startup-uri sau prin cele mai multe, acolo, nu știu, per număr de țări. Noi, de ce? Eu spun, din cauza că noi, a priori, noi fiind țară foarte mică, chiar de cumpărare foarte mică, de 5 ori mai mare ca Moldova, da? De 4 ceva. El spune că din start, a priori, noi gândim pe plan internațional. De-aia, Moldova se află într-o situație perfectă pentru din start. Dacă tu te gândești la un business sau tu vrei să faci un produs, tu din start trebuie să te gândești la un plan internațional. Piața noastră, ca și piața de distribuție, nu știu, e atât de mică din cauza și tot ce se lansează aici, da, nu știu acolo, 99% nu se găsește product market fit. De-aia, partea foarte bună este că toți care, nu știu, lansează sau activează aici în Moldova sunt de start puși în situație pentru a ieși pe plan internațional. Oportunitatea noi trebuie să o profităm de ea, să lansăm câte mai multe produse internaționale care să fie cunoscute în Moldova după ele. Noi tot așa avem tot un scop ca din ce mai multe produse, nu știu cum Estonia cu Skype, fiecare țară are un produs oricare cu care s-ar mândri. Noi tot am vrea să avem din ce în ce mai multe unicornuri lansate de Moldova și pentru asta noi avem toate oportunitățile. Mersi mult!
Mulțumim foarte mult, Roman. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the very interesting insights. We are proceeding further to the last super interesting part, and I want to ask everyone who is standing there to come closer, everyone who is standing outside to come inside, because we are now going to listen to last 5 pitches of our tech startups, and I really think that your encouragement right now, your support right now is exactly what they need. We will have 3 people in the jury that will be giving the feedback, and we will be proceeding with the same structure, the same format as previously. which means that every single startup will have exactly 3 minutes for the pitch, and then we will ask the jury to provide a feedback in not more than 3 minutes. This time around in the jury, we have Ahmad from Techstars. Hi, Ahmad. We have Rumen from Launch Hub Ventures from Bulgaria. And we have Karol from Innovo from Poland. Super, so let's get started. Like, I really want you, absolutely, like all of your energy, I want to be put now into supporting our last founders that will be coming on stage and will be doing the pitch for you. I'm sure that they are very nervous. I know that you are a bit tired probably by the end of the day now, but this is the last effort that we will be making, and I'm sure that the startups have been preparing a lot for you to listen to them, and they are worth your time. So first in line, we have AML Crypto. Irina, please come on stage. As said, you have exactly 3 minutes. Whenever you're ready, whenever we have the presentation on the screen, in the couple of seconds, we should be having the presentation on the screen.
Я начинаю, да?
Let's see if the microphone is working.
Пум-пум-пум. Нет, да?
Есть. Super. Go.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Our company is ML Crypto. We engaged in blockchain analytics and crypto investigation. Last year, we received a grant from Everscale for $400,000. Let's see. Beholder, our main product is Beholder. Beholder allows us to see information not in tabular form, but in visual graph of connections. For example, last 6 years, $60 billion was passed through the crypto addresses identified like fraudsters. Let's see a common case of fraud. The victim wanted to buy cryptocurrency through P2P exchange on Telegram. The fraudster offered a good exchange rate and guarantor of a deal with positive reviews that turned out to be fabricated. The victim sent $30,000 and the attacker disappeared. This fraudster was a pro. He using fake numbers, transit crypto addresses, exchange account registered for a drop. And this story could have ended sadly, but it got a sequel. In Beholder, we included notification about any transaction of these fraudsters. After 7 months, the fraudster transferred only $5 through previous created crypto addresses, and it was enough for us to see a new chain of transaction. After AI algorithm, OSINT analysis, and some magical social engineering, we found the real Telegram account related with this person and advertisement of sale the bike. Our experts contacted with this person and received information about bank and the place where we can meet him. Further, this information was transferred to the law enforcement agencies in Indonesia, and now there is a return of funds in the framework criminal case. In pursuit of anonymity, fraudsters create a huge number of crypto addresses. For example, here, 113,000 crypto addresses. The goal was to hide the origin of funds. Beholder simplifies perception of relationship between addresses. It allows us to work with different tokens, to track affiliation and check risk score, to see the history of origin of funds in the account. We include information data not only from blockchain, but also from open sources. Our customers, our clients are government agencies, investment funds, tax, exchange, and private people. Our team, about price I will tell later, and thank you for your attention. Can I go?
Thank you, Irina. Now, if the jury has any comments, any feedbacks to provide.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. To be honest, it was very interesting to me because I don't have expertise in the field, so I was learning a lot of things. Maybe what I was missing to understand the stage of the company, because investors invest at different stages, different amount of money. So it will be helpful to understand where are you in terms of customers and revenue, so we can actually better assess if it's a deal for us or no. So it's a general feedback, of course. I cannot comment on the product. Also, the products don't usually, and the companies don't usually exist by themselves. They're part of a market with competitors. This is another thing that I was wondering during the presentation. So my feedback is very generic, but I hope helpful for your presentations.
Also very quickly, I know you skipped the business model slides. If you have like 30 seconds, can you tell us more?
Yes, of course I can tell, but I can comment to previous. We don't need money. We just proud of our product, and it's
Bravo for her.
They are doing business development right now. They are looking for customers.
You have a business to run, so great to hear it. Okay, so I have a few very basic feedback, but very direct ones, I guess, because I'm a very big fan of approach of what is the problem, why you, why now, and where are you now? So this is the thing. And maybe a few very basic tips. I wouldn't start with, that you received grants 400,000, because it means nothing. It's better to show that, okay, we processed, 1 million transactions or something like that to show the scale. Another thing that I would like to recommend, you could start with the case to show a problem. I guess you showed the case about four or five slides of the real use of your solution. It was 4 or 5 slides, I don't remember, but it could show us, people without expertise in your vertical, what you do in the end. So that may be.
We simplify and make.
Yeah, but it's good to show it on the example, on the real example. So it's only
Mm-hmm.
suggestion. Another thing, I believe you don't have to show the details of the process because it was
I
quite hard to
have
understand.
3 minutes. It's.
But you didn't have to in the end, in my opinion.
The comment is that it was a bit too much details on the process at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one main use case. And also you mentioned in the 10 slides, let's say, that you have so many use cases like financial institutions, funds, etc. And it could be more useful, I guess, to show one use case, real use case with this usage, these customers, to just get a little bit flavor of it.
Okay.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Irina. So that was AML Crypto, and now we are moving to an EdTech startup. This time we are going for Langley. Vitaly, please, if you are ready, then we are waiting for you on stage. Super.
It's not working. Oh, it's working. Perfect. Hello, everyone. So, shall I start? Yep. So my name is Vitaly Petrosyan and I'm the serial entrepreneur. I have previously launched several successful products in IT, and my best achievement for the moment is the product with more than 40 million downloads before the exit. But today I would like to talk to you regarding my new passion, Langley. Langley is the first storytelling game for adult English language learners. Language learning market is one of the fastest growing markets in the world with more than 24% annual growth rate. And our total addressable market is $14 billion. There are more than 1.5 billion English language learners all around the globe, but unfortunately most of them fail to learn the language due to the lack of motivation. But we know how to fix it. Langley creates motivation to learn and enables the ability to get certified. The solution is simple as it can be. You play, you learn, and you can even get certified. And we have an AI assistant to help you on your learning journey. The business model we use is a freemium subscription-based business model for both B2B and B2C market. The game is free to play, but we will charge for additional content, AI assistant, and of course certification. We know our competitors, and actually we are ready to compete with the Goliath. Now we are focusing on the Latin American market, US market, but we have plans to penetrate Asian markets in the next 18 months. The most important that we have a great successful team with the previous successful experience and full support of our partners, and the dedicated team in the Oxford University which help us to create the product. Our goal is to achieve 35 million downloads and $300 million market cap by the 2028. Now we are on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Market, and in just 3 months of pure organic growth, we have 14,000 downloads and 4,000 monthly active users. We have invested $1 million in product development, got the support from Microsoft, and of course, Oxford University Press is our strategic partner. Our ask is $2 million for the next 18 months for product development and sales. We want to achieve 1 million downloads and got the first revenue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yay, perfect timing, like really second to second. Please, if you have any comments or any feedback, then we are ready to listen. Push the button.
Hello. Oh, it's okay. It works.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you for your pitch. It was very, very good, in my opinion. Really, because you mentioned that you are the serial entrepreneur. You reached a scale with your business. You sold this business. So that's amazing because you proved that without saying about it. So, you know, facts speak for themselves. And also, you mentioned actually all of the most important things in your pitch. So, congrats on that. And I have a few little suggestions you could, for example, improve. Only suggestions because it was really good. So first thing, you mentioned that you are ready to win with Goliath. I guess that with Duolingo. So you can tell a single sentence why you do that, how you will do that. That's you don't have to say it right now, but just for the future.
Actually, it's a very interesting question. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll answer that later. And about the round, because you mentioned that you're raising 2 million, and it's always good to show investors that, okay, I'm raising 2 million, and thanks to these 2 million, I will achieve, for example, 2 million ARR, I will achieve this milestone, this. So instead of showing, okay, 60% will go to product development, you should show, or you could show milestones, what you want to achieve thanks to this round. Because investors will look at it from the perspective of the next round, what they have to see before the investment. But in general, it was very cool.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your questions.
Super. Thank you.
Actually, the only way to beat the Goliath is to create a stunning product. We know that the most important KPI is monthly active users. So we are working hard now on the retention and stickiness. So the only way is to create a better product and create the best possible user value for our users.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very good. I like the UX UI you're using. I like the smooth of the presentation. Thanks for that. I was just like a little bit, maybe just me, curious to know about your team. You just mentioned it's 25 people, know you more, know your background, so we better connect. That's the only feedback, but all's good. Thanks.
Thank you. So regarding the team, I can explain if if you have some time. Of course, we have a great previous experience, and we've passed a long way together, and several successful products launched. So everything's covered. So development, product, project management, processes, everything.
So hi, my comment will be probably towards the metrics that you follow. As you said, monthly active users are important. Yes, they are, but maybe because it's a learning languages up, maybe it should be used more often than monthly, or once a month may not be enough, so maybe it's a weekly active that is also important to track. So, yeah, this will be it. So it will be more like you already have some initial traction, just show that you know what you should focus on to achieve the next milestones.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you very much.
Super. Thank you, Vitaly. Thank you. This was Langley, and we are moving to the third startup, and that is Deli.io. Nikolai, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, so ready?
Let's wait just for a second to have the presentation on the screen to make sure that everyone knows what we're talking about. Super. Go.
Okay. Hi, my name is Stanislav. I'm co-founder at Deli.io, automated and e-commerce and delivery solutions. Everyone wants to order online, and hungry people are no exception. Unfortunately, restaurants cannot afford software that would meet their client requirements, and simple tools just don't do the job. They have to partner with food marketplaces to generate online order flow. Unfortunately, they also generate a huge amount of fees, up to 30% from each delivered order. In just a single year, that amount may reach 120,000 euros just for a single location. We at Deli developed marketplace software, so we know this, and we decided to change landscape in that regard and help restaurants untie themselves from the fees. Our solution is Deli, affordable enterprise-level software for restaurants. With Deli, restaurants may move away from marketplaces and start generating direct sales and communication with their clients. Additionally, our SaaS model helps reduce operating expenses. Deli includes all the required software to run the full cycle e-commerce and delivery business, from e-commerce storefront to courier application. The global food delivery market is huge. We will be part of it with our product and market strategy. We also know our competitors, so we have prepared our product to be competitive on the market. Our market strategy involves direct sales and lead generation through our website, which is already on the third place organically in Google under white label delivery software request. Additionally, we plan to attend food industry events and conferences. Our revenue models are software as a service subscription, monthly fees, and standalone license selling to clients and custom feature development for them. We have started sales in third quarter of 2022. So far, we have 2 B2B clients onboarded, and we generated 45,000 euros in revenue. We are bootstrapped with €250,000, and right now we are raising funds, a total of 700,000 euros. That money we will mostly spend on establishing sales and marketing operation and polishing our product and creation of SaaS portal. We have a clear roadmap for this year and beyond. First checkpoint is to establish active sales in European Union, and more ahead. Our team consists of 7 developers and 4 core team members. Together, we have vast experience in food delivery business and software development. We are working for many years together. Thank you. Let's keep in touch.
Again, absolutely amazing timing, just 2 seconds before the schedule. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stanislav. Super. Do you have any comments, any feedback?
Please.
I'm taking notes constantly. Actually, I know this space very well because my first startup was in B2B food delivery, so, so you have a problem right now. But really, so as I understand, you want to do something like Shopify, but for restaurants, in short.
No, better. We want to give Uber Eats and global level technology to restaurants, because Shopify, those are like constructors.
That was simplification. So
yeah.
Is that a real problem? Because I believe that this is the indirect problem, because the main problem for restaurants is not in the fees themselves, but in terms of utilization of their resources, more orders, etc., and they take, global Uber Eats. So maybe the problem is somewhere else.
By the problem, you mean the lack of technology or lack of something else? If we're speaking about the problem in general, the problem overall is that restaurants really hate working on marketplaces because, yes, they generate a great amount of orders online, but with those fees, they just basically feeding the marketplace. So every single restaurant or owner with whom we had a discussion, they absolutely hated marketplaces, and they were like struggling to move away, but unfortunately they can't move away from them because there they have a problem with technology that, for example, they need to integrate a payment gateway. They need to a courier application.
You don't have to answer because I wanted to ask in a more controversial way because there was too much text to understand. So maybe you can show this problem, describe this problem quite in a different way, just to make it easier for the listener. And that's the one thing. And second thing, additional similar feedback to the previous founder. So you want to raise something, and you should show, okay, I want to raise this in order to get there, and in order to build this and this. So this is the second thing. And the third thing, I believe, sorry, the most important one, you mentioned that you have some experience in food delivery business. You can show it on your slide or tell it in your pitch that, okay, I work as a food courier whatsoever. So that's all for me. Thank you. And sorry for taking so much time.
Thank you for the feedback.
Matt, would you like to go or should I go? Okay, so I do also have some experience. We invested in aggregators. We invested in a company that was acquired by Takeaway, also in Romania. So they also had a branch there.
We're here.
Yeah, so I know the problem. Yes, they had aggregators. There is a company in Romania called Gloria Food, acquired by Oracle. So they probably will be your direct competitors, allowing the restaurants to basically deliver themselves with the technology and everything. It's an unsolved problem globally still. So my suggestion will be, however, to rethink if you should offer a very, how to say it, lean and self-service software that you can scale globally compared to all-in-one solution that encompasses all elements of the e-commerce with additional services on top. So I don't know, it's something that you may consider comparing different models.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much for the feedback. Thank you very much to Privesc.Eu. We are moving to the startup number 4 out of the 5 startups. This time we are going to listen to Marta telling us about tutoring. Marta, please. You got a team of supporters, as we can see. Please, the presentation. We want to see the presentation. Thank you. Marta, the stage is yours. Please.
Is it working? Yeah, nice. Great. I'm sorry.
Okay, we will restart as well the clock. I will just ask the team to make sure that we give the right space and time. Doesn't work?
Yeah, at all.
Okay, the tech team, please help us. I see someone running, so I get that this is like the solution in progress.
Thank you, thank you. I agree, I do agree.
Do we have another clicker or the problem is solved?
It is working.
Okay.
I'm so glad. Hello everyone, meet Tutoring. We're an online one-to-one tutoring marketplace for children in Romania and Moldova, and we're offering them affordable and accessible school support. Meet Daniela. She's a mom and is afraid because her child falls very much behind at math. She has searched for teachers on local websites, on Facebook, asked friends, but the offers were average at best. Still, she decided to try. She has spent $10, tons of time on a Bad lesson, but her child is still behind at math. We simply do not have a trusted and dedicated online tutoring school in Moldova and Romania. There is no dominant player in the region. Everything is a shadow market with traditional pre-internet age approaches. It is expensive, it is hard to find, and it is not accessible. Luckily, Daniela is not a mythical figure. She's our current client, and just within 6 months, her child passed the math exam successfully. Right now, there are 10 children that take classes on tutoring, and we have reached $200 with just a $10 marketing investment. Therefore, with a 10K marketing investment, we will get 15,000 potential leads. But the amazing thing is that the first 300 clients at least will get from partnerships with schools only, which means zero cost of acquisition. So how does it work? On the teacher side, we recruit students, we instruct them, and depending on their performance, their badges and reviews. On the tutor side, on the pupil side, they log on the platform, they search for a tutor based on their needs. Once they are done choosing, they book a demo session. Annually, there are 500,000 students in Moldova and Romania that do tutoring, with a sum of $162 million, our target being 5%. By attracting only 100 students with a 3,000 marketing investment, we'll reach 60K in ARR just within a year. Our competitors are old school teacher and other very small marketplaces. However, we are more affordable, accessible, modern, and we have highly vetted tutors. So what is unique about tutoring? Our tutors are university students. With a small age gap, pupil and tutors are more relatable because they speak the same language and use modern tools for teaching. We have a two-size market. On one side, there are teachers that we hire. On the other, there are pupils that need help with school and their parents as end buyers. We have a very simple business model, a subscription monthly fee of $60, our take being 30%. In 3 years, we plan to become leaders on Romanian and Moldovan market and execute an early to mid-stage exit to establish companies at the companies from Europe, such as Privesc.Eu or GoStudent. We have raised a 5K grant to reach 5K MRR within 9 months, and we'll be raising, by the end of this year, a pre-seed of 100,000. We have enough skill to develop a great product, scale, and become leaders in Romania and Moldova, and make an exit to an established company from the West. By scaling tutoring through investments, we'll help hundreds of students with a part-time job remote and thousands of kids to get better at school. We are talking here about a huge market that we intend to capture with tutoring. We are tutoring, and let's make learning great again.
Hey, thank you, Marta. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and it's good that you stayed calm, even the technical problems. That's always going to happen, so you got credit for that. One thing, you skipped on it very quickly. I didn't get how much you take to the cut from the teachers.
30%.
30% to make it more sustainable and that. Okay.
Sure.
Well, two questions maybe that we were discussing here. One is like, is it for mathematics? Is it for languages? Or like, we didn't manage to understand if you have specific focus on specific subjects or it's more broader.
Sure. Gladly you asked this. We are now more niched and focused on the subjects that are on national exams, such as math, chemistry, English, Romanian, and history. But we'd like to broaden our subjects.
Okay, got it. Maybe some feedback on the pricing model. So subscription model would probably be really good when you have a lot of tutors covering all of the subject matters in school, so you can then justify a subscription for your kid. Maybe you can also experiment with the package. So for example, you buy 3 lessons or you buy 10 lessons in package to try it out, how it works. Of course, the more you buy, the more discounted. But until you build the number of tutors, which usually is a problem, the supply side.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really good, especially that because of these problems at the beginning. But the flow was there. Maybe it was a little bit too fast, but in the end, structure was very good. You showed your milestones, what you want to achieve, so that's very good. Actually, the pricing feedback, so about packages, is very good because we are the investors in Preply, so we know the business very well. And fuck, I wanted to say something. I don't remember what it was.
You will have the chance to still chat with us later on, so.
Let me think.
You didn't make a note? Like, you're always taking notes, right? Maybe it's written somewhere. You'll meet with
yeah,
Marta.
I remember. Because it was good. But what I would love to say is that given your business model, you can, marketplace business model like Preply, you can, I really believe that you can target globally. For example, you can do same things in the UK, maybe in the US, maybe in other markets, so bigger markets. From the perspective of investors, that could be a very, very nice edge to show them that, okay, we can do something really big, and then Preply or GoStudent would acquire that for X, Y, Z. So yeah, but in the end, very good.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Super, thank you, Marta. Last but not the least, we have the last startup for today and the last part of basically the agenda, almost the agenda. We just have the closing part. And so, Danu, please come on stage. The last startup is called Renter.
Does it work? Yeah, all right. Hi, we are Renter, an electric bicycle rental service. Meet Andrew, a food delivery courier that works by bicycle, and he struggles because he gets tired every day and he can only complete up to 15 orders. Now meet David, his colleague that works by car. He struggles because of traffic, and moreover, he spends 50% of his daily earnings on just gas and maintaining the car. Also, he's concerned about polluting the environment and he's concerned about it. At last, meet Michael, who just started working as a courier but doesn't have a transportation method. According to Glovo, 20% of the couriers who start working don't have a transportation method. In fact, there are over 5,000 people just like Andrew, David, and Michael in Chisinau and Bucharest alone, and hundreds of thousands in Europe. Here we come with the solution. Renter is an electric bicycle rental service for couriers, and by renting an e-bike, Andrew could complete 30% more orders and be less tired at the end of the day. At the same time, David could transition from delivering by car to delivering by e-bike, and that way he will be able to keep some of the comfort, stop polluting the environment, and earn just as much while spending less on transportation. We started in August last year with 6 e-bikes, now we have 16. We maintained a rent rate of 90 to 100%, and our e-bikes have covered the distance of over 30,000 kilometers. We generated 8,000 in revenue so far, but given our current new fleet, we're going to have an MRR of 3,000. We raised funds, and we have companies registered in Moldova, Estonia, and Romania ready to expand. The market in Moldova is estimated at 1.3 million euros, but together with the Romanian market, it is estimated at 25 million. Up until this point, we sold directly to the couriers for a monthly rent fee of 180 euros or a daily 6 euro fee, but we are now considering starting to sell directly to the restaurants for a cheaper price. In Moldova, there are no direct competitors. However, in Romania, there are 2 that either have very few bicycles or bad ones that couriers are complaining about. We are the best team to develop this startup because we have the experience needed, and we are very hardworking and fast, thing that we proved by becoming the winners of Accelerator by DreamUps last year and another grant recently. Guys, right now we have a huge demand. We have over 100 people on our waiting list in Bucharest and many more in Chisinau here. And for that, we raised our ask from 50,000 to 140,000 euros, and we're going to use that capital to expand into Romania. We have a good chunk of that already covered, committed by Mosaic. We are negotiating for the rest, but we would love to hear from you. This is a huge wave that we are currently riding on, and we are inviting you to ride it with us. Remember all those 5,000 couriers that are struggling? Help us solve their problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. So now we turn again to our jury. If you have any comments.
Hi, thank you very much for the beautiful presentation and of course, attention catcher on the stage, the bike. How much does it cost, the bike? So is it €1,000 as the assumption for 100 bikes for 1,000? And have you considered that in an inflationary environment, these assets will actually increase in price? So when you have to renew them in about probably a year and a half, because they'll be heavily used, they'll cost more. So if you have encompassing this business model, it's probably, or encompassing this in business model, it's probably one of the advices I'll suggest.
Okay. Should I answer that?
Just the price. I'm quite interested in the price. Yes.
In Romania, we're going to get them for 1,000 euros. That's the bike, battery, and all the accessories. But in Moldova, we get them for about 1,400 euros because of extra taxes at the customs and transportation.
Okay, it's a good price. Also check Iconic One.
I know about them.
Okay,
they're much more expensive because they're
yes,
selling them
slightly more expensive, you're right, but probably longer battery life. Okay, it's a good price. Sorry, one general comment, it applies also to other presenters. When you present on the slides and you put things like problem, solution, you're wasting very valuable element of your slides, like the bold text. So instead of saying problem, solution, competition, you can put the statements that the jury or the people who listen to you can remember. So like, this is the really big problem that affects all the countries in the world. I mean, I'm making it up, obviously, but it's like, don't waste it saying this is the problem slide. We know it is, so use the space creatively. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Same, it's just like I didn't feel it's a strong problems, so it's good if you emphasize on that a little bit more to show the pain. Beside that, nice bikes, good company. Thank you.
Yeah, also, thank you. Actually, you mentioned this problem in the end of the presentation, so to help couriers, food couriers, etc. So I really believe that you could also add this part at the beginning just to, you know, make it more visible for listeners, and also maybe some numbers that, okay, average courier drives for these hours, and this is the problem. So just to get some more numbers, and that would be more helpful to better understand, to get this visibility for myself, because I'm not the expert, but this eye catcher is great. It shines, so for me it's great.
That was the goal.
You get an extra feedback from an extra jury member.
This is brilliant. It's fantastic. I love it. I've never heard of it. I think it's a completely original business model. I have not heard of this in Western Europe. You should, you know, after you've done Chisinau and Bucharest, London beckons. Go take it to London.
Yay!
All right, thank you.
Super. Thank you, Danu. Thank you very much.
You too.
So, we are done with the pitches. Thank you very much for your attention up to this point. I want to ask Tal to join me on stage.
Do you need this?
We have the last 2 or 3 or 5 minutes that we want to take out of your time. Tal?
Okay, for the ones who kind of survived, let me tell you, startups do one thing their entire lives: survive. And that's it. They survive for 2 reasons. One, still believing they will raise money. And second, is that the CTO will deliver the MVP that he promised 4 months ago. This is why startups are about survival mode. And that implicates a lot. This is why startups will forever be different than normal businesses. This is why startup people are very different. I have learned a lot this day, and I learned a lot not just by listening, but by actually feeling. I got embraced and hugged, and that for me was just amazing. I felt like Adrian here. You all know Adrian, he's a celebrity here. And even him, I learned something from. This is how you build a resilient ecosystem. It's never about the one. It's about the community. And this is the only way startups survive. And this is why a startup of a 1 person cannot hold for long. You need someone to pick you up from the floor, and then the other one's turn to do the same. I'm glad that I had the opportunity to speak with Deputy Prime Minister. This is where I also learned a few things. And I would like not to take much more of your time, but to ask Deputy Prime Minister Dumitru, please, Alieba, to join me here and to share some very interesting, yeah, that's our music key, to share with you some very interesting facts that I, of course, didn't know, but it's his turn. Please, the floor is yours, sir. It's on.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tal, and thank you, everyone. It's first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm really sorry I couldn't be with you all day. The reason being that I'm just out of the plane, really, and straight here. Just put on a clean shirt and straight here. And it was really nice meeting you, Tal, and speaking to you. I'm sure it's only the first time that we speak. But I couldn't not be here. First of all, because I have an Estonian startup that is right there next to me. I actually have two Estonian startups. One of them is at home. And this joke is brought to you by Alona from DreamUps. But now, to be more on a more serious note, I really know, and we were exchanging opinions right now with Tal. I really can relate to what it is to taking pretty much your fate in your own hands and fighting for the freedom to do what you believe in, to start from zero, to not have much, let's say, financial caution under your belly, let's say, and to really, I was doing freelance. That's my point. I at some point in life I just left everything and I decided that I want to be free, and I was and I started with freelance. Then I started, as some of you may know, we started from zero an NGO that was very scary because you know, you still kind of live from month to month, and you have expenses, and also you have some wishes and so on. It wasn't easy, and it's not easy for either of you guys who are really believing in your idea and in your project. It's an idea probably that doesn't let you sleep at night, and this is good. It educates stubbornness, it educates resilience, and this is really priceless, because whatever happens to it, if it fails or succeeds, it doesn't matter. It matters what it does to you and how it shapes you, how this struggle is going to bring you further, and it doesn't matter what you do tomorrow or in 1 year. It really does not matter. It matters that you're here now, and you are here for a reason, and I'm also here for a reason. I'm here to assure you that there are people in this government, and that there are people in this country who are ready to listen, who are ready to help and to support courage, to support boldness, to support what you think is good. What you think is a good investment of your time and your effort. This is what we want to support, and then we'll see what happens tomorrow. I believe in freedom, and here is, you know, the freedom levels from in here, in this room, I'm sure, are record high, because this is one of the main reasons why you would choose, in order to not to get a job that is stable and pays, but you will choose to be free and be on your own and do what you really believe in. And it doesn't matter what your parents or your wife tell you that maybe you should get a job because it doesn't really work out because it's been 6 months or 1 year. It doesn't matter. It matters that, what you really have inside you. And as I said, we are happy to listen and to be with you every step of the way with incentives, with not necessarily financial incentives. You know, when you're a startup, you're on your own, and then you hope that there is, you know, that you get also a little bit lucky along the way, and that your idea is the right one, and so on. I was joking. Of course, there is also, you know, we're working on funding, and we're permanently perfecting the funding schemes that are there. But in any case, I mean, it was only half joke. The money is scarce and will be scarce. But that's not a reason to stop you, because you're here for something much bigger than just, you know, a salary or just a revenue, and that is really brave. Once again, I would really want to stress that. And thank you for doing this. Keep up the fight. We are with you, I swear. All the best.
What I would like now, please, Deputy, I want you to stay here. I want to invite everyone. Come here to the stage. We're going to have a nice group photo. Your son is, he will come. Get off your chairs, come here. Come, come, come. I would need the photographers to be here. You can stand also here. It's okay. Everyone will see you front row. And I would like to ask also if we have video guys to do the video. Natalia, what do you shout in Moldova? What's the cheering part that you do? What do you say, Mama Liga, or so? What do you say? I don't know. I don't know. Brenza. Okay.
Startups,
Let's shout unicorn.
Let's shout unicorn. Okay, we have a decision. We're shouting unicorn. And that will be in 3, 2, 1. Unicorn! You ready? We'll do it again. At 3, 2, 1. Unicorn! Okay. As we say in English, not yet. Wait. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here, for taking part. Now starts the hard work. All of you who wants a picture with your Deputy Prime Minister, that's the time. You stay shy, you stay hungry. Sigur, come. Vino. What do you say? Vino aici.